her Highlanders Lionheart.
Written by Barbara Bard and published by Starfall Publications. Book from Highlanders Fighting for Love series. Save more with our ebook and audiobook bundles on our website, starfallpublicationsbooks.com. Subscribe for more audiobooks. Enjoy.
Prologue. The Scottish Highlands. Some time ago, the mist that saturated the sprawling emerald green of the Highlands was like the breath of God, a thick veneer of grey enveloping the valleys, creeks and rivers with a breathtaking yet foreboding quality in the wee hours of the morning. A pine marten, small and compact with a body of fur matching the tone of the fog, timidly approached the crystal-clear waters of a creek bed. The water softly churned and trickled with a peaceful and serene rhythm, as the pine marten dipped its paws into the water and rubbed the condensation on its petite furred ears. The serenity of the early morning dew and the calm of the surrounding wildlife, in all shapes and forms, felt free of tension, violence, or fear. It was a perfect morning, and then the sounds of thunder began to accumulate in a thick cacophony, an approaching thunder that started to make the earth tremble and quake. 4 Scotsmen, brothers, strong and sinewy and clad in fur and kilts, rode their massive, virile steeds with a hectic and furious charge through the valley, the ground now shaking underneath the paws of the pine marten and forcing him to retreat to his family, hidden somewhere amongst the brush. The 4 brothers on horseback, all of them sporting long auburn hair and thick facial manes to match, shouted and turned east toward a dip in the terrain. They were covered with thick beads of sweat, with 2 of them sporting wounds on their hands, and cheeks flowing with ribbons of ruby-red blood from the scuffle they had engaged in with the 7 English noblemen, pursuing them from 50 yards away. "Stop!" one of the chainmail-clad noblemen shouted after them. "All of you!" The brothers gritted their teeth and kicked at the sides of their steeds as they charged toward an outcropping that ascended upwards toward a derelict castle that was burned down by a pair of their fellow countrymen, not more than a year ago. The largest brother, a man by the name of Lachlan, grabbed the youngest brother, Finlay, by his collar and pulled him in close. "We cannae outrun them," he said with a huff, the nobleman now closing in on them from 30 yards out, one of them drawing a bow and arrow and preparing to take aim. "Gae," he said to Finlay, "take our brothers, I will buy ye some time." Finlay's eyes were wide, his dashing and rugged features contorted with fear as he shouted out, "Lachlan!" to his brother in protest. "There is another way. Gae noo, Finlay, take our brothers, heed for the spot we chose, gae far and away as ye can." Lachlan pushed his brother away, withdrew his sword, and turned his steed around in a 180-degree spin, as the nobleman archer unleashed his bow and landed it squarely into Lachlan's left pectoral muscle. Lachlan wobbled on his horse, but he was a powerful man that required more than just one pithy arrow to knock him off his mount. He corrected himself, bucked his steed, and took off toward the west, drawing away 3 of the 7 pursuing noblemen as Finlay led his older brothers Alec and Glenn into the east. "Damn fool," Alec shouted after Lachlan. "He cannae fight them on his own." "Ride," Finlay commanded, the youngest of the Boyd clan, but by far the most brilliant of the 4, crooking his finger past the direction of the derelict castle toward a peak far off in the distance. "Lachlan is on his own now." The words were like a steel spike being driven into his heart, but Finlay knew that they held nothing but the truth. The 4 noblemen behind them continued to holler and curse, all of them looking to seek vengeance against the Boyds after they had slaughtered 6 of their own back at the Boyds' encampment. Their breath and that of their horses huffed and panted and cut through the fog with hot and thick billowing like hounds from hell. The noblemen's faces were pensive, their teeth were yellow and gritting, their eyes were filled with nothing but murderous intent. Lachlan, far from his brothers now, exchanged several scything blows from his sword with the 3 noblemen that now flanked him on either side. He parried, blocked, struck. He fended off the noblemen well for several moments before his horse whinnied and bucked and kicked as the noblemen, clad with white tunics sporting red trim, laughed and converged on Lachlan before striking him several times in his arms and torso. The cold steel of the nobleman's blades ripped at his clothes and lacerated his body as Lachlan used every last breath in his body to make his final stand. He swiped, spat, screamed with all his might as the archer, backing up several feet and lining up his bow, buried a final arrow into Lachlan's back. Lachlan outstretched his arms in a messianic pose before falling to the earth and mud. The nobleman trampled over his body and put down his horse for good measure. Not seeing that their brother had fallen, Finlay, Alec and Glenn threw looks over their shoulders at the 4 men pursuing them from nearly 30 yards away. Alec, his mouth agape and ready to suggest they head for a ravine just off to the west, lurched forward as a small stream of blood began trickling out of the corner of his mouth. Finlay, his arms reaching out to the right to steady his brother, saw the arrow protruding from Alec's back, when the archer that had caught up with the other 4 noblemen smiled with joyful elation. "Glenn!" Finlay shouted, the words rasping his throat like the kick of harsh liquor. Glenn, his blood boiling and causing the veins in his head to protrude, withdrew his sword with his left hand, a hatchet stuffed in his belt with his right, and looked at Finlay with a grave and lethal glint in his eye, one that Finlay knew all too well. "Dinny, Glenn!" Finlay shouted. "Stop!" But Glenn was committed. "Flee, Finlay," he said. "Go far away from here." He then turned his horse and rode toward the north, 2 of the 5 noblemen breaking off with 3 left behind to now pursue Finlay. "Bastards!" Finlay gritted through his teeth. "Ye all shall pay, all of ye." Alec, raising the hatchet high over his head, squared his focus on the archer as the archer prepared to shoot an arrow into Finlay's neck. As the archer drew back the bow and prepared to tenderly release his grip on the arrow, Alec threw the hatchet square into the man's skull, knocking him off his horse. 2 of the noblemen on either side of him broke off and drew their swords as Alec raised his own to strike. But he was cut down from a strike to his sternum that ended his life in the quickest of moments. Finlay witnessed his last surviving brother fall as the final nobleman, bearing down on Finlay, began swinging a flail around in a circle above his head. Finlay knew that the spike balls tethered to a wooden handle would surely split him in 2 if he didn't do something quick. As the nobleman crept up alongside him, Finlay leaped off his horse, knocked the nobleman from his own, and corrected his posture before taking control of the horse's reins. Finlay had impressed even himself as the nobleman with the flail tumbled along the ground and broke several of his bones in the process. "Gay! Gay!" Finlay ordered the beast as its hooves trampled and tore up the grass and dirt of the Highlands in thick chunks. He cast a look over his shoulder and saw that none of the other noblemen were pursuing, assuming now that he was far from their sights as he headed towards the coastline his brothers had picked out on the map. He was mourning them already, although the primal pounding of his heartbeat was coating his senses with a slight feeling of numbness. Finlay was too overwhelmed to properly digest what was happening. The noise of the chase was now dying down, nothing but the sound of Finlay's stolen steed grunting and puffing as Finlay clutched tightly onto the reins and headed for another decline in the terrain. Even though the fog was still thick throughout the entirety of the surroundings, Finlay was more than sure he was headed towards a creek bed. He felt his senses calming now, confident that he was out of harm's way. And then an arrow pierced him from behind, jutting out through the right side of his abdomen with a quick and wet thunk. Finlay's horse pivoted and whined, standing on its hind legs and then bucking as Finlay was thrown from the saddle and straight over the edge of a cliff. The world spun and a sickly sensation overcame his stomach as Finlay felt his back making contact with the earth, quickly evacuating the wind from his lungs. He then rolled over himself, everything around him like a blur, as Finlay fell head over feet and back over belly down a 40-foot drop that ended in a churning river that cut through the valley. With a splash and of a cold sensation now chilling his skin, Finlay came to rest in the water and felt himself being pulled in the current downstream. The chill of the water quickly shook Finlay out of his haze. He spat the water that was choking him out of his mouth and brushed his hair back with his fingers as the sounds of the noblemen became audible off to the right. Desperate, Finlay searched for something in the river to hide behind as the speed of his flow through it began to hasten. On his left, Finlay spotted a cluster of blackthorns grouped together. He shot out his hand, waited for the current to pull him closer, and then clutched onto them with a tight handful of the shrubbery. "This way!" a nobleman shouted off in the distance as Finlay pulled himself from the river, threw the clothing covering the upper parts of his body into the river, and half ran, half stumbled his way towards an opening of a cave. As Finlay quickly ducked inside, the noblemen appeared on their horses at the edge of the cliff. They scanned around the area for any signs of Finlay. One of them pointed. "Look, over there!" Finlay saw the men pointing at the cluster of clothing he had thrown into the river, far enough from the noblemen from the current's pull that it would be easy for any man to mistake it for an actual living person. "This way!" the archer yelled, guiding the men as he charged away from the river and informed them that they could cut the bastard off at the other side of the valley. Finlay waited for several moments until the sounds of the hooves pounding the earth had dissipated, stuck his head out, and wearily made his way further into the tunnel. Finlay walked 4 feet before collapsing to the ground, his gaze quickly falling to the arrow that had pierced his right side. Both ends of the arrow had broken off, and now only the mid-section was lodged into his abdomen as the wound then started to profusely bleed. Crawling hand over hand, Finlay descended further into the dank and murky tunnel, the smell of mildew all around him as the light and even sound began to slowly evacuate from the enclosed space. "No, no," he protested inside his head. "Ye shall live, lad, ye shall live, keep going, keep going." Finlay continued chanting inside his head, his mind and body so wrought with fatigue that even he was unaware of where he was headed. His hand slapped the smooth rocks of the cave, echoing slightly as his vision blurred. His energy became depleted and his body collapsed onto the floor of the cave. Finlay's last thoughts were that he was now dying, no longer a member of the living. He then hoped to meet his wife on the other side and prayed that God would welcome him and his now dead brothers into the warmth of paradise with an abundance of love and relief. Chapter 1. "You're just as beautiful as your mother," William said, his weak, weathered hand gently caressing the cheek of his daughter Isla, as he felt the last breaths of his life being pulled into his lungs. "Ye also have her strength. By God, I am so proud of ye, my dear Isla. Only ye can lead our people to salvation." Isla's full and vibrant lips formed into the wryest of smiles. She was proud that her father was pleased, a sense of elation filling her, traced with sadness that came as a result of the knowledge that he was not long for this world. Her father was dying. These were the last few moments of his life, one well lived and serving as an inspiration for their clan, all gathered on the outside of his tent and offering up silent prayers for God to ease his transition into the next life. Isla gently placed a kiss on her father's hand, caressing it as she reached forward and stroked her fingers through his wiry and thinning grey hair. "Rest now, father," she said. "Ye have done mair than ye know for our clan. The fight is nae over yet. The English will not stop until they have driven all of our people out of Scotland." Isla shook her head defiantly. Thoughts of the English nobles who killed her mother and burned her people's village to the ground still burned vibrantly in her mind. "I will not fail our people, Father. I will lead them. I will guide them." William smiled, his eyelids fluttering as he planted 2 fingers to his lips, kissed them, and stroked the side of his eldest daughter's cheek with a fond and gentle demonstration of his love. It was a simple moment, a subtle passing of the torch to his eldest daughter. Though tradition stated that it would be a male heir to William the Laird's leadership, those in the clan knew, without a shred of doubt, that Isla was the proper heir to the throne. Her beauty was her mother's, but her drive and headstrong sense of leadership was a direct inheritance from her father. A tear slid slowly down the side of Isla's smooth, silky cheek, hints of red on her cheeks from the pride and sorrow as she said to William, "Rest now, Father. Be at peace." William then drew a final breath, his chest expanding as he rested comfortably back into the mound of fur that cushioned him. With the slightest of smiles, William exhaled his last breath slowly, closed his eyes, and passed away into the unknown. Isla held on to her father's hand for a full minute, clutching desperately onto their final moments as a family, before resting his arms across his chest and turning solemnly out of the tent. Standing at the head of the gaggle of clansmen and women outside the tent was Isla's brother, Denham, his typically jovial demeanour now slack and dismayed, as Isla embraced him and said, "He is gone. Father is with the angels now." With a full heart and a pair of watering eyes, Denham embraced his sister with his burly frame, as their younger sister, Gavina, just shy of 11 years of age, wedged herself in between her siblings and wept quietly into Denham's broad-barreled chest. The entire clan, just shy of 50 members, gathered in a huddle around Isla and her siblings, ready to pledge their allegiance to the new leader of their clan, Lady Isla. Laird William was burned on a pile of wood, not more than an hour after he had passed. Silence had overtaken the clan as they watched the smoking timbers of the fire burn and consume the man that had led them away from slaughter, the smoke billowing and rising as it escorted his soul to the heavens. Isla felt numb, still processing her father's death while simultaneously debating internally on how and where she was going to lead her clan. Denham, hands clasped in front of him as Gavina held on to the tail of his tunic, nodded toward the fire. "Father mentioned an area deep in the Highlands," he said just shy of a whisper. "Are we to proceed on the same course?" Isla nodded. "The area is far from the rule of the English. It is more than a suitable destination for our people to live a free and happy existence." A respectful nod from Denham, his ginger hair illuminated in the blaze of the fire before him. "As you wish, milady." Isla closed her eyelids. "Do not waste the formalities on me, brother. I accept Father's designation as leader with the utmost reluctance. Then, ye must embrace all that the responsibility entails, dear sister." He gestured to the solemn and slack members of the tribe, gazing on with a tearful reminiscence of the fire. "Our people will now look to ye to make the decisions they cannot. Ye are their leader now." Isla opened her eyes and nodded, reaching over and squeezing her brother's forearm, and thanking God that such a level-minded and headstrong soul as Denham's was on her side. "When should we disembark from this area, milady?" Denham inquired. "In the morrow," the lady replied. "They deserve a night's rest. We are far enough away fae the English that we still have some time." Another nod. "I will consult with the able-bodied men of the clan. We will set about organising the caravan for our departure." He placed his hands on her shoulders. "But promise me one thing, lady." Isla's emerald eyes, the same ones that had encapsulated so many suitors in the past, twinkled in the fire as she looked on her brother's face. "Drink," Denham said with a crooked smile that showed brightly through his red beard. "And drink well." Isla smirked as Denham then produced a bottle, uncorked it and placed it in his sister's hand. They drank to their father at that moment as Gavina looked on with a curious gaze. They drank to their hopes and their futures. Chapter 2. A pinpoint of light entered Finlay's field of vision. Small, a tiny dot. The dot then expanded into an overbearing glow that felt like a beacon of light from the heavens. A groggy and sore sensation overcame his body as he lifted his head and saw the hazy outline of the river where he had been pulled through before passing out inside of the cave. Finlay drew a breath and pushed off the ground, every sinew in his being feeling saturated with a dull, aching pain that would not seem to subside. "Stand," he told himself. "Use your might and stand." Finlay pushed off of the ground, slowly rising as his thick calves bore all of his weight. He rose and rose and rose, and then he collapsed back onto the earth, his cheek flush against the coolness of the rocky cave. "Stand, damn ye," Finlay thought, shaking his head as a pain shot through the centre of his brain. Mustering the energy to stand, Finlay then glanced down at the wound in his abdomen and saw that he was still bleeding. Going off of his instinct and the methods taught to him about self-care from his father, Finlay ripped his tattered tunic from his broad and thickly muscled chest, balled up the remnants and pressed it to his side. He groaned, his skin flushing before turning pale as he got into a crouch and began his slow ascension to the outside of the cave. The sun outside had just risen, and the trickle of the river was calming and somewhat easeful to Finlay's senses as he scanned around for any signs of the noblemen. They must be gone for here. Slowly inching his way toward the river, his mouth parched and lips chapped, Finlay approached the churning waters. His legs became weaker, his newfound sense of energy quickly subsiding as he fell to his hands and knees and reached out for the river just a few feet in front of him. Drink. Drink! Finlay scooped a handful of water, bringing it to his parched lips as an odd buzzing sensation filled his ears. The world once again spun, Finlay collapsed into the river, and then he came to a profound realization that he, like his late brothers, was about to depart from his mortal coil. As he closed his eyes and gracefully accepted his fate. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Isla, her hair braided after indulging young Gavina, propped her sister onto her lap outside of their tent. Gavina, staring up with full and emerald eyes at her older sister, flashed the most innocent of smiles. "When are we going to leave from here, Isla?" she asked, her delicate yet strong voice, a subtle reminder of their late mother. "Soon, Gavina," Isla said. "We just need to make the proper preparations." Gavina threw her arms around her sister's neck, still distraught by her father's death, but finding solace in her big sister's embrace. "Are you really Lady of the Clan now?" she asked, somewhat elated as if Isla had stumbled onto some newfound legacy and royalty, which, in a way, she had. Isla nodded, drawing a breath and puffing her chest, and catching the attention of one of the male clan members, who could not help but note the rugged yet regal beauty that Isla sported. "I'm still your sister," she said. "That will never change." "Does this mean that I am a princess?" Gavina asked enthusiastically. Isla beamed fondly at her younger sibling, who bore a strong resemblance to Isla with hints of her brother Denom. Gavina wasn't a princess by the standard rules of the clan's lineage, but Isla would not crush her younger sister's spirits by telling her the truth. She was far too young for that. Isla traced a finger through Gavina's hair. "Of course, me dear princess," she cooed, "and you are by far the fairest of them all." A giddy demeanour overcame Gavina. "The fairest of them all?" Isla pressed her forehead to Gavina's. "The fairest of them all." As the two sisters shared a laugh, Denom and another one of the raven-haired men, Eamon, approached with anticipatory stances and postures. "Me, lady," Eamon said with a nod. "It appears we are short of water rations. There is a river not far from here. I would like to send a few of the women to fetch a resupply for our upcoming journey." Isla nodded. Be quick, we must move soon. Escort them to the river to make sure they have the proper protection. Of course, Eamon said, turning on his heel and preparing for the trek. Gavina perked up. Can I gae with them? Isla shook her head. I need ye here. Those nimble hands of yours are too valuable. Gavina huffed and hopped off her sister's lap, somewhat defiant and puffing her chest as she moved toward the inside of the tent. I have more sense than that wallop Eamon. It should be me who leads this expedition to the river. Denham let loose the loudest belly laugh he could muster, bracing himself on his knees as Gavina crossed her arms and entered the tent. Gavina, Isla scolded. She sounds like mother, Denham noted through his laughter. Isla looked at her brother. Do not indulge her. She is merely repeating what she has overheard you saying on more than one occasion. A shrug. Take her credit. Eamon is a wallop. That's enough, Denham. Send Eamon on his way. And make haste. I shall set about organising the caravan. With a wry smile, Denham nodded and turned away. As ye wish, me lady. As Eamon and two of the women mounted their trio of horses, Isla stood and surveyed the members of her clan, her people, her family, her responsibility. She could sense that something lingered for them out on the horizon, a new journey awaiting them all. She just could not discern yet if that feeling was hope or fear. Eamon and two of the women from the clan approached the riverbed. Eamon carefully and studiously scanned the surroundings for any signs of unfamiliar faces. After making the women wait for several moments for him to give them the go-ahead, Eamon nodded toward the river and dismounted his horse. Be quick, he said as the women fetched leather canteens with spouts to fill with water. We are short on time. The women straddled both sides of the river, both of them hastily filling the canteens with as much water as they could carry. Eamon walked along the lake, one hand resting on the sword strapped to his side as his booted feet crunched the gravel beneath him. As the women set about filling the canteens, his mind wandered to thoughts of the future, now in the hands of Lady Isla. He was not used to operating under the rule of a woman, but Isla was not just any woman. She was the daughter of Urien, the laird of the clan who had preserved their way of life and their people for over a decade. The family that he had raised were by far the most competent and headstrong people he had ever met. If his fate and that of his clan had to rest in the hands of anyone, he was more than at ease with the notion that Lady Isla was the one who now controlled their collective destiny. Eamon then opened his mouth to get an estimate on how much longer the women needed to fill their water rations, when a high-pitched shriek came from behind him, near some shrubbery resting adjacent to a boulder jutting out of the river. With a hustle in his step and his broadsword drawn, Eamon raced back to meet the women and shouted, "What is it?" before stumbling across a sight he had not anticipated finding. A man, strong and big with a muscular body that looked like something that the Greeks had mentioned in their folklore. "A dead man!" the woman shouted, dropping her canteen and grabbing onto the other woman for comfort. "He is dead. Look!" Eamon, crouching down to get a better look at the dead man in the river, saw the wound in the man's abdomen and the generally pale nature of his skin. He then reached down, pressed 2 fingers to the man's neck, and felt a weak but still very much beating pulse fighting to pick up in rhythm. Eamon turned to the women. "Fetch me horse," he said, sheathing his sword. "Now." Chapter 3. "What is that noise?" Denham noted as his hand crept towards his weapon, Eamon approaching in the distance on his steed with the 2 women he took with him in tow. Isla said nothing as she squinted to make out the commotion. As Eamon and the horses approached, she could see what looked like a corpse straddled to the back of his mount, a distraught and frantic look on Eamon's bearded face as they came to a halt just outside her tent. "We found him by the river," Eamon said, dismounting and gesturing for Denham to help him remove the body from the back of his steed. "He is still alive." The rest of the clan, still in the process of breaking down their camp, gathered around Eamon and the horses as Denholm assisted in pulling the half-dead man off the back. "Gavina," Isla said to her sister as she approached Denholm, "get inside, right now." "But, Isla, now, I said..." Gavina retreated into the tent as Denholm and Eamon carried the body towards Denholm's dwelling, resting next to Isla's. Isla approached the man and saw a fluttering of his eyelids, his rugged and handsome features stressed by whatever ordeal he had gone through. Who is he, she thought, encapsulated by his features and unnerved by his overall condition? Who is this man? Isla examined his body, spotting the wound in his abdomen, and knowing immediately from the shape of the injury that it had undoubtedly been the result of an attack by a nobleman archer. "Should we fetch Ella?" Denholm inquired as they moved the man toward his tent, referring to the most medically inclined of all the villagers, their unofficial but still competent healer that had saved many of them from dire fates on more than one occasion. "Aye," Isla said, haste in her tone. "Aye, quickly!" Denholm shouted out for Ella as they moved the man aside his tent, Isla ordering the others away as they laid him on a fur-coated cot, and heard him mumbling something that no one could make out. "He has a fever," Eamon said as they stood back from the cot. "I dinna think he is long for this world." "Leave Ella to decide that," Isla said as she crouched by the man's side. She looked at his face, a few cuts and scrapes across his cheeks and temples that were still struggling to heal. "Do you recognise him?" Isla asked Denholm. Denholm got alongside his sister and took a moment to examine the man's face, scouring his brain for any trace of a description or name that would coincide with the half-dead man in front of him. "I'm nae certain," he said, looking at the tattered appearance of the man's clothing. "He must be fae another clan. The Wallaces. The Bairds, perhaps." Ella, a petite young woman with flaxen hair and a pensive and fearful expression, approached the man on the cot and did a quick assessment of his condition. "He has lost a lot of blood," she said. "We must fetch the arrow from his wound as well." She looked up at Eamon. "Fetch me supplies, quickly." Eamon retreated from the tent as Isla crept in closer to the man on the cot, intrigued and frightened by his overall state. She found herself drawn to the man in front of her, a notion that confused her and encapsulated her all at once. The man then began twitching, his skin turning red as the onset of a fever began to take hold. "Glenn," he mumbled. "Lachlan." "What is he saying?" Denholm inquired. Isla did not reply as she watched the man writhe from the pain on the cot. Going off of instinct, and recalling what her mother would do when she was sick as a child, she reached out her hand, gently placed it on the man's firm and sculpted pectoral muscle, and pressed down with soft maternal pressure.
Before we continue into the story, do us a favour. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
The man on the cot, after a moment, ceased his twitching and mumbling, rested back and fell back into a slumber. "It will all be all right," Isla whispered into his ear, unable to help herself from soothing a man whose name she did not even know. "Rest now. You're safe." Chapter 4. The remnants of the arrow lodged in Finlay's abdomen had been removed. The wound had been cleaned and cauterized, his fluids had been replenished, and 2 whole days had passed as Ella stayed at his side and slowly but surely nursed him back to health. Ella had been unsure over the course of the first day if Finlay, whom they referred to as the Strong One, would survive his wounds. A lot of blood had been lost. His body had been battered and bruised to its maximum limits. Ella had applied various tonics and ointments that she had compiled over the years to his various scrapes and cuts and made it a point to change out the bandages on the wound on his abdomen twice daily to stave off any kind of perversion from outside elements. "How is he?" Isla asked on the second day as she entered the tent, Finlay in a deep slumber and snoring complacently on Denham's cot. Ella nodded. Better no, his wounds are healing at a good pace. He must still rest, though. Isla sighed. We may nay have the time. How long does he need? Ella contemplated. He must at least rest another day. Isla turned and left the tent, Denham waiting for her with Gavina tethered to his side. We have a problem, me lady, he said gravely. Speak. Our scouts have spotted noblemen approaching us from the east. They are only a day and a half's ride away. Isla shook her head. We must move soon. How quickly can ye and your men dismantle the camp? A few hours, me lady. No more. A nod. Do it as fast as ye can. I want us out of this place by the morning. And where shall we be going? Isla shooed off Gavina to help Ella as she pulled Denholm inside her tent. Did ye speak with our father about the map? She asked. Denham squinted. No, he dinna speak to me of such matters. He smiled, pointed at his sister. Ye were always next in line to rule. Ye were the smarter one. Where I lacked brawn, ye sure as the skies are blue made up for it, me dear brother. Isla moved over to a wooden chest resting near a stool, removed a rolled-up piece of parchment from the inside, and spread it across a small wooden table resting in the centre of the tent. Look here, she said, pressing down the corners on the edges of a map of Scotland. Father did plan this some time ago. Denham parted air through his lips when he saw his father's penmanship scribbled all along the map. He had travelled all over, to nearly every corner of Scotland. He was always on the search for somewhere permanent to let our people call home. Denham hung his head, remembering well the history of his clan, the murder of his mother, the death of their youngest brother from sickness, the slaying of Isla's fiancé, Douglas not more than a year prior. When the thought crept into his mind, Denham could not help but look at his sister and wonder if the day would ever come when she would divulge her feelings on the subject. But Isla was tough like her father, fair like her mother, and never embarked or went about doing a damn thing she didn't want to do, unless by choice. Denham couldn't help but smile when he thought of this. It was no mistake that she was the leader of their clan. He jutted his chin. Where did father choose for our people to go? Isla traced her finger along the map and ended up on a spot in the east, hidden in a valley and surrounded on all sides by the mountains. It was a minuscule spot on the map, but it measured to about 8 square miles in person, according to the information from their late father. Mother and father met there, she said fondly, some time ago. It is hidden, secluded, far from the rule of the English. Father was under the impression that it is a part of land ruled by clans such as our own. While we may encounter an instance that requires negotiation with other clans, it is still a place that will welcome us all with open arms. The same can be said about the Sassenach. Denham took a moment to study the map, plotting the course in his head and deducing how the caravan would be organised to reach said location. It appears to be about a week's ride, he said. Isla nodded. Father claimed the same. There is only so far we can scout ahead, however. The Sassenach might be awaiting us somewhere along the trail. It is a risk that we must take. If we stay here, we are as good as dead. Denham exhaled, counting the number of able-bodied fighters in his mind and tallying that they had about 20 men in total that could wield a blade and fight. So, be it, he said, accepting his sister's plan. I shall make sure the men are ready. Before Isla could offer up a reply, Ella entered the tent with an eager demeanour. He is awake, she said. The strong one. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Isla entered the tent and saw the ruffian sitting up, nursing a cup of water with herbs that assisted with his healing, as she took note of the scarring and bruising along his tattered but still very much developed and sinewy build. He was a large man, but Isla could sense a gentle quality about him. What is it, she thought? What is it that is so compelling about this man? Isla slowly approached the ruffian, his eyes meeting hers as the two of them shared the silence for a brief couple of moments. "I am Lady Isla," she finally greeted. "I am the leader of the clan that has taken ye under our watch." The ruffian nodded, resting his cup on the edge of a table and taking note of the soreness he had accumulated over the past couple of days. "My name is Finlay," he finally replied. "I am the youngest of my clan, the Bairds." Isla, her hands folded in front of her, and mustering the regalist pose she could, approached his cot. "You were on the verge of death. You were fortunate to be found." Finlay said nothing. He was mesmerised by every curve and smooth feature that Isla sported, and there were quite a few. "What happened?" Isla asked. "It is more than apparent that you were in a skirmish with someone." A nod. "The Sassenach," he said, "a ruthless man by the name of Lord Henry Entignap of Sandford, slaughtered my people." The past then crept into his mind, playing back in vivid images as he once again witnessed his brothers being slaughtered by the hands of the noblemen. All of them. "When? How long have I been in a slumber?" 2 nights and 2 days. You were discovered near a river not far from here." Finlay sat completely upright, his pectoral muscles now jutting out like a pair of thick and sculpted stones, resting above a cut and smooth abdomen. Isla could not help but draw a breath as she looked upon his godlike build. Even a woman of her strength and constitution was privy to the more primal urges that life brought forth. "Can ye tell me," Isla said, "where ye came fae? What does it matter?" "It matters because I am responsible fae me people, and I shall not let any person or clan or king get in the way of making certain that I ensure their survival." She took a step forward. "All of them." Finlay took a moment to soak in the woman's words, conviction behind every syllable she spoke. He had only seen such gusto in the men that he knew and had known. This woman, he thought, whoever she is, her stunning beauty is superseded by a will that no man can extinguish. Finlay wanted to stand, but he was not yet well enough to do so. "My brothers were all killed," he said, his focus now on the ground in front of him. "All of them. Nay, more than 2 days ago." Isla could empathise, her past a shadowy reflection of Finlay's. "I'm sorry," she said, all the sincerity in the world behind her words. "There is a man," Finlay continued. "His name is Lord Henry, son of Earl Simon Entignap of Sandford." Isla's heart sank, though she kept her composure. A king with the same title had killed her mother and fiancé. "Earl Simon of what?" she asked, hoping but knowing that the truth was inevitable. "I dinna bother to dignify the man by giving him his full title," Finlay said. The rage began to build inside him, boiling to the point that the pain of his wounds had briefly subsided. "His men have slain my brother, my mother, my father." Isla was on the verge of trembling, wringing her fingers as she strode in a swift manner up to Finlay's cot. "Aye," she said, "I know him well, more than well. He murdered my family to—" Finlay huffed. "He seems to have repeated the pattern for countless Scotsmen and women." Isla shut her eyelids, the past playing out against the black. "He has a vested interest in me." "In what regard?" "In the regard that he plans on marrying me or raping me. Anything that occurs in the company of the man could probably be classified as the second." Finlay was not surprised. The beauty and the will that Isla possessed was an attractive quality to any level-minded man. Isla shook her head and diverted her gaze to the flap of the tent. "He's letting nothing stand in the way. Lord Henry made that a point when he murdered the man I was to wed." Lord Henry, Finlay thought, "a vile and repulsive bastard ye are." "Then "Ye cannot stay here for much longer," Finlay said. "He will be looking for ye. Which is why I need ye to depart as soon as the sun rises. I cannae have me people put in danger because of your presence." Finlay laughed. "If you're worried about me bringing down the wrath of Lord Henry, it sounds like you're doing a fine job of it on your own." Isla jutted her chin. She knew that there was some kind of attraction to this man. But, be that as it was, she could not risk, at least in her mind, focusing on frivolous attractions in a time like this. Her and her people's survival were at stake. "Even so," she said, "I dae nae know ye, therefore I cannae trust ye. I am of no threat to your people. I have no doubts of your plight against Lord Henry, but your presence here still lends a certain risk that I cannot gamble." Finlay shook his head. He knew there was no place for him to go. He knew that there was only so far that he and Isla's people could flee before the wrath of the English caught up to them. He began to stand, slowly, his overall state still fatigued, but nonetheless drawing strength from Finlay's unquenchable spirit that still glowed as bright as it did since the day he was born. He was a fighter, and he would do so until the day he drew his final breath, no matter how far he had fallen or how much the world had kicked him around. "What are ye doing?" Isla inquired. Finlay gestured toward the outside of the tent. "I want to see ye people," he said. "I want to see what kind of numbers you're working with. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." Finlay followed behind Isla as she walked him through the encampment. Most of the clan was organising or packing away supplies as Denholm coordinated with Eamon. A few looks were tossed Finlay's way. The men leered, the women stared on in amazement at his broad shoulders and thick arms that were taut and firm from years of hard labour. "There were over 100 of us," Isla said. "Before Lord Henry slaughtered about half of us, that is. We haven't stayed in one area for more than a few days before we've been forced to resettle." Finlay scanned around and saw a weary but still strong composure to everyone in the clan. These people, like him, had endured more than their fair share of hardships. He huffed. "We are all one and the same," he thought. Gavina, half skipping her way up to Isla, wrapped herself around her older sister's legs and stared up at Finlay with an inquisitive gaze, deducing, judging, seeing if the large and rugged man in front of her was worth her time. "The strong one is awake," she said to Isla, more like a statement of fact than out of enthusiasm. Finlay looked at Isla. "Strong one?" She shrugged. "We did not know your name," she said. "We had to call you by the first name that came to mind." "What is your name?" Gavina asked, no fear in her tone as she took a stern step forward toward Finlay. Finlay smirked. He could sense already, even without the resemblance to Isla, that this young lass was part of her lineage. "My name is Finlay," he said. "I am of the Baird clan." Gavina crossed her arms defensively. "Are ye a murderer?" Isla squeezed her shoulder. "Gavina!" Finlay brushed his hand in the air like he was moving away the slight. "It's quite all right," he said. "My appearance is no doubt a factor in her coming to such conclusions." Gavina shook her head. "No," she said. "Ye are not a murderer. Murderers don't talk like that." "I am not, little one, I can assure you." He got down on one knee. "What is your name, young one?" Gavina tilted her head up and gazed at Isla, awaiting her approval. Isla nodded, and her younger sister then said, "Gavina, my name is Gavina." "A pleasure to meet you, Gavina." "Are you staying for long?" Finlay opened his mouth to reply, but was cut off by Isla. "No," she said. "Finlay Peard cannot stay here. He has a long trek ahead of him." Gavina squinted her confusion. "But look at him. He is strong. He could help us." Finlay looked at Isla. "She is not wrong, Isla." "Lady Isla," Gavina said, crooking a finger. "She is royalty now." Finlay and Isla couldn't help themselves from cracking the subtlest of smiles at young Gavina's tenacity. "Me apologies," Finlay said. "Lady Isla." Gavina gave a quick nod of her head. "Much better," Finlay bared. "Run along now," Isla said, patting her sister on the back. "Go and help the others." Gavina, with a pep in her step, turned and fled in the direction of a few of the women in the clan who were going about tallying the food rations that clan had on hand. Finlay stood. "She is none the less correct," he said. "Looking around, it is apparent that you do not have strong enough numbers to properly protect the members of your clan." "He's right," the voice of Denham chimed in from behind Finlay, his chest puffed and taking on a defensive posture at the sight of Finlay's brawn. "After the last encounter with Lord Henry, our numbers have greatly dwindled." Isla held up her hand. "I am aware, Denham." "Our paths have crossed for a reason, Lady Isla," Finlay said. "I see our meeting as nothing shy of fortuitous." She shook her head. "Allowing ye to stay would greatly affect our food and water rations. We have no spare tents, no extra clothing, or supplies to assist in making sure ye are taken care of." "I am more than capable of being left to my own devices." Isla took a step forward. "I am responsible for these people. All of them. I do not need to keep reiterating that notion." "Then use me," Finlay said, hands together in a pleading manner as he gestured around the camp. Look at where we are. Lord Henry intends to slaughter all of us. Separating me from this clan would serve as a disadvantage to us both. We need to work together. This is about survival. This is about staying alive." Finlay and Denham awaited Isla's decision as she crossed her arms and let her gaze wander. She was uncertain, both of the notion of allowing Finlay to stay and the odd attraction she felt towards him. "What is occurring?" she thought. "Has fate sent this man my way? Is this a blessing from God being laid right at my feet?" After a few more moments of pondering, she turned her attention back to Denham. "If he stays," she said, "I hold you accountable." She pointed to Finlay. "If at any point you find this man's actions or intentions questionable—" She arched her brow, not needing to say the rest. Denham turned and stood toe-to-toe with Finlay. "I have no qualms with that, my lady," he said to his sister as he stared fire at Finlay. A nod from Isla. "Both of you go about rounding up the able-bodied men," she said. "Formulate a plan and a route. I want us on the move at dawn." "My lady," Finlay said as she turned away and left. As he watched her leave, Denham cozied up alongside him. "Quite the woman," Finlay said, his thoughts then wandering to the obvious. Is she taken?" Denham squeezed his shoulder. "That is not something you should ask her brother about." Closing his eyes as Denham patted him somewhat threateningly on the shoulder, Finlay couldn't help but laugh for a brief moment at the absurd fatefulness of the whole situation. "And so, the journey begins," he thought as he followed after Denham. Chapter 5. The regal and oversized banquet tent that belonged to Lord Henry was filled to the brim with a collection of his noblemen, all of them clad in chainmail and cream-coloured tunics. The red crucifix insignia with the crest of Lord Henry's royal lineage adorned across the front. All of them were half drunk, cackling, and slapping each other on the back as a roaring fire burned in the centre of the tent, currently serving as a banquet hall. Night had fallen. Their full camp was lost in festive celebration for 2 days' worth of killing and plundering they had undertaken throughout the stolen land of Scotland. 2 men, their arms hooked around each other's necks as they sang an English song, motioned to a group of fellow noblemen gathered around the fire to join them. "Raise your drinks, gentlemen!" one of them yelled with a drunken inflection. "To our country, and to the righteous salvation of the Scottish people." Laughing at his jest, the other noblemen clinked their glasses together and downed the half-warm ale swirling around in their mugs. These were uncaring men who lived and died by the will of a ruthless and vile man, hunched over a map not far from the banquet hall, in his plush and comfortable dwelling, filled with all the finest furniture and trimmings that his father, the great Earl of Sandford, had ordered other men to bend over backwards to acquire. Lord Henry was a tall man, thinner than the broom handles used by his wards to clean his tent on an hourly basis. His teeth were more crooked than his morals, and a pair of beady eyes, sunken far into the almond-shaped skull of his head, stared on lecherously at the great map of Scotland in front of him. "My lord," the man to his right began, a strapping and lean nobleman with a litany of kills under his belt and desire to accumulate more. "Our men have charted our route to catch up with the villagers we encountered several weeks prior. However, our scouts are still searching the area to get a sense of their exact whereabouts." Lord Henry, always sporting some taste of a crooked smile on his thin, liver-coloured lips, parted them with a smack and said, "Because those rat brains of theirs are starting to catch on," he said, always viewing the Scotsman of the land like some kind of less evolved animal to that of the English. "They are starting to learn our movements." Laird William of Isla's clan looked not long for this world after our last encounter. A smile from Lord Henry. "I would not be surprised if the wretched old bastard has already departed from his mortal coil. It was foolish of him not to give me what I wanted when I asked for it." Lord Henry's smile then curved into a frown as he thought of Isla. He desired her. He wanted her. His entire life, Lord Henry never experienced an instance where he was not catered to, where his every desire and whim was indulged by his father, even when it called for the execution of other men, for instances like a subtle verbal slight in the courtyards of his castle in England. And then he met William, the laird of Isla's clan, a man who refused him even upon death threats to his people and his daughter. But Lord Henry, not one to take nay for an answer, set about slaughtering as many members of the clan as possible after William shunned his offer of land, riches, and titles that would be honoured by the king for a lifetime to come. The foolish bastard, Lord Henry thought, he brought this all on himself. The man to his right, Gregor, then said, "The Baird clan also caused quite a disturbance. Our altercation with them most likely allowed the clan we were pursuing to gain a day's worth of traction. We will make up for it. We outnumber them 10-1. A nod. Be that as it may, it appears that another bad piece of news has come to light." Lord Henry faced Gregor, an irked glint in his eye as he clasped his hands behind his back. "Do tell." Gregor cleared his throat. "Our men," he said, "the ones that were pursuing the Baird clan, returned from their journey no more than an hour ago." And a guilt-saturated tilt of Gregor's head. "And it appears that one of the members of the Baird clan has escaped." Gregor held his pose. Without a doubt, he was stronger and more able-bodied than Lord Henry. But he still feared the power and might that surrounded Lord Henry at the behest of his father Simon. Lord Henry took a moment to absorb the information, and then he began to laugh. "Did I not order you to obliterate all the members of the Baird clan?" Gregor bowed his head solemnly. "Indeed, my lord." A moment passed. Then Lord Henry gestured to the opening of his tent. "Come, Gregor," he said. "I wish to meet the men that failed to follow my commands." Gregor nodded once more and led the way. The drunken noblemen were still singing by the fire, and retelling the tale of how they slaughtered the Baird clan in a song-like fashion, swaying to and fro as Lord Henry approached with his hands stretched out in a messianic fashion. He smiled, but it was a forced expression, coated with a sarcastic glaze, like a court jester putting on a show, for the sake of entertainment. My, Lord Henry said. "What a joyous affair this is." The drunken noblemen stood at attention, each one doing their best to pretend that they were more sober than they actually were. "Oh, please," Lord Henry said, hands now held up in submission. "You men work hard to do the king's bidding from the moment the sun rises to the time it sets each day. I would not be able to classify myself as a benevolent ruler if I did not allow you to indulge in the pleasures that life has to offer." The noblemen exchanged timid looks as they waited for the other to speak. "Have you nothing to say?" Lord Henry inquired. "Are none of you going to offer your lord a drink?" Two of the men scrambled to fetch a freshly poured glass of ale for their master, shouting, barking, and demanding that the coldest mug be handed over at once. A fresh mug of ale was then provided and offered to Lord Henry like a precious ruby. "Here you are, my lord," the nobleman handing over the mug said. Lord Henry took his mug, raised it in the toast, and sipped. "Ah," he said with a sigh, "if ever a richer brew was crafted, I have yet to experience it." "Only the finest for you, my lord." The nobleman then nudged the man next to him. "Come, raise your drinks." Everyone held up their mugs. "To Lord Henry." Cheers and clinking of mugs were exchanged as Lord Henry stared at the noblemen in front of him. He took a beat, examining each one of his men with a scrutinizing gaze. "What is your name, squire?" he asked the man in front of him. The nobleman stood at attention. "Matthew, my lord." "Sir Matthew?" Lord Henry repeated. "I must say that you have a knack for offering up the most gracious of toasts." "Only for you, my lord. Your leadership inspires more than whatever pithy words I may implement to describe them." "Oh, you are being modest." He came alongside the man and hooked his arm around his neck in a friendly fashion. "In fact, I believe it to be suitable that you, Sir Matthew, should be the one who offers up the first toast when I marry my bride to be Isla." Sir Matthew was elated. "But of course, my lord, nothing would bring me greater pleasure." Lord Henry uncorded his arm and set about adjusting the neckline on Sir Matthew's tunic. "Indeed, I believe it would," he said through his crooked yellow teeth, his face like a ghoul when lit up by the massive fire a few feet away. "But there is just one problem with that prospect." Sir Matthew furrowed his brow and waited for the rest. Lord Henry held up a single finger. "I cannot be married to my dear Isla if my own men hinder my desire to do so." Sir Matthew perked up, one hand resting on the grip of his sword, and prepared to jump into action. "Tell me, my lord, tell me who is preventing you in achieving this, and I will deal with him or them in the swiftest of manners." "Oh, my dear Matthew, your conviction to serving the throne is unparalleled. I will always live to serve you and the king, my lord, until my very last breath." Lord Henry took a beat as he gently took the man's face in his hands, stared into his eyes, and then said, "I believe you. I do." He leaned in close, as if he were preparing to tell the man a secret. "However, your worthless methods in executing this loyalty have cost me time." Sir Matthew's face took on a pale complexion, swallowing and feeling a tremble overcome his body. Lord Henry squeezed Sir Matthew's face with a tight pressure as he shook his head. "You have cost me time," Lord Henry repeated. "Men, wealth, and most importantly of all, my patience." Sir Matthew stammered. "My lord, I failed to kill the Baird clan. We killed most of them, my lord." "Yet my orders were to kill them all. Were these not the instructions that were relayed to you?" A nod from Sir Matthew. "So, this means you failed me," Lord Henry continued, his grip still on Sir Matthew's face. Sir Matthew had nothing to say, still shaking and feeling as if he were on the verge of passing out. Lord Henry then released his grip, stood back and sighed. "Fret not, my dear man," he said a little more relaxed. "What transpired cannot be undone, though my orders to hunt down the remaining member of the Baird clan still stand." A dutiful nod from Sir Matthew, his breathing a little easier as he stood at attention and said, It will happen immediately, my lord. I promise you we will not fail this time. You won't, Lord Henry said, because you are no longer in charge. In a quick flash, Lord Henry produced a blade 2 inches long, swiped it left to right in front of him, and slit open Sir Matthew's throat. As Sir Matthew bled and the men around him scattered, Lord Henry lifted the heel of his boot, planted it into Sir Matthew's chest, and kicked him into the fire behind him. As every inch of Sir Matthew was ignited and a primal and horrific scream evacuated from his lungs, Lord Henry cleaned his knife, placed it back in its sheath, and turned to face Gregor. Gregor, staring at the burning nobleman writhing on the fire, looked at Lord Henry with a somewhat neutral gaze. Yes, my lord? Find that member of the Baird clan, and my future bride. He nodded over his shoulder at the burning nobleman. Otherwise, you can join Sir Matthew in the fire as you bleed out. Understood? Gregor puffed his chest. Of course, my lord. Consider it done. Without saying another word, Lord Henry retreated to his tent and dwelled on repulsive and illicit thoughts of Isla. His men, still drinking, watched Sir Matthew burn to death on the fire, while a pungent and overwhelming stench of burnt human flesh filled the air around them. Chapter 6. Finlay checked the bandages covering his still healing wounds as the morning sun warmed the back of his neck, his strength and his senses returning to their normal peak levels. He felt sharp, awakened, operating with his normal brute strength and mental tact that had been passed down through several generations of his clan. Finlay felt his heart weigh heavy as the thought then crept into his mind that he was the last one of the Baird clan still left standing. They will pay, he thought, almost like a prayer to his fallen brethren. Every Sassenach bastard responsible will pay. Finlay secured the saddle on the steed loaned to him by Isla, patting the horse's mane in a bid for the steed to become accustomed to his touch as he felt a presence approaching from behind him. Finlay, the voice of Denham called out. Finlay turned and let his eyes meet the emerald green hues of Denham's. Denham, he replied. Denham hooked his fingers in his belt as he scanned around the encampment, every member of the clan in the final throes of packing every item, parcel of food and piece of parchment around them. Finlay could sense the tension in the air and finally said to Denham, Is there a thought lingering on your mind? A nod from Denham. A tad, aye. Would I be safe in coming to the conclusion that it pertains to myself? Another nod from Denham. I was searching through the history in my head, and I came to the profound realization that ye and I have crossed paths once before. Finlay turned around to face Denham. Aye? Aye, 2 summers ago, not far fae here. I hope that it was a cordial encounter. It was. I met your brothers, Lachlan and Alex. Finlay felt the weight in his heart double in size. He had no words to follow the feelings. Denham took a step forward. I just wanted to say, he sighed, that I'm sorry for your loss. They were good men. The Baird clan was well revered by me father. He considered your brethren to be friends of ours. And who was your father? William. His name was William. Finlay recalled the name, but only fragments of the stories about William that he overheard from his brothers. Nodding, he extended his hand. Denham then grabbed onto his forearm and embraced in a shake as the 2 men found themselves holding more respect for the other than they did when they first met. As they finished their moment of bonding, Isla, dressed in a woolen jacket to stave off the Scotland chill, gestured toward the caravan forming behind her. It is time to move, gentlemen. Half a day had passed since the caravan began its trek through the Highlands. The noon sun was high in the sky, casting a heavenly glow across the wind-licked grass beneath their feet. A solid formation of people, moving in 2s and 3s on horseback, trotted through a sprawling terrain ripe with the greenest scenery that God could paint, a pleasant and serene quality surrounding them, like the inevitable calm before the storm. In the lead, Finlay rode alongside Isla, Denholm not far behind with Gavina on his saddle, as people began stretching and adjusting their weight from their burdensome journey. "Would ye like some water, my lady?" Finlay asked as he produced a leather flask Denholm had provided to him before they disembarked. Isla shook her head. "No, thank ye." Finlay smirked. "Your lips looked parched, my lady." "I am quite capable of knowing when I need a drink, Finlay." He shrugged, pocketed the flask. "As ye wish, my lady." "I do wish you would stop calling me by that title." "It is your title, though, is it nay?" She turned her head and met his gaze. "Are ye attempting to humour me, Finlay Baird?" "Perhaps a little." "Well, I'm finding it a little difficult to find solace in your jests. It's been an endless barrage of turmoil for me clan and I for some time. I find that most humour is lost on me at this point." "I dinna believe that to be true. Ye have a rough exterior, aye, but as hardened as a woman as ye have become, I can still sense that part of ye yearns to live a life filled with humour and good memories." "And why is that?" Finlay gestured behind him to everyone in the clan. "Because all of us are. Every Scotsman from shore to shore looks forward to the day when we can live lives free from turmoil, guilt and oppression. We have had to fight for some time, aye, but the spirit of the Scotsman is one founded on good graces and good memories. We all want to find our home. We all want to start new lives filled to the brim with pleasant memories." Isla's mind wandered as she absorbed Finlay's words. She could more than empathise. Her life was one that had been filled with grief and countless sour memories to fill several lifetimes. "Part of our pride comes from our spirit to fight, our drive to do better. The fighting spirit is what defines the Scottish Finlay Baird." He shook his head. "It shouldn't be. Life contains turmoil, aye, but there is more to it than drawing the sword and having to purge our lands and our lives of the evils that have tainted it. We fight so that the next kin in our generation can be free." His eyes meet hers. "I have yet to see this freedom that ye speak of, and neither did me wife." Isla's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Finlay's forlorn expression, his haunted past flooding into his eyes and teetering on the cusp of overflowing. Once again, she could empathise with his words. She herself had been the victim of a fallen lover. She took a moment, clearing her throat before asking, "When did she fall?" A crooked and weary smile crept into the corner of Finlay's mouth. "So much time has passed that I seem to have forgotten. As ye said, so much fighting has passed that it seems nearly impossible to discern what day it is. Time itself seems to have become an endless day with no sign of the sunset on the horizon." Isla debated internally whether or not she wanted to divulge her own history to Finlay. But, as before, there was some kind of draw to him, something in his character that touched some tender part of her soul, awakening it and beckoning her to submit. "The same happened to me," she said. "What do you mean?" "I lost my husband. Well, the man I was to wed, to be more accurate." Finlay shook his head. "Do the Sassenach know no mercy?" "I am sorry," he replied. "It is a wound that seems to take its time to heal." A nod. "Indeed. It was more recent than your loss, though, I think. Nay, that I am stating that my suffering is more burdensome than years." Finlay held up his hand. "I take no offence, me lady. Day ye know who is responsible for the death of your loved one?" Another nod. "Earl Simon." "Bastard. The same words have slipped my tongue on more than one occasion." Silence held sway as the two continued their trek on horseback, the wind licking at the exposed parts of their skin and leaving a pleasant chill. Had it not been for the caravan or the notion that they were fleeing from the oppression of the Sassenach, one might have thought they were on a pleasant stroll through the Scottish Highlands. "How old are ye?" Finlay finally asked. Isla laughed. "Is that a question one should ask a lady?" A shrug. "You don't have to answer if you don't want to." Isla took a moment to ponder. 28, she said. "And, yeah?" 29, he replied, "though I feel much older." Isla examined Finlay's features and noted the subtle scar above his left eyebrow and the angular jawline hiding underneath the scruffy beard he was a few days late on tending to. "He's handsome," she thought, "but I can never let him know that." "I knew of your clan," she said, switching subjects. "The Bairds. You were friends with my father, William." Denham mentioned the same. "I myself did not have the pleasure of knowing him. I was the youngest of my brothers." Isla forked a thumb over her shoulder. "Denholm and Gavina are the only siblings I have left. I lost my oldest sister to sickness when I was a child." "Same. The only sister we had fell to a fever a long time ago. I must ask, how is it that a woman has become the leader of a clan? Not that I disagree or find offence in the notion." Isla smiled. "I've been wondering the same thing. The decisions that my father made always eluded his children. But whatever choices he did make tended to play out in everyone's best interest, in the end. I understand why he chose ye. Ye have a strength unmatched by any other woman I've met before, me own mother included. She must have been quite the warrior." "Aye, she was." He laughed. "Once, me brother, who had this habit for pinching people's ears, kept doing it to me mother. She warned him to stop. Alas, he didn't, and me mother struck him with the back of her hand so hard that Alex saw the nighttime stars swirling in his vision. Keep in mind that Alex was a big man. Mother was able to dispense of him with the utmost ease." Isla began to laugh as she saw the picture being painted in front of her. Scottish women were a force to be reckoned with. There was no doubt about that. If Scotsmen were able to attribute a significant amount of their brawn and strength to members of their lineage, Scottish mothers were undoubtedly the nexus of where they drew their strength. "Me mother was much the same," she said, smiling fondly at the memories. "She was nae a woman to be trifled with." The bucking of a horse rang out from behind them. Isla and Finlay turned their heads and saw Denham approaching them from the left. "I overheard talks of mother being carried through the wind." Isla rolled her eyes. "Denham," she said to Finlay, "has a knack for eavesdropping. It's an unfortunate defect that has been with him since birth." Denham showcased a devious smile and held up a finger. "Aye, but it has been one that has served in our best interests. There have been several occasions where my penchant for being able to overhear a conversation have played out in me favour." "Aye," young Gavina added. "For instance, Denham overheard the lady folk of the clan talking about Finlay Baird's broad chest when his wounds were being tended to." "Gavina," Isla said, turning around on her mount and shooting her a look. Denham, clutching onto Gavina with one of his meaty hands, hollered a belly laugh that carried through the valley as Finlay joined in. "It's true," Gavina said. "Miss Kelly said that he looked like he could be better mounted than most of the horses in our caravan." Denham began laughing hard, to the point that he nearly fell off his horse as Isla began to scold her sister. "It's quite all right," Finlay said, waving off Isla. "She is only a curious child. According to me family, I was the same." "That, I believe, Finlay Baird. You seem to have a penchant for sticking your nose where it dinna belong." Gavina crooked a finger. "Careful, Finlay Baird. Sticking your nose where it dinna belong can cause all sorts of trouble." Finlay smiled and leaned in towards Gavina, a bashful smile forming as she somewhat buried herself in Denham's chest. "Ye are quite intelligent, Miss Gavina. You will grow to be quite the formidable woman." "Believe me, Isla added. "She is wise beyond her years." A dutiful nod from Gavina. "Aye, most certainly I am." Finlay sighed, for once finding a moment of alleviation. "I think I'm growing fond of this clan." Isla felt a warm sensation rush into her cheeks. She herself was starting to feel a kindling fire in the first stages of being lit rising from the pit of her stomach, and slowly warming a heart she thought would be forever covered by an icy layer of frost. Like Finlay, she was starting to grow fond of him as well. But then she felt a tug at her heart, brought forth by dire memories of the loved ones that she had lost. Isla had invested so much of her heart in so many people who were no longer among the living that she felt she had nothing left to give. Whatever fragments of affection she did still possess were reserved for Denholm and Gavina. "Nay," she thought, "ye are entertaining notions that canny be indulged." Her eyes drifted and landed on Finlay's rugged complexion. This man is an ally, nothing more. This will be a relationship built on survival, nothing more. Once we are free of the Sassenach, we will go our separate ways. Lifting her head high, Isla said nothing more. Finlay could sense that she was once again reserving herself and embraced the silence as Isla held the intention of keeping this a relationship forged and defined solely by survival. But somewhere deep down inside of her, a morsel of Isla knew that she was fooling herself. Chapter 7. The caravan stopped in the middle of a dip in the valley as the sun was setting in the west. A weariness hung over most of those in the clan, with Finlay, Denholm and Isla still holding on to a significant amount of energy, eager to continue their trek as far away as they could from the Sassenach. Time was of the essence, their plight to outrun Lord Henry growing more dire as time dragged on. "Denholm," Isla said as she slid off of her saddle, "grab my 2 men. We need to scout the area. This territory is unfamiliar." "Aye," Denholm said. "Take a moment to rest, sister. We still have a long way to travel." Isla looked to Gavina, her body hanging limp in Denholm's arms as she rested her fatigued and sleep-saturated head against his shoulder. Denholm carefully handed Gavina over to Isla and dismounted his horse, his eyes scanning the horizon behind them for any signs of approaching noblemen. "How are your wounds?" Isla inquired, pointing to Finlay's chest. He nodded. "Aye, they are healing well." "I'd be happy to take a look, only if you wish." Finlay hid a smirk, knowing full well that the woman who had tended to him during his recovery was more than well equipped to check on the progress of his healing over Isla. He could not help but think that Isla had ulterior motives in mind with her proposal, but was nonetheless intrigued and excited by the fact that she was attempting to get him behind closed doors. "Aye," he said, "that would be helpful." One of the women came up to Isla and offered to take Gavina to join the rest of the travel-weary children yearning for slumber. Isla handed over Gavina after gently placing a kiss on her forehead, Gavina placing her head comfortably in the woman's bosom as they walked away. For a moment, Isla found herself projecting her hopes and her fears onto her younger sibling. "Would ye care to take a walk?" Finlay inquired. Isla gave the subtlest of nods as she lingered toward her clan, everyone dismounting and setting up camp as she took note of the tall mountains flanking them on both sides, the dim, golden glow of the sun cutting through a peak and painting the entire valley with a rich hue that only God himself could concoct. Finlay came up beside Isla, mesmerized by the display of beauty in front of them, and seeing golden rays of light adding a glow to her already stunning and encapsulating features. "It's quite bonny," Finlay remarked, hoping that Isla would think he was taking notice of the surrounding scenery when, in fact, he was speaking of her own beauty. "It is," Isla said, for once appreciating the land that she was fighting to protect. "Me father met me mother not far from this place. He was fleeing from a nobleman who was trying to wed me mother." Isla turned her head. "Lord Henry is attempting to do the same with me. Part of me thinks that I have endangered me people due to his infatuation. Ye cannot blame yourself for that madman's intentions. It still does not take away the danger that currently faces them. I do nae proceed to tell ye how to go about leading your people, but I can tell ye that dwelling on the elements that ye canna control will only lead to bouts of madness. Trust me, it happened to me brother. It leads to mistakes, and mistakes can end up costing lives. Isla turned on her heel, her arms crossed and her defences somewhat lowered as she said, "How did Lord Henry end up tracking down your clan? You do nae have to tell me if you don't want to." Like I said, mistakes were made. Me clan thought we could confront Lord Henry and his legion head on. We mounted an assault on his camps in an attempt to dwindle down his numbers. Obviously, we were mistaken. He sighed, hands on his hips as the last vestiges of light began to recede behind the mountains. Lord Henry, as well as the rest of the Sassenach, are attempting to take over every inch of Scotland at whatever cost necessary. Any Scotsmen with breath in their bodies are aware of this. Finlay held up a finger. Aye, but there is an element to Lord Henry's approach that leaves him with a disadvantage. Me brother learned of this after countless interactions with his men. His arrogance. Lord Henry is a fool. He is not a man. His sole purpose is to pillage these lands to satisfy his urges. Again, Finlay bared. This is the plight of all of the Sassenach. Their greed drives them. They care about nothing but the expanse of their empire at all costs. The problem is that Lord Henry's father, Earl Simon, is one of the most diplomatic and intelligent men to have infiltrated these lands. His son is a disease, a court jester with an unquenchable lust and appetite for gluttony that is slowly driving Simon to the brink. There is only so long that Henry can continue with his campaign before Simon sends him away. Or worse. Isla absorbed the new knowledge as a chill licked at the back of her neck. She began rubbing the back of her neck, warming her goose skin, and pressing together the cleavage in front of her, the milky and soft quality of her skin sending a flutter through Finlay's body, and reminding him of how long it had been since he last felt the touch of a woman. "You're saying," Isla said, "that if Henry continues down the path he is going, that it will ultimately lead to his own destruction?" Finlay nodded. "Aye, one can only hope that it happens soon. Ye are implying that there may be a method to facilitate this. Ye are saying that ye think that there may be a way to push Henry in the direction of making a foolish mistake. Aye, but what that looks like, I do not know." Denham approached from the rear, the majority of the camp now set up near a creek bed, as two of them began kindling a fire to prepare a meal for the clan. "I have 2 men, headed toward the east," he said. "They will stay on the outskirts of the camp to keep an eye out for any signs of the Sassenach. Gavina has also been put down. She is resting with the rest of the children." Isla nodded ahead of her, to the west, toward a rise in the terrain that dipped sharply, down about 200 yards away. "What is on the other side, Denham?" "I cannot say, sister. I am willing to take another man and look." Isla's eyes then turned up to Finlay, a sly smile forming as she uncrossed her arms, turned toward her steed and said, "I believe that Finlay Baird and I are more than able to handle this. Are we not, Finlay?" Finlay returned the smile. "Lead the way, me lady." The hoofbeats of Finlay and Isla's horses pounded in rhythm against the terrain. Night had fallen, and the twinkle of the stars overhead and the moon centred high in the sky offered a cascade of silver illumination throughout the land. "Oh, Finlay Baird!" Isla taunted, her horse a few yards ahead of his. "I thought you were an able-bodied rider." Finlay shook his head, the dip in the terrain leading toward the unknown location on the other side, straight ahead of them. He played into Isla's taunts, bucked his horse, and started racing Isla towards the decline in the terrain. The two of them, though they weren't aware of it, were smiling. In many ways, it felt like the early stages of courtship. two young people of the Scottish Highlands, indulging in nothing more than each other's company, and temporarily escaping from the harsh realities that lived with them on a day-to-day basis. Finlay was hot on Isla's heels as he struggled to gain on her. There was no showmanship, no attempt to let her think she was besting him. The fact of the matter was that Isla was, as many people had stated it before, a formidable opponent. They descended through the dip in the terrain, the road beneath them narrowing and snaking down adjacent to the creek bed that started back at the encampment and slowly began to expand into a river that split in 3 directions and infiltrated the base of the mountains off to the right. Once Finlay and Isla emerged into the riverbed, they came to a halt and found themselves staring in wide-eyed amazement at one of the most serene and pristine sights they had ever seen in the Scottish Highlands. An open expanse made of the greenest grass, lit by the wind and shimmering under the bright moon above. "I have never laid eyes on this before," Isla said, smiling with glee, feeling much like she did back when she was a wide-eyed youth in the vein of her sister Gavina. Finlay nodded. "Aye, neither have I." They scanned around and saw the mountains ascended to nearly impossible peaks, the waters near there crystal clear and churning with a pleasant rhythm. It was paradise, their own virtual Garden of Eden, untainted by the company of others or the despicable Sassenach. Finlay gestured toward the east. "This area of land seems to stretch on for some distance, milady. Miles, it seems." Isla perched forward on her saddle. "If memory serves, I believe this land to stretch all the way towards the coastline. I must consult with Denholm in regard to our route. This appears to serve as a shorter route to our final destination." "Where is that, milady?" "Father called it Salvation. The area of land on the map has nay a distinct name. It is a part of land untainted by the Sassenach, ripe with Highlanders like us, and other clans that outnumber men like Lord Henry 10 to 1. The two shared the silence, the trickling of the river a pleasant distraction as they gazed up at the stars and felt their tensions and worries slipping away. "Should we return, milady?" Finlay inquired. Isla, still beaming, shook her head. Nay, no. I want to stay in this place for a moment." She dismounted her horse, moving toward the water as Finlay followed suit. They strolled up the right flank of the river, Finlay with one hand resting on the grip of his sword as he kept an eye out for any suspicious activity or men in chainmail. "Ye said you were engaged to be married," Finlay said. "Aye?" A nod. "Aye. He was a good man. He paid with his life for standing up to Lord Henry on me behalf. Had it nae been for him, I might have been slaughtered by Lord Henry's hand some time ago." She shook her head. "I cannae help but think of how things may have turned out if he were still alive." "Ye cannot focus on what could or should have happened, milady. It is best to live in the present." "Ye are filled to the brim with advice, aren't you?" Finlay bared. A shrug. "1 or 2 good words of wisdom trickled down from my mother's lips." Isla took a step toward Finlay. "I feel they might have made you arrogant." Finlay took a step toward Isla. "I like to think that they've kept me alive." Isla once more felt the tug in the pit of her stomach, that indefinable feeling that drew her toward the ruggedly handsome Highlander in front of her. "What is it?" she pondered as she stared into his steel blue eyes, shimmering and glinting like the broadsword stuffed into his sheath. "Why can't I explain what it is that I am feeling?" "What is it, my lady?" Finlay inquired after a few moments of silence had passed. Isla waved him off. "It is nothing more than fatigue," she stated. "I have endured more than my fair share of adventure in some time." Finlay's heart began beating faster, the two of them moving closer together. "Why can't I help this?" he thought. "Why can't I stay away from this woman?" The indefinable magnetism that drew them together was intensifying, their primal urges and desires causing their skin to flush and their breathing to increase in intensity. neither could help it. The yearning that now stirred inside both of them was beginning to take hold, and forcing them closer together despite their internal monologues and debates. "You are trembling," Finlay said, reaching out and slowly taking Isla's hand into his. For Isla, it felt like she was under some kind of spell, as if she had partaken in one of the potions or tonics crafted by one of the villagers to help soothe pain or induce sleep. She couldn't explain it, the tingling sensation running through her body, causing her to shudder from the crown of her head all the way down between her legs. Nay, Isla thought, I have people to lead. I cannae do this. Isla broke free and turned back toward her horse. "Come, Finlay Baird," she said. "We must return to camp." Finlay, slowing his breathing and shaking himself out of his trance, corrected his posture, drew a deep breath, and said, "As you wish, my lady." The two then rode back to the camp in silence, both of them maintaining a respectable distance from one another as they tried to stave off the feelings and urges that, deep down, both of them knew would inevitably bring them together. It was only a matter of time. Chapter 8. Several hours had passed, and the encampment en route to their salvation in the Scottish Highlands was allowing themselves a brief reprieve to indulge in the vices that took the edge off of living. Most of the clan was gathered around a roaring fire in the centre of the camp, nearly every grown man and woman in attendance sharing mugs of ale, and spiced meats that sizzled on the pans positioned in the centre of the flames. The moon hung high in the sky, and those who were fortunate enough to have a significant other were closely huddled together and whispering promises into each other's ears of the things they planned on doing once they slipped away back into their tents. Seated across from each other and occasionally stealing a glance through the flames were Isla and Finlay, half drunk on several mugs of wine and surrounded by their respective sexes as they went about masquerading that they weren't thinking of the other. The tug began in Finlay's loins, making him more anxious as time went by, and the striking eyes of Isla taunted him like a jester. "Damn it," he scolded himself, "do not let this woman get the better of ye." Isla, struggling to stave off the feelings rising in the pit of her stomach, felt herself fighting against the liquor coursing through her body as the indefinable magnetism that drew her to the rugged Highlander across from her grew more intense by the second. "Stop," she told herself. "He is just a man. He is not special. Yeah, are being a child, infatuated by nothing more than feelings meant for juveniles." But both of them knew that their words were now fruitless. Whatever was going to happen between them was going to happen soon. All it would take would be for one of them to make the first move. It was inevitable. Denham, well past the point of drunk, with a belly full of ale, stumbled over his feet and hooked his arm around Finlay. "Finlay Baird," he greeted with a belch, the liquor on his breath hitting Finlay like a hot wave in his face. "It is a privilege and an honour to have ye in our company." Denham then thrust a freshly poured mug of ale into Finlay's hand, Finlay shaking his head and knowing he was well past his cut-off point. "It is a pleasure to be in your company, Denham," Finlay replied, placing the mug to the side, as he caught yet another sidewise glance from Isla across the fire. Denham belted out another laugh and half smothered, half embraced Finlay. "Please," he said, "ye must regale us with tales of your plight." Isla began to stand, shaking off the women giggling next to her as she moved toward her tent and made it a point to make eye contact with Finlay. "My God," she thought, drawing a deep breath and feeling that proverbial fluttering in her chest return. "What am I doing?" Finlay saw the glimmer in Isla's eye, the beckoning, the fire that was now burning bright inside of her and calling for him to help kindle it. "My God," he thought, "what am I doing?" Finlay stood as Denham continued on with whatever anecdote he was entertaining the fellow men of the clan with, and slipped away, no one taking notice as he followed after Isla, but made sure to keep a conservative distance. Both of them moved away from the campfire, far enough away that the jovial festivities and camaraderie was but a faint murmur. Just outside of the opening to her tent, Isla stopped, debating and fighting internally one last time to call herself away from a situation she knew she had already made a conscious decision to enter. Finlay, no more than a few feet behind her, waited for Isla to give him some kind of sign, some kind of gesture to allow him to take her into his arms and please every inch of her body. Isla turned her head toward him, slowly looking at Finlay with a pair of eyes saturated with lust and yearning and passion. She then entered her temporary dwelling, slowly removed the shawl draped over her shoulders and hugged herself to stay warm until Finlay could assist. Finlay followed in a few moments later with a cautious pacing in his steps, his head hung low and remembering the lessons taught to him by the wise women in his life to allow them to give the necessary permission. Isla turned and faced him, both of them a few feet apart and drawing anticipatory breaths as the low rumble of the gathering near the campfire filled the air around them. And then Isla laughed. Finlay felt his heart drop into his stomach. "I apologise, milady," he said solemnly. "Have I offended ye?" She stepped toward him, her skin feeling hot and tender to even her own touch. "This is madness," she replied, shaking her head repeatedly. "I do nay know ye, yet I cannae help fae feeling this way." He stepped toward her. "Ye keep saying these things like it will stop what we both know is going to happen." "And what does that look like?" she teased. They were toe to toe, their chests huffing and puffing and filling the air with a tension that both knew could only be relieved one way. Finlay, creeping his hand slowly toward her arm, stroked her skin gently with 2 fingers and sent a shiver up Isla's spine. "You're cold," he said. "The night air causes ye to tremble." Isla nodded, her lips parting, and a sweet aroma wafted from her open mouth in Finlay's direction. "Then warm me," she pleaded, her body feeling like melted butter, her normally defensive state lowered as she half collapsed into Finlay's arms and felt his lips make contact with hers. The world spun for both of them, their hearts beating in rapid sync as their bodies entwined in an embrace, and Isla moaned from the sheer bliss of giving into her primal instincts. Their lips danced, slick yet firm, as they explored each other's mouths and felt themselves lost in the revelry of it all. Finlay kept a strong yet gentle grip on her arms, Isla hooking hers around his neck and running her fingers through his hair as her knees started to go weak. She leaned back and pulled Finlay to the floor, Finlay's massive and sinewy body now straddling hers as he kept a hand beneath the small of her back for support. As soon as they were lying on a small pile of furs near the base of her cot, Finlay let his hand move in an aquiline motion downward toward her hips, exploring the curves as they formed into her firm yet soft buttocks. Once his hand found a firm grip, Isla wrapped her legs around Finlay's waist and began pulling at her clothes like they were on fire. "Off," she pleaded. "All of them. Take them off." Finlay obliged, removing Isla's clothing in a flash and burying his face into her bosom, the sweet and tender quality of her skin like a warm blanket marinated by the finest and sweetest spices, as he kissed her from her neckline down to her bare chest, each kiss planted on her sending a shockwave through her body that caused her to tremble in the most pleasant of ways. For a moment, Isla thought her heart had exploded, and the sheer moaning that she cried out echoed through the tent and drove Finlay to the brink of madness. She ripped at his tunic and fumbled to remove the garments attached to him from the waist down, searching for his manhood and gripping onto the stiffness with a tight grip that sent a shudder through his body. Neither of them could wait any longer as they tore off the last strands of their clothing and entwined their naked bodies around each other, Finlay pinning Isla's arms above her head as they broke their passionate kissing and stared deep into the vibrant hues of each other's eyes. They waited a brief moment, enjoying one another, living in the wonderful respite of the moment for as long as humanly possible. Can he wait any longer?" Isla said, feeling as if the aching between her legs would cause her death if she did not satisfy herself. "Please," she moaned, "please." Finlay, gentle but firm, placed himself inside of Isla and saw her eyes light up as a wonderful euphoria overcame every inch of their bodies. They thrust in unison, both of them grinding and feeling a delectation that was almost indescribable as the soft furs underneath them tickled at their bare flesh. After a few moments of gyrating in unison, Isla pushed Finlay playfully off of her and mounted him, now pinning his arms above his head as she ground away on his waist and saw his eyes flutter from the pleasure. The rhythm of their lovemaking increased, both of them feeling like time itself was slipping away as they breathed harder and faster with each moment that passed. Isla cried out her approval, feeling that rising sensation emitting from between her legs and filling her body before both of them, in unison, felt their bodies release a wave of sensations that forced them to collapse onto each other and pant heavily from the amount of exertion. Still on top of Finlay, Isla rested her forehead, gently peppered with perspiration against his, and stared him deep in the eyes. It felt like an eternity for the both of them as they slowed their breathing and held on to the moment for as long as humanly possible. He smiled. She smiled. "Kiss me," she said. "Kiss me one more time." Caressing her flushed skin with his hand and appreciating every inch of the beauty before him, Finlay lifted his head, pressed his lips to hers, and kissed her with a gentle but nonetheless potent fury that Isla would never forget in a million lifetimes. Chapter 9. Lord Henry felt the throbbing in his head approaching an untenable stage. His excess indulgence of wine over the course of several hours had made his already agitated state more exacerbated than normal, and as he rubbed his temples and licked his dry, cracked lips from the stress, he rolled his eyes with disdain as his man Gregor entered the room and said, "My lord, word has arrived from your father." Hunched over his polished table positioned in his overly elaborate tent, Henry replied, "Tell me that the old man has finally departed from his mortal coil." Gregor hung his head. "Quite the contrary, my lord. Word has been sent down that your father will be arriving in these lands in 2 days' time." Henry felt the pounding in his skull, quickly subsiding as Gregor's words hit him harder than a blow from a broadsword. "I pray," he said, standing from the desk and looking at Gregor with nothing short of scorn, "that this is you attempting to employ a sense of humour." "The words I speak are true, my lord. The Earl has learned of your—" Gregor held his tongue, scared out of his wits, to use the word failure in front of a man who had been labelled as such the entire span of his existence. "Delay in securing the land you were sent to hold dominion over." Henry approached Gregor, his pink skin somewhat glistening with a sickly layer of perspiration, as he showcased his yellowed teeth in a sardonic smile. "My father lacks the knowledge that men like myself possess. He does not possess the understanding of how cumbersome it is to occupy and rule such ghastly and barbaric lands filled to the gills with peasants and savages. Nonetheless, my lord, he has sent his messenger to personally deliver his bidding from the homeland." Lord Henry diverted his attention to the opening of his tent, his face now slack with fear that only his father could instill. He is here? Now?" A nod. "Yes, my lord, he awaits your company as we speak." Henry dabbed at the sweat on his brow with the back of his hand, smoothed his ruffled and thinning hair, and puffed his scrawny chest as far out as he could, somewhat exaggerating his posture in a manner that would have had Gregor laughing if he did not possess the reserve that he had. Outside of Lord Henry's regal and sprawling tent, a young man dressed in the finest silks and tunics that royalty could afford stood at attention next to his mare and gave the subtlest of bows to Henry as he emerged from his tent. "My lord," he said. "I come with tidings from Earl Simon of—" Henry held up his palm. "Spare me the formalities. The wine I've consumed will have none of it. So, please, what messages do you bring from my father?" The messenger tilted his head. "So be it." "Your father," he said, "the Earl has sent me to bid you the following." The messenger pulled a piece of rolled-up parchment from his leather satchel, unfurled it, and began to read the words with a studious inflection. "My dear Henry, it has come to my attention that you have not secured the area designated by the King for our campaign through the Highlands. While certain delays are to be expected, the amount of time that you have taken improperly taking reign over the land has resulted in countless expenditures of our resources and wealth. Alas, your most recent request for reinforcements, and the rather surreptitious nature surrounding the untimely death of several of your men, do not bode well for your current situation. That being said, I have taken it upon myself to ride to your encampment to further discuss these issues with you in person." The messenger then rolled up the parchment, placed it back in his satchel, and stood back at attention. Lord Henry, flashing the wryest of smiles with a slight roll of his eyes to accompany it, said, "Is that all?" A nod from the messenger. "Yes, my lord. That is the message from the Earl in its entirety." Henry placed a hand on Gregor's shoulder. "Do you see what I am saying, my good friend? The Earl, a man who has never stepped foot outside the castle walls in well over 10 years, has deemed it fit to tell me, a man of action, of what course to take in the pursuit of the expansion of the kingdom." He looked at the messenger. "Tell my father that we will have all the necessary arrangements ready for his arrival." "Understood, my lord. The Earl will be arriving in less than 2 days' time." With that, the messenger mounted his horse, bucked, and tore off toward the west in the direction of Earl Simon's encampment. Lord Henry watched as the messenger rode away, his forced smile melting into a frown as he clutched onto Gregor's shoulder and squeezed. "Get me my steed." Gregor arched an eyebrow. "My lord!" Henry's eyes became glossed over with a lethal glint. "My horse, damn you, now!" The messenger was 200 yards away from Lord Henry's camp, somewhat relaxed and enjoying the few hours he would have to himself on his journey back to Earl Simon's temporary outpost. The sun was shining overhead, piercing through the thick, billowy clouds that seemed to expand more as time passed by. After a few moments, the messenger could make out the sounds of what appeared to be another approaching rider on horseback behind him. Slowing his steed, the messenger turned and squinted, a hand above his brow to block out the sun, as he tried to make out the incoming rider. "Hello!" he shouted. "Who goes there?" The rider continued to advance, intention in every beat of his steed's hooves as he perched forward on the saddle. The messenger slowly lingered his hand near the grip of his sword, shaking and worried that he would have to draw the weapon that he had never drawn before. "Oi!" he shouted out to the incoming rider, now only a few yards away. "I say again, who goes there?" Preparing to draw his broadsword, the messenger drew a deep breath, said a prayer, and then felt a rush of relief overcome him when he spotted that it was none other than Lord Henry himself. Lord Henry came to a halt a few feet shy of the messenger, a smile on his face and a pensive look in his eyes. "My lord," the messenger said, "you gave me a fright." Lord Henry held his hand flat against his chest. "My sincerest apologies. You left before I could bid my own tidings, for you to deliver to my father." The messenger stood up straight and prepared to log away the message from Lord Henry so he could recite it to the Earl. "You have my full attention, my lord?" A subtle nod from Lord Henry. "Good," he replied. "Then tell him this." In a flash that the messenger did not even have the time to process, Lord Henry withdrew his sword, raised it in a downward arc, and sliced the messenger from chest to stomach. The messenger, eyes wide and completely perplexed as to what was happening, saw his tunic stained the colour of ruby as his energy left him, and he slid off the saddle in a dead, bloodied heap. Lord Henry, wiping his sword clean of all remnants, did not bother to acknowledge his man Gregor as he approached in a hot and heavy hurry on his horse, from a few yards away. "My lord," Gregor called out, "you rode too fast. Are you—" Gregor felt the words escape him as he laid eyes on the dead messenger bleeding out in the grass. "My God," he said. "My lord, what have you—" Lord Henry pointed the tip of his blade in Gregor's direction. "If you are in the midst of offering up a criticism, my dear Gregor, you would be best suited to keep said criticisms to yourself." Gregor shut his mouth and stared on in horror at the corpse. He had been in the service of Lord Henry for quite some time, and was well accustomed to the man's lust for blood and the carnal elements of life. He was brash, foolish sometimes, perhaps, but the more time that passed, the further he witnessed his lord burrowing himself into the Highlands, had brought forth an irrational state of mind and sequence of events that was starting to disturb Gregor on a daily basis. Gregor knew well of his lord's lust for the woman, Isla, and the unquenchable appetite he had for her was starting to lead him down a road he feared they both would not return from. Gregor swallowed his fear and nodded to the corpse of the messenger. "The Earl will be looking for him if he does not return soon." Lord Henry shrugged. "We shall tell the Earl that the Highlander we were pursuing was responsible. Order 2 of the men to ride to his encampment to tell him the news. After that, I want you to order a scout to set about finding the encampment of my dear Isla. Understood?" Gregor, still stunned, stared at the body of the messenger as his once pink skin started to turn into an ashy white. Lord Henry, growing ever impatient, held up his sword and pointed the tip in his right-hand man's direction. "Now, Gregor," he said, no sense of negotiation in his tone. Gregor nodded, turned his horse, and prepared to head back to the encampment. "As you wish, my lord." As Gregor rode off, Henry placed his sword back in his sheath, took a breath, and reminded himself that no one would stand in the way of him taking his future bride, not even his own father. Chapter 10. The next morning, when Finlay and Isla awoke, Isla had already left the comfort of her tent and set about mingling with the members of her clan as they packed up their belongings and prepared for the second day of their journey to the farthest reaches of the Highlands. Finlay felt his hand searching for her warmth as he awoke, still lost in the memories that had been made the night before, as a pleasant chill from the wind infiltrated the tent and slowly brought him to his senses. "Isla," Finlay said, just shy of a whisper. After realising that she was not in his company, Finlay dressed himself and slowly emerged from the opening to the tent to make sure that no one outside was lurking around. With everyone in the camp occupied from packing up, he made his way to a small huddle where Isla was addressing all of the able-bodied men like she was commanding a military operation, which, in a way, she was. Keeping a safe distance, Finlay waited in the rear as Isla coordinated her people, admiring the strength of the woman he had come to know and love so tenderly the night before. "We have a 2-day ride ahead of us," Isla said, her arms crossed and chin held high, doing her best to embody the mannerisms of her father. "I cannae stress how vigilant each and every one of you must be during our journey." She puffed her chest. "The Sassenach draw closer with every minute that passes. Lord Henry and his minions will do everything they can to make sure that each and every one of us is slaughtered without a second's hesitation." Solemn looks overcame the men as they gripped onto the heels of their broadswords and hoped to one day return the pain that had been bestowed upon each and every one of them from the Sassenach. Their hearts were heavy, grim, and forlorn faces hidden behind thick beards, and physiques were somewhat weakened by thoughts of those they loved and lost. Isla, stepping forward, looked at the red-haired man directly to her right. "Sean," she said, "ye have lost more than I can tally. Much has been taken from you." The man named Sean hung his head as his brother next to him placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. All of ye, Isla continued, her gaze moving from one man to the next. He suffered more than any man should bear, but we must not give in. We must fight to take back our land and create new memories and a new place for the future generations of Scots. That be our only option, our only choice. Forget not your strength, your conviction, your sense of duty, but make the intention here and today to no longer allow ye or your people to be ruled by the tyranny of men, the likes of Lord Henry. She stood tall, proud. Today is that day, the day in which we take back our lands, our freedom. Grunts and nods of approval were passed around the camp, a new sense of optimism found among the clan as they patted each other on the back and shouted out, "Aye!" in approval. "Finished dismantling the camp," Isla said, clapping her hands together. "The time to move is soon." The men bid their lady good tidings, dispersed, and went about setting up the caravan. Finlay, approaching Isla with a cautious and somewhat bashful step, looked Isla square in the eyes. "Quite a speech, me lady." She shrugged as she turned away and walked toward the other side of the encampment. "Aye," she replied. "A man I recently came into contact with inspired me to, how does one put it, rally me people. They look to ye new. Words of encouragement have led and won revolutions many a time before. Hence why I found it necessary to speak to them how I did. You were right, Finlay Baird. I can possess me. Doubts and fear, but it is not safe if me people know of them. It will inspire turmoil, nay, hope." They rounded a corner, caught in a blind spot of the camp behind a wheel wagon currently unattended to. Checking over both shoulders to see that the coast was clear, Isla reached forward, grabbed Finlay by his furs, and planted her lips passionately on his. The two felt their hands moving over different parts of each other's bodies as they embraced, once again lost in a moment shared only by the two of them. "Careful, me lady," Finlay said as he slowly parted his lips from hers. "Ye have already ruined half of my clothes last night." Her arms around his neck, Isla let out a light laugh. "Forgive me, Finlay Baird. Something has overcome my senses since you arrived in our encampment." Finlay nodded, caressing her cheek with his finger, and feeling his heart warm at the tender quality of her skin. "The same," he said. "I cannae explain it." Hearing the noise of an approaching member of the clan, the two broke the embrace and stood a couple of feet apart, waiting for the clan member, hoisting around a crate of food that he loaded into the wheel wagon, to leave before Isla said, "I dinna want to dictate or try to predict the future," she said, "but if ye—" She began to blush, holding her hand to her mouth as Finlay started to beam. "What is it?" he asked. It took her a moment to reply. "I cannae say for certain. I am not sure what it is that I am feeling." Finlay nodded reassuringly, himself searching for words and a way to express the storm of emotions brewing inside of him. As his gaze wandered to the hills off to the right, about 200 yards from the camp. As he opened his mouth to offer Isla some solace, Finlay made out the outline of a rider on a pale horse, pacing to and fro on a ravine. His eyes went wide. He gritted his teeth. Isla could sense the dismay in his demeanour as she looked to her right and said, "What is it?" Finlay was already moving away toward his steed. "It's begun," he said. "That bastard, Henry, has already arrived." The scout that Lord Henry dispatched to locate Isla and the members of her clan had taken a shortcut from the designated route provided to him by Henry's right-hand man, Gregor. He had ended up stumbling across the camp 2.5 hours after departing, and found himself elated when he saw, from the top of a ravine, a small collection of brutal and savage Highlanders in the midst of disassembling their camp. "Splendid," the scout said to himself, unfurling a piece of parchment to jot down notes on how many people he was laying eyes on. "The Lord will revel in this. I will win favour with him after this, undoubtedly." Distracted, his head hung low, and unaware that a Highlander by the name of Finlay Baird had seen him from deep inside the encampment, the scout took a tally of everything he saw to provide a thorough report to his lord. By the time he raised his head to get another glimpse, he heard the approaching rumble that was the undeniable beating of hoof prints approaching his direction from the light. "Oh, hell," the scout cursed, searching for the source of the hoofbeats. By the time he had laid eyes on the source of the noise, the scout spotted 2 men bearing down on him from 50 yards away as they descended their terrain toward his position. Securing the reins on his horse, the scout kicked at the sides of his steed and turned back in the direction he had come. "Stop!" one of the men on horseback shouted after him. "Stop, ye Sassenach bastard!" The scout did not bother to turn or look as he gripped tightly on the reins and cursed at the steed to move faster than the animal was able. He rode for a half-mile, the men behind him closing the distance with each moment that passed as the one with the red beard flanked him on the right, and the man known as Finlay Baird flanked him on the left. Knowing he was out of options, the scout began reaching toward the sword sticking out of the belt on his hip, prepared to defend himself not for the sake of protecting information for his lord, but for nothing more than the sheer preservation of his own life. Finlay, on the man's left, knew from the way the scout was fumbling about, gripping onto his sword, that the man was not one who would hold up well in a sword fight. Finlay knew that, if he engaged the man in a duel, he would have to put him down quickly to stave off the wild and uncoordinated blows the man was sure to take. Searching for a way to take the man alive, Finlay's attention momentarily fell to the grass and the peppering of small rocks and pebbles scattered throughout. Leaning to his right and gripping his thighs onto the saddle with all the strength he could muster, Finlay reached his hand out toward the ground, just mere inches away, scrambling to grip onto a piece of rock as his horse continued to charge forward. Eventually, gripping onto a small and jagged piece of rock, Finlay scooped it up, held it high over his head, and took aim. The scout, unsheathing his sword and preparing to strike at the man with the red beard coming in on his right, raised the sword high and prepared to take a scything swing, but he was pelted in the back of his head and knocked off his horse, tumbling over himself and becoming trampled by his steed as Finlay and the man with him came to a halt beside the fallen scout. Finlay looked up to the man with him. "How did I do, Sean?" Sean grinned, hopping off his saddle and moving toward the somewhat mangled scout, who now sported a broken arm on top of his bruised ego. "Nay bad, Finlay Baird," he replied, crouching down on one knee in front of the scout. "Poor bastard looks a tad worse for the wear, though." The scout, groaning and mumbling, turned on his back and looked at the brute and terrifying-looking men standing over him. "Please," he said, out of breath, and praying in his head that God would show mercy, "please, don't kill me." "We won't," Finlay replied, "at least not until Lady Isla says so." They then hauled the scout up to his feet, the scout hollering and wailing in pain as they restrained him and returned him to the camp. Isla waited with Denom and a small group of her clan back at the encampment, staring nothing but fire at the scout as he was laid at her feet. Seconds that felt like minutes passed as the man hung his head, and Isla stood over him with the same presence that a giant might give off, scowling and resisting the urge to kick the man in the chin, as she said, "Ye are one of Lord Henry's men, are ye nay?" The scout didn't answer. Isla got down on one knee and tilted up his chin with her finger. "Ye are in a pot of boiling water noo, me dear nobleman," she said. "Let's see what ye know before we turn up the heat." Nodding to her men, Sean and Finlay grabbed the man by the arms and hauled him into Isla's tent. Denom made it a point to grab rope to bind the man as he followed after him, along with a jagged dagger to help assist in getting the man to talk. Chapter 11. Denom struck the scout with such ferocity that it nearly threw the bound man onto his side. Then he shook the pain from his hand as he brought himself nose to nose with the scout and scowled with an intensity that one might associate with a mad dog. I say that we kill the bastard before he has a chance to breathe a single word, he seethed. He deserves nay a thing less. Isla, standing behind Denom, and flanked on either side by Finlay and Sean, held up her palm. That's enough, Denom. We cannae learn anything if we kill this man before the proper questions are asked. Calling him a man is a far stretch from the truth. Denom! Denom stood back, rubbing the soreness from the hand that he had used to strike the scout, and allowed himself a few paces of space. If ye see fit, he said, allow me to be the one who purges this man's putrid soul from the rancid slab of meat that is his body. Outside, Denom, Isla ordered, her tone sounding more like the lady of the clan than an empathetic sibling. Eyes and ears are no doubt attempting to pry into this conversation. Denom left with a reluctant stomp in his step. He didn't like Isla's orders, but he would damn sure obey them. Aye, me lady. Aye. Isla cast a subtle look to Finlay, relaying to him that she would soon need his brawn to elicit the answers from the messenger bound in front of her. Finlay took a stern step forward, staring at the messenger like a wild beast waiting for his pack to give the order to kill. Isla nodded to the messenger. What is your name? The messenger spat on the floor, his thick Sassenach accent saturating his words. Bloody whore. I don't answer to whores. Finlay arched an eyebrow in Isla's direction. May I? Isla took a beat, and then she nodded. With all the force he could muster, Finlay planted a punch on the messenger's jaw and made him think he was staring up at nighttime stars for the briefest of moments. I will ask ye again, Isla said, not disturbed by the sight of violence in the slightest. What is your name? The messenger, his pride and his jaw bruised, took a moment, diverted his gaze and said, Jory Lark. Jory Lark, Isla repeated. My name is Lady Isla of Clan Riley. Ye have been caught trespassing on our lands. This land belongs to the king, Jory interjected. The king, not you savages. Isla said nothing, but Finlay knew that it was his cue to act. He reached out, grabbed the messenger by the throat and squeezed. Ye are one squeeze fay having your throat broken, lad. Answer my lady's questions, or I will kill ye where ye sit. Finlay released his grip on the messenger's throat and stood back. The messenger coughed and drew a breath, his ego now fading as fear started to take a firm grip of his heart. They, he stammered, my people will be looking for me. They will not stop until they find me. And who be they? Isla inquired. Lord Enticknap of Sandford. His father is Earl Simon of Sandford. Isla and Finlay looked at one another, chagrined but not stunned at all by the messenger's claim. Where is their encampment? Finlay asked. Tell us where it is. The messenger shook his head. They will kill me. I will kill ye. Finlay let his hands fall to his sides, so his tree-root-sized arms would be on full display to the messenger. And, believe me, when I tell ye that the way I will kill ye will be far more ruthless and slow than those of your Sassenach masters. The messenger laughed. Fool, our forces outnumber yours by a great stretch. To try and think that you stand a chance is tantamount to nothing short of a slaughter. It is clear, Isla said, that ye do nae ken the will of the Scottish. We will defend ourselves and every last member of our clan with a might ye ha never seen. We will cause so much strife for your lord that the entire collective of your Sassenach army will never want to step foot in these lands again. The messenger squinted, looking at Isla like he was examining a painting. It's you, isn't it? He said with a satisfied timbre. The one that Lord Henry is after. Isla felt her gut turning into a knot, memories of her slain husband flooding her mind with full force. Yes, the messenger seethed. Lady Isla of Clan Riley. As I said, you do not know how desperate Lord Henry of Sandford is to make you his bride. She gritted her teeth. I will never take that bastard's hand in marriage. I would rather die 1,000 deaths and perish than stand by his side. Believe me, the fate he has in store for you will be worse than the one you are proposing." The messenger puffed his chest, leaning forward as his face turned a bitter shade of red. "He will burn these lands, ravage your people, kill every last man, woman, and child standing in his way to see that his will and his wants are fulfilled. You think that you can escape? You think that you can run and hide? There is nowhere that you can go, no place that you will find salvation from my Lord's intentions. You can torture me. You can kill me. You can do everything you can to try and stop the inevitable. But nothing will change the fate that awaits ye. Nothing!" Isla turned away equally fearful as she was enraged by the sight of the messenger and the words that were spilling from his hateful mouth. She took a moment, Finlay offering up silent support with just his physical presence. She knew that he would do whatever she needed to help assist in her plight, and that of her people. She turned back and faced the messenger. "I will ask ye one last time," she said, calm and collected. "If ye continue to refuse me questions, Finlay Baird will see to it that ye live to regret every one of these blasphemous insults ye have offered up here today." She stepped closer, her face within inches of Jory's. "I promise ye," she said in a surreptitious tone, "ye have not seen suffering the likes of which I know that Finlay Baird can bestow upon ye." Jory took another long moment to judge and weigh his options. The man may have been loyal to Lord Henry of Sandford, but he failed to fully comprehend the will and might of the Scottish Highlander standing before him. He shrugged. "Do what you think you must do, you graceless whore." Isla was done with the man's retorts, more eager now to see him suffer than she was to elicit answers. "Finlay Baird," she said in an officious tone. Finlay tilted his chin up, his eyes still level on Jory. "Aye, me lady?" "Get whatever answers you can from this man," she said as she left the tent, "and then break his neck for me." Finlay flexed his fingers and advanced on Jory. "With pleasure, my lady." Jory, his nerves on edge as Finlay grabbed him by his tattered and dirty tunic, said, "You do not scare me, Highlander." Finlay shook his head. "I dae care." He then grabbed Jory, picked him up off the ground like a pile of soiled clothing, craned back his head and smashed his crown square into the man's nose. Jory's nose snapped, blood trickling down and discombobulating him before he was thrown back onto the ground. A sickly gasp evacuated his lungs as Finlay stood back, pivoted, and kicked the man in his ribs repeatedly. "Tell me," Finlay said, reserved and in control. "Tell me where the encampment is." Jory, on the verge of tears, continued to shake his head. "Go to hell, Highlander." Finlay curled his fingers into a fist and caught the man in his jaw, cracking it and further weakening him. It was only a matter of a few more punches before Jory, messenger and scout for Lord Henry of Sandford, would finally depart from his mortal coil. Isla could hear the beating occurring from just outside the tent. Denham stood not far from her, somewhat revelling in the fact of what was happening, though he kept a composed demeanour so that no one would know. They waited for several minutes outside the tent, the groans and protests of Jory increasing as Finlay continued with his inquiry. After a shriek, mumbled voices were heard inside the tent. More composed, less resistance. Denham, his curiosity getting the better of him, moved closer to the flap to eavesdrop. "Vera good," he heard Finlay say to Jory. "Take pleasure in knowing that ye died doing the right thing." "No," Jory offered up in reply. "Please, no." The unmistakable sound of bones breaking echoed through the tent and sent a shudder up Denham's spine. He turned away from the tent, stopped at his sister's side, and said, "It is done." Isla, still composed, gave a single nod. Moments later, Finlay emerged from the tent, a slack look on his face, as he wiped his hands with a piece of cloth he took from inside. Isla turned and faced him, eager to learn what he had learned. The dead man, Finlay said that Lord Henry of Sandford possesses an army of over 200 men. Isla closed her eyes. 200, she thought with a grim feeling overcoming her. We Dane stand a chance against 200. Denham sighed. I Dane wish to add to our growing burdens, he said, but 200 men are impossible odds. Then we get more men, Isla said. How? Denham said. Most of our allies have been slaughtered by the Sassenach. Meist, nay all. Scotland is still ripe with Scotsmen. It is only a matter of finding them. Denham took a step forward. We must flee, me lady. We must leave this place. He looked at Finlay. Did that bastard Sassenach messenger boy tell you how far the encampment was? Finlay nodded. 2 days' ride. He stepped toward Isla. Your brother is right. We must move. Isla closed her eyes. Our supplies are dwindling. The clan requires rest. Scran. Then we will find it. How? Finlay, wanting to embrace Isla but not wanting Denham to know of his newfound relationship with his sister, looked her deep in the eyes. As ye say, we will find a way. We must. We have to... Moments later, Gavina rushed toward her siblings. Denham! Isla! She shouted with glee. I helped Sean fix his arrows. I'm a blacksmith now. Blacksmith Gavina of the Riley clan. A fair name, do ye think? Isla could not help but fall to one knee, embrace her sister and momentarily forget about the overwhelming odds she and her people were now facing. A fair name it is, Gavina, Isla said, brushing a loose strand of her sister's hair out of her face. A fair name indeed. Gavina, sensing the tension brewing between the adults, said, Is all well with you, sister? Everyone looks like they had to relieve themselves. Finlay smiled. Denham stifled a laugh. Isla allowed one to slip through her lips. We are quite all right, my dear. Go now. See if Sean still requires more of your assistance. Aye, Gavina bid Isla as she slipped away, quickly hugging Denham on his leg like she was hugging a tree before retreating. Isla stood, her sister reminding her of why they fight, as she said to Denham and Finlay, We will find more men. We will do whatever needs to be done to win this fight. Dutiful nods were exchanged by both of the men. Come now, Isla said. We must form a plan. She looked at Gavina. Dispose of the messenger's body in the meantime. Burn it. I want his countrymen to smell the cooking of his flesh for miles to come. Chapter 12. Night had once again fallen. Denham, following through with his lady's orders, burned Jory's body after removing it from the tent with Sean, as soon as they were certain that no prying eyes were paying witness. The body burned, the smoke spiralling into the sky with a putrid aroma that only a putrid man like Jory could produce. Once the body was burned, the clan gathered together by a fire, made smaller and in a confined and concealed setting, per Isla's request, so that they didn't flag themselves down to any possible Sassenach lingering in the distance. The group was more intimate this time, with only 5 men, including Denham and Finlay, sitting around the fire in a council-like setting. Every person here was a member of the clan that was trusted, decision-makers who had assisted in the clan's survival for longer than Isla could remember. I ha' asked all of ye here, Isla began, addressing everyone with the tone and presence of the lady of the clan, to discuss our possible options in our plight to be free of the Sassenach. The pensive gazes remained fixated on Isla, ready to do her bidding. Today, she continued, we dispatched of a Sassenach scout and messenger who served Lord Henry of Sandford. Grunts and groans were passed around. Isla held up her hand to stave off any more reactions. Before he was rightfully executed, he informed us that Lord Henry has the control of over 200 men. The group fell silent, everyone exchanging the same nervous tension upon hearing the numbers that the brutal Sassenach lord possessed. Isla looked at Finlay to continue disseminating what he had learned from Jory. The scout, Finlay said, also claimed that Lord Henry of Sandford is holding up at an encampment 2 days' ride from here. They are close, closer than we wish them to be. The raven-haired man with the large gut to the right of Finlay, Lucas, held up his hands in protest. "We cannae handle 200 Sassenach," he said. "With all of the able-bodied men we hae on hand, it only amounts to shy of 50. Those are odds we cannae handle." "I agree with Lucas," James said, a thin man with a head of hair the colour of fire, brother of the man next to him that helped Denholm burn the body, Sean. "In fact, I think we all can agree that these odds are impossible to handle." "Not if we find more men," Finlay said, a laugh from Sean. "And how dare we gae about acquiring them? The Hackett clan, the Donovan clan, those were our allies. No, they are all dead by the hand of the Sassenach. They were our only friends in the Highlands," Isla chimed in. "Every Scotsman in the Highlands is our ally while the Sassenach pillage our lands. Our friends are out there. We simply have to find them." The group fell silent for a moment as everyone thought of their options. "What about weapons?" Lucas asked. "Even if we find men, we still require steel tagie up against Lord Henry of Sandford." An idea crept into Finlay's mind. "I ken," he said. "I ken of a man. I ken of a place we can gae. A blacksmith who is a friend of me father. It is 3 days' ride from here." Lucas said, "The Sassenach are close. They will close in on us before we have a chance to get there." "If we leave as soon as the sun arises," Denholm said, "and not rest for 2 days, it is possible to reach the place that Finlay Baird is proposing." Heads shook. Looks were exchanged. "Ye dae understand how depleted the clan will be if we ride for 2 days straight? Then we work in shifts. We dae what needs to be done." Denholm then levelled his gaze at each man in the circle in succession. "We dae nay have the luxury of allowing ourselves any level of comfort in our current predicament. This moment, right now, is our last stand. Dae ye understand? Dae ye understand that this is the moment that requires every last shred of our collective energy to ensure our survival?" Silent affirmations were passed around. The men in the circle knew deep down that there was no other choice, that there was no other way. From this moment forward, history would be made, and the outcome of the clan, though unclear, would soon come to pass. Isla drew a breath. "We need to chart a course." She looked at Finlay. "I believe ye ken of the best route to do so?" He nodded. "Aye, me lady." "Then ye and I will discuss this matter in private." She looked at her men. "The rest of ye will go about breaking down the camp and preparing for our departure from here in 2 hours' time. I dinna care about how tired the people may be. Let them ken of the urgency." "Aye, me lady," everyone then said one after the other. "Good." She stood. "Then set about making it happen. And please, all of ye, ken that I am proud to have you all serving at my side. Each and every one of ye has served me with steadfast dedication. I cannae think of any other Scotsman I would be proud to call family." Though no one displayed it, feelings of love began to swirl inside the chests of all that were in attendance. Isla gestured around her. "Gae, noo, let's bring our people to the promise of salvation we have been striving for." The men dispersed with only Finlay and Isla remaining. "I pray that I am making the right choices, Finlay Baird." He nodded. "Ye are, me lady. Ye are." She looked deep into his eyes. "Come with me," she said softly. "Show me this place that ye speak of." The map of the Highlands that Isla's father had drawn was flattened against the small wooden table in Isla's tent. "Here," Finlay said, his finger tracing a route in an S shape along the terrain. "This is the route that we must take. It is rough terrain. It will prove to be a challenge for many of the elders in your clan. But the terrain also serves as an advantage. The Sassenach and their forces would nigh be able to follow us. If they did, it would be a fairer fight. But we must move soon, as you said to your men outside a moment ago." Isla nodded, her eyes following the course that Finlay traced with his finger. "We are short on water rations. Are there burns along this route?" A nod. "Aye, milady, plenty of them. I would even request that ye send a couple of the men to Guy Nu to set about fishing in the burns. It will assist greatly with the scran rations." "And our final destination? Where might that be?" "Here," Finlay said, pointing to the furthest corner of the map. "It is unsettled territory. It has been abandoned since a fever broke out in that area over 50 years ago. I am of the mind that it is safe Nu and quite habitable. Either way, it is our only option. The word that has been passed around the Highlands is that a strong number of our fellow Scotsmen has retreated to this area. I imagine we will find the reinforcements we need along the way." Isla allowed herself a moment to go over Finlay's plan in her mind. When she was done and satisfied with the plan, she delicately grazed his hand with her finger, prodding at him gently, like a delicate creature of the wild looking for solace. "I should thank ye," she said. He intertwined her fingers with his. "For what?" "For helping me, people. We would nae be able to go through this without the help ye have given." Finlay shook his head heavy. Nay, ye were plenty capable on your own before I came along. Ye are, Lady Isla. Your father was nae fool when he designated rule over to ye." Then, stepping closer, Finlay leaned down as the two gently pressed their foreheads together. Love passed through them in silent waves akin to osmosis as they stood there. Their breathing was heavy, weary, exhausted. They wanted nothing more than to spend whatever time they had left in the night to be in one another's company. "If I asked ye to kiss me," Isla said softly, her mouth turning up and pouting with an eager and pleading manner to Finlay, "what would ye say to the proposition?" Finlay said nothing. He simply leaned in and kissed her. They became locked in a powerful embrace, almost more potent than the first kiss they shared. It was hard for them not to acknowledge the feeling that whatever fire had been kindled between them was growing more vibrant as the grains fell from the hourglass. The kiss started simple yet passionate, but as they moved their heads and coiled their arms around one another, it started to become intensified. Finlay's hand slowly cupped her face, bringing Isla closer as she felt the desire for every part of her body to simply melt into his arms. Isla's hands rested on Finlay's round and thick shoulders, Isla still amazed at the rock-hard quality about them, as her fingers then stroked downward from his neckline to his waist, where Isla felt muscles that she never before knew existed. And then she gasped as Finlay secured a firm grip on her thighs, lifted her up and wrapped her around his waist. Isla moaned, her eyes fluttering as Finlay's lips explored her tender and warm neckline, each delicate kiss he planted sending a tremor through her body and making her feel as if she would scream from the excitement at any moment. When Finlay finally entered her, Isla did just that. Isla covered her mouth with her hand, shocked at how loud she was, and concerned that someone outside the tent had overheard. Finlay let out a laugh, the two of them sharing a moment of humour before slowing their pace and locking lips once more. They kissed, delicate, passionate, and slow, in no rush as Finlay brought Isla over to her cot, gently laid her on her back, and began to thrust. "Go slow," Isla whispered, wanting to take their time and hold on to every precious second as long as possible. In their current predicament, outside the tent and amongst the tyranny of the Sassenach, they knew that every second lived was a gift. In their intimate moment, Locked around each other and moaning from the sheer and utter enjoyment of it all, the two of them were one, their faces pressed together and bodies gyrating in unison as the crackle of the dying fire just outside the tent offered them concealment for the noise they were making. Eventually, both of them sat up, Isla on Finlay's lap with her arms wrapped around his neck. Finlay used his hands to guide her waist, the two of them feeling sensations that felt even more potent and thrilling than the first night they were together. "Aye," Isla said, nodding her head as she tilted her head back, a free hand running through her hair and adding to the ecstasy. As the rhythm picked up, the climax reared its head, and the two of them completed their physical journey together before collapsing onto their backs. They took a moment to breathe, nothing but sheer fire in their lungs and perspiration coating their bodies as Isla draped her arm across Finlay's chest and felt it rise and fall with his breathing. They sat there, limbs entwined, grins wide. Not a word was passed between them as they slowly drifted off to sleep. There was no need. Chapter 13. Lord Henry had sent for one of his men to fetch a woman, any woman, from wherever they could find her and as quickly as possible. His lust for Isla was starting to take over his more rational mind, his foolish, selfish and vile intentions polluting every decision he made and driving him madder as the days came and went. Inside his tent, arms draped over the oak chair bejewelled with stolen rubies and gems from slaughtered Scotsmen, Lord Henry's face slackened as he pulled up the bottle of rum gripped in his hand and took a long and hard swig that would make most men cough from the harsh kick. "My lord," he heard Gregor call out from just outside the tent. Lord Henry grunted and strove through his drunken stupor to lean forward and hunch over in his chair. "Yes, my good man Gregor," he said with a bite. "By all means, regale me with your presence." Gregor, with hesitancy in his step, as he bowed his head and entered, said, "Your woman has arrived." Lord Henry showcased his yellow teeth. "Send her in, my good man." Gregor bowed, left the tent, and moments later a fair-haired girl with a half-forced smile stepped inside, dressed down in a plain set of cream-coloured commoner's clothing as she stood before Lord Henry, with her fingers entwined. "My lord," she said with a sheepish bow. Lord Henry leaned back in his chair, his head resting sluggishly against the backing as he took a long moment to analyse the woman in front of him. He once more brought the bottle of whiskey to his lips, swigged, wiped it with the back of his hand and said, "Name." The woman tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Caitlin," she said. Lord Henry pouted his lip. "How old are you?" 19. He shook his head. "I said for my man to bring me a person who possessed youth, not the ability to lie." Caitlin swallowed the lump in her throat. "I am 21, my lord." Lord Henry cocked his head and perched forward. "You are English," he said. "I don't sense that detestable Scottish accent in your words." "I am, my lord." "Where from?" "Oxford, my lord." "And how is it you managed to end up here in the wretched Highlands?" She drew a breath. "I was to be wed to a nobleman. He brought me here to stake his claim in an area of the Highlands." "Who was your husband to be? Lord Edgar of Somerville?" She hung her head. "He was murdered by a Highlander not long after our arrival." Lord Henry's smile melted into a frown. That frown then turned into a scowl, and then, after a moment, his drunken haze once again overcame him, and Lord Henry let out a laugh that nearly shook the flaps of the tent. Caitlin squinted in confusion, biting her lip and feeling dismayed at Lord Henry's amusement at the death of her loved one. "Lord Edgar of Somerville," Lord Henry said. "I knew of him. Not much of a fighter. The man had quite a reputation for, how should I put it, never knowing how to keep his tip up in a fight." "Hush!" The laughter continued as Caitlin said nothing. her revulsion towards Lord Henry of Sandford now increasing with each word he spoke. Lord Henry sat up straight, his chin held high as he took on his regal persona. "Turn around," he said. Caitlin slowly turned around in a circle as Lord Henry noted her every curve and feature. She came in a full circle, stopped, and once more looked him in the eyes. "How is it," Lord Henry said, "that a woman meant to be wed by an English lord ends up a whore?" Caitlin's history made her eyes well. She did not want to confess her past to him, but she knew the worst would come to her if she didn't. She began, stammering through her words. "Lord Edgar of Somervale's father, Earl Kingsley of Somervale," she nearly broke into tears, "blamed me for the death of his son. He made me an outcast. He made sure that I did not return to England. I was stripped of everything. I had not a coin to my name or the ability to survive on my own." Lord Henry shrugged, not feeling the slightest bit of sympathy. "So, you hoard yourself to survive. Yes. You move from one Englishman's bed to another for the sake of having a full stomach. A bed. A way to live." "No!" Caitlin said nothing, but it was a confirmation of everything. Lord Henry then stood from his chair, finished off the remnants of the bottle, and smashed it against the wood. He moved step over step, a drunken skip in his walk as he stood in front of Caitlin and stared down at her with a judgmental gaze. Caitlin wanted to recoil. The stench of alcohol on the Lord's breath was enough to make her feel as if she were going to pass out. But she stood tall, doing what needed to be done to further live a life she had never planned on living. Lord Henry smiled, his hand reaching up to cup the left side of her face and drawing her in close with a gentle, careful pull. The pull then became somewhat violent as the hand grabbed a fistful of her hair and cocked her head to the side. "Do you really think," he seethed, Caitlin's eyes watering and trying not to showcase her displeasure, "that I would bed some common English no-name who spread her legs open for more men than a gaggle of the king's dancers? My lord," she offered up in a gasping protest. "Enough. I tire of you. I want nothing that you have to offer." He shoved her away, Caitlin stumbling and falling to the ground. "Get out of here," he bid her with a dismissive gesture. "Find another one of the men to help pay for your meals, whore." Caitlin retreated from the tent, stifling tears and cries with the back of her hand as Lord Henry moved to the polished cabinet near his bed and produced another bottle of expensive rum he had stored amongst a collection. Gregor entered the room as Lord Henry bit the cork with his teeth and spat it to the ground. "My lord!" Lord Henry held up a ring-covered finger to cut his man off. "Next time I ask for company," he said, "better your standards for what that company looks like." A nod. "Apologies, my lord, but it appears we have another problem." "Naturally. Solving crises seems to be the only thing that occupies my time. What is it this time?" "Our scout, Jory, did not return from his ride." "And?" "He is our best scout, my lord. It is uncharacteristic of him not to be prompt. I worry that perhaps he has been captured by the Highlanders. Perhaps worse." Lord Henry took a moment as he pulled another long swig from the bottle. A few more pulls and he would undoubtedly fall asleep with a throbbing head awaiting him in the morning. Lord Henry looked at Gregor with an irked set of eyes. "How sure are you? I do not seek to cause an uproar over nothing more than your bad feelings." "I sent another man to see if he could catch up with Jory. He just returned, and with this." Gregor then produced a small bundle of leathers. "This was from Jory's saddle. It was found on top of a cliff. Our man said that the place he found it in was looking down on an area that had recently been occupied." Lord Henry, gritting his teeth to the point that they felt they might crack, approached Gregor and took the bits of saddle from his hand. He gripped it tight, the leather crunching and twisting in his fist, before Lord Henry threw it to the ground. "Bring him here," he ordered as he turned around. "The scout, my lord?" "Yes, You bloody fool! Gregor retreated quickly and returned with the scout, a bearded man with a relaxed expression, back into the tent. This is the man, my lord, Gregor stated. Lord Henry looked upon the man with an inquisitive gaze. What is your name? Stephen, my lord. Well, Stephen, tell me about what you found. Stephen gestured to Gregor. Same as I told Gregor, my lord. I rode for several hours to try and pick up the whereabouts of Jory. I found bits of his saddle on a cliff that overlooked an area that had been trampled and used by a strong number of individuals. Over 50 in my count from my deductions, my lord. Lord Henry shook his head and held on to his bottle of rum with both hands. Enough is enough, he said. These bloody Scotsmen are sniffing us out. We must move, with all of our numbers in full force. He looked to Stephen. Can you track them? You tilt your head with the arrogance of a man who possesses that kind of skill, do you not? Stephen shifted his weight cockily and smirked. Yes, my lord, I do possess said skills. Good. Then gather the men. We will track them all down and end this once and for all. Gregor took a step forward in protest. My lord, your father will be here soon. He has given us specific orders not to move from this area. To hell with my father. Gregor felt his skin turning hot. He had known Lord Henry for quite some time. He had been the only one who was able to occasionally get through to him when the man wasn't sporting a level mindset. And now, in that very moment, he knew that between Lord Henry of Sandford's lust and greed and gluttony, he was on the cusp of making choices that might endanger them all. Might I have a moment alone in your council, my lord? He requested with a nod and the politest of tones. Lord Henry pondered for a brief moment. He nodded. Gregor dismissed Stephen from the tent and waited for a few moments to pass before moving with intention toward Lord Henry. My lord, he said, I must confess my honesty. Lord Henry took another swig of his rum and plopped back down in his chair. If you are known for one thing, it is speaking your mind, my dear man. Then I hope that you do not find me to be disrespectful when I say that you are not seeing the situation with a clear set of eyes. Lord Henry smiled. My. Do you really think so? I do, my lord, but it is not because you are a fool. Thank you for that sentiment. It is because the stress of this campaign has begun to wear on you. You have been fighting and travelling and commanding for a relentless amount of time. The Earl will be here soon, and we must convince him that your appointment to take over these lands was not a foolish one. Lord Henry felt the sting as he squeezed the neck of his bottle with a vice-like grip as Gregor held his hands together like he was praying. Henry, Gregor said like a friend, just rest now. Allow me to send out a search party for that clan. We will find them, have no doubt. But if you do not take a brief respite, I fear that it may leave you worse off. Lord Henry said nothing for some time as he drummed his fingers on the arm of his chair. His face then went slack, a depleted quality in his eyes as he nodded his head and stood up. Somewhat bashful, he walked up to Gregor and placed his hand on the man's shoulder. You are wise, my friend, he said, sincerity in his tone. You have always challenged me when you felt I needed it the most. A nod from Gregor. I serve you, my lord. You are my closest ally, and dare I say friend. Lord Henry smirked. Good man. He squinted, his tone an octave higher now. But may I be honest about one thing? Always, my lord. Lord Henry leaned into his friend's ear. I hate it when my friends try to challenge my authority. He then smashed the bottle against the left side of Gregor's skull, the alcohol dousing them both and discombobulating Gregor as Lord Henry took a broken shard from the floor, gripped it until it cut his hand, and then he set about slicing Gregor's throat. Gregor then fell and bled on the ground, staring up in wide-eyed incredulity as his lord stepped over him and called out, Stephen? Stephen entered as Lord Henry dabbed at the cut in his hand with a piece of Gregor's tunic that he ripped away at the waist. "My lord," Stephen said, not moved by the sight of the man dying in front of him. "Tell me," Lord Henry said, gesturing to the writhing and bleeding Gregor, "how would you react if I told you that I sliced the throat of the man that is dying in front of you because he said something truthful?" Stephen thought about it and shrugged. "It does not bother me in the slightest, my lord. You are the one who is in command." Lord Henry sighed. "Well, that is all well and good, and the exact kind of quality I want in my right-hand man. So, consider yourself as such." Stephen bowed. "It's an honour, my lord." "Splendid. A wonderful day it must be for you." He nodded toward Gregor. "Dispose of that, and then gather 10 of your best swordsmen." "Yes, my lord," Stephen bid before grabbing the almost deceased Gregor by his arms and dragging him out of the tent. Lord Henry sipped on the last of his whiskey as Gregor's body left a smeared trail of blood in the grass as he was dragged out. The sight of his pale skin, panic-stricken eyes and broken heart not bothering or unnerving him, not in the slightest. A few minutes later, and Stephen re-entered the tent with 10 of the brawniest and most lethal men he had at his disposal, each one standing tall and proud and dutiful, like mastiffs waiting for their master to give them a command. "All of you," Lord Henry began, not looking at anyone directly in the eye, "will hunt down the party that killed Jory. They will have a woman with them who goes by the name of Isla. She is, and I must stress this, the only one who will survive. I want the rest killed and burned until their ashes are carried by the wind into nothingness. Do you understand?" Nods and yes replies were exchanged. "Then go," Lord Henry said. "Find my bride and come back, or don't come back at all." Chapter 14. Isla didn't know the last time the air had smelled so sweet. She knew that it had partly to do with her time with Finlay. Something about their relationship had brought back feelings that she hadn't experienced since she lost her love so long ago. She felt revitalized, hopeful, perhaps. Between the physical love they shared together and the support he had brought to their clan, she felt as if maybe, just maybe, they had a fighting chance at survival. Leading the caravan of her clan with Finlay riding beside her, Isla did her best to hide the smile that seemed to be with her since the wee hours of the morning. It was near midday, the sun high in the sky, and a cool breeze licking at her skin as the caravan descended down a green terrain covered with a light peppering of clouds overhead. Finlay, hiding his own beam, nodded to Isla. "Something seems to be keeping ye in good spirits today, me lady." She shrugged. "Aye, I believe it to be the weather. It smiles down on the clan this day." "Aye, the weather, that must be it." The two exchanged a quick glance before Gavina called out from atop the wheel wagon, behind them being driven by Denham. "Isla," she said, "when can I ride a horse? I tire of being in the wagon with the rest of the children." "Because ye are a child, Gavina," Isla called back tenderly. "Once ye have a few more inches on ye, we shall consider giving you a horse." "What kind of shite is that?" Denham laughed. Finlay laughed. Isla shook her head. "That be the last time ye speak in such tones, Gavina. Just give me a pair of Denholm's boots. That shall make me tall enough to ride a horse." "That's enough, Gavina." Gavina slumped back against the wagon. Finlay then slowed his horse in response, doubled back, and rode alongside her. "Have ye not ridden before, love?" Gavina pouted her lip and shook her head. Finlay looked ahead to Isla, nodded to Gavina, and waited for her permission. Isla nodded back in reply. Finlay reached out to Gavina. "Come, child, ride with me." Gavina descended the wagon with glee and slid in front of Finlay on the saddle. "All right," Finlay continued. "Grab the reins, like so." He showed her how to hold a grip on the leather before passing them over to Gavina. Gavina gripped on tight with her small pale hands the size of a small apple, and smiled with wide-eyed delight. "Look, Isla, look!" she cried. "I am riding!" Isla cast a look over her shoulder and smirked. "Aye, lass, ye are a natural. Watch, I will one day be the fastest rider in all of the Highlands." Finlay playfully nudged the child. "I believe this to be true, my dear." In the rear of the caravan, as Finlay went about teaching Gavina the finer points of riding, Sean, keeping a watchful eye on the terrain, perked up on his saddle as he heard a gathering noise behind him. He halted his steed, turned around, and held a hand over his eyes as he looked back on the area the caravan had just cut through. His brother Lucas rode up alongside him, knowing his brother well and knowing when he spotted something that disturbed him. "What is it?" Sean searched but saw nothing. He was most certain that he heard the approach of incoming horses. "I cannae tell," he said, shaking his head. "Something is not right." Both of them searched and found nothing. "Gay," Sean said. "Inform Lady Isla something is nae as it should be." Lucas wasted no time and rode to the head of the caravan as Sean kept watch. "My lady," Lucas said with haste, "Sean senses that something is wrong." Finlay craned his neck and looked at Sean behind him off in the distance. Sean's demeanour and erect body indicated that danger was imminent. "All right, Gavina," he said calmly to the child. "We must resume this lesson later." Gavina sighed. "Aye," she said, "but do nae forget." "I will not." He looked up at Denham. "Denham, fetch a horse from the caravan. Ride with me." "Aye," Denham said as he ordered a man to take over the duties of driving the wheel wagon. Once Denham was mounted on his horse, he rode back with Finlay to the rear of the caravan and stood there on guard with Sean, Lucas and James. "What do ye see?" Finlay inquired. "Nay, a thing," Sean said, "but I am maist certain I am making out the noise of horses. Very thrawn the noise be." Finlay turned his head up, almost sniffing the air as he felt his anxiety and tension increase as the moments passed. He knew the noise was coming from over the hill, where the caravan had just passed. He knew the options were limited to waiting for said noise to catch up, or check it out in advance before the worst could end up playing out. "We ride together," he said. "Stay close. Be on your guard." The group of 5 tightened their formation, rested a steady hand on the hilt of their broadswords, and began hustling back up the terrain with a quick, yet cautious, rhythm. At the head of the caravan, Isla continued leading her people forward as she looked over her shoulder and saw 5 of her best men dwindle into small blurs of black as they ascended the terrain. She knew right away that something dire was about to play out. Finlay, leading James, Denham, Sean and Lucas down the hill, rode for a short distance before spotting the source of the commotion that James had picked up on. "How?" Finlay said with dismay. "Sean, your ears do nae deceive ye." 10 men, standing in a straight line and dressed in the chainmail and trappings of the Sassenach, came to a halt 100 yards from Finlay and his men with foreboding and chill-inducing postures. "Lord Henry's men," Denham said. "Nae question." "Ye can't say that for certain," Lucas added. Denham pointed. "Look there. Ye can see the house insignia for the entignaps on their tunics. We should slice them all off fae those tunics and burn it with the rest of them." "Patience, Lucas. We must be cautious." Lucas looked at Finlay. "How was it that they found us so fast?" Finlay sighed. "Lord Entignap most likely had grown disturbed after his scout did nae return. We can expect more of this once we dispatch of the men ahead of us." "We require more men in order to accomplish that," James said. "The odds are 4 against 10. "He is right," Denham added. "There are mair of them than us, Finlay." "We can handle it." "Finlay, it is 10 men against 5. Finlay slowly drew his broadsword from its sheath. "Aye," he said, "and they should have brought mair." The men beside him responded by pulling their own swords, their bellies full of fear. but hearts filled with the appetite for vengeance as the 10 Sassenach riders also produced their weapons and began spacing themselves out. "I will take the middle," Finlay said. "Denholm, ye are with me. The rest of you flank the other sides. We will tear these bastards apart one limb at a time." Silence held sway for a moment as both sides waited for the other to initiate the assault. A moment later, the centre Sassenach rider raised his sword, pointed it, and hollered out a primal war cry that caused every man in the vicinity to charge with full force toward their enemy. Both sides charged, the distance closing quickly, and the rage on each man's face coming into closer view. Finlay, tearing up down the centre, raised his sword, connected eyes with the man in front of him, and swung. Finlay's first blow caught the centre man across the chest, tearing at his flesh and knocking him from his mount, where he made impact with the ground and broke his neck. Finlay, though all of the men with him had their individual strengths, was by far the most talented with his sword. He parried and struck and moved with a quick and aquiline stride as he fought, his teeth gritted and muscles rippling under his tunic from the strain. James, on the left, ducked under dual blows from 2 of the Sassenach riders as he removed a hatchet from his left side, spun it, and threw it with a fast and graceful overhand swing that caught the rider directly on his right, in between the eyes. The rider fell from his mount and onto his back, the blade of the hatchet digging into his spine and leaving him utterly paralysed before James finished him off with a blow to the head. James then engaged the other rider, the 2 exchanging blows and parries as the clinking of metal chimed like a church bell. Denholm, exchanging blows with 2 of the riders, grunted, howled, and screamed at them with a wide set of eyes. The rider on his right swung a blade toward his head, Denholm then ducking under and throwing his elbow into the man's nose, where it then proceeded to break. He wore the riders down, clanging steel on his left and right in quick succession, his brawn overpowering to their significantly smaller frames, and knocking the man on his left from his horse. With a backhanded fist, Denholm struck the man on the right and knocked him down as well before dismounting. He engaged both men, working his feet and dodging or countering blow after blow. The man on his left, raising his sword high and exposing his chest, was caught in the sternum with a stab from Denholm's steel, dropping him quickly before Denholm did the same to the man on his right. However, Lucas was not as lucky in his fight. He had managed to keep himself protected and fought off 2 incoming attacks from the riders for some time, but found himself wounded due to his old age and a lung sickness he had never seemed to recover from. He rode in circles around the Sassenach riders, parrying attacks one after the other before feeling the fatigue quickly catching up to him. After a few more exchanges with 2 of the knights, positioned directly in front and facing him was Finlay, all the men fighting now, finding themselves in a cluttered huddle. It was moments later that one of the men attacking Finlay came in from behind him and attempted to behead him with a swing of his sword. Finlay ducked down, and the momentum of the Sassenach swing lopped off Lucas' head in one clean swipe. "Lucas!" Sean hollered as he leapt off his horse, retrieved the hatchet from the man he had killed, and threw it directly into the spine of the man that killed his brother, screaming and hollering and turning a dark shade of red from the rage that had quickly built up inside of him. Finlay, having done away with 2 more of the Sassenach riders, dismounted his horse and saw that every man in the area was now facing off against one another. With 3 noblemen left standing, Finlay, Denholm, and James charged at the Sassenach and engaged, their legs and arms on fire, and sweat coating their bodies like a torrential downpour was hailing from above. Finlay exchanged several blows with one of the men before catching him in the back. Denholm, as one of the men charged at him, planted his boot in the man's chest, kicked him to the ground, and finished him off with a blow to the head. James, full of fire, hate, and fury, struck the last man standing repeatedly before wearing him down to the ground, where he proceeded to beat him with both of his fists. The last Sassenach rider's face was contorted, and completely disfigured by the time James had finished. Finlay and Denholm standing to the side and witnessing the brutality with tight mouths and watchful eyes. The noise died down, with nothing but the mournful cry of James calling out and cutting through the void as only he, Denholm, and Finlay found themselves to be the last men standing. Finlay could not help but note the seething stare that James threw in his direction as they stood with their broadswords still clutched firmly in their grips, no doubt blaming him for the fate that had met his brother Lucas. Chapter 15. It had been 7 hours since Finlay, James and Denholm had engaged the Sassenach riders. They salvaged what weapons and provisions they could from the bodies before catching up with the caravan, informing Isla of what had transpired, and set about burying Lucas's body in the Highlands, where Sean proceeded to weep for some time. That night, a small fire was built, provisions were consumed, and Isla, James, Finlay and Sean once again gathered to hold a council. "Sean," Isla said, a hand on the man's shoulder, "I cannae express my sympathies." "I do nae need sympathy," Sean said. "Enough of that has been offered up. None the less we weep for your brother." "Ye weep? Nay, I weep, tae much so. How long must this continue before no one is left?" "Ye must relax, Sean. This day has been burdensome for ye." Sean stood, somewhat exhausted from the day's events, but still sprightly and eager to take his revenge out on every Sassenach man he could find. He looked at Finlay with an accusatory gaze. "Yeah," he said. "Had ye have nae moved, me brother would still be alive." "Sean," Denholm cut in, "there was nae way of Finlay taken of what was going to happen. It was a fight. They are unpredictable. No one is to blame except for the bastards that took your brother's life." "Lies. He kenned the odds. He kenned that there were more of them than us. Finlay Baird led us in blind to a fight he kenned that someone was bound to perish fae." Sean shook his head, pacing in a circle, and feeling completely at a loss. None of this happened before Finlay Baird showed up. Isla felt disturbed at the thought of Finlay leading a charge with her men, her family, her brother, when he knew the odds were stacked against them. Nonetheless, she tried to maintain her composure. "The Sassenach have pursued us before his presence," she added, acting as if Finlay Baird, somehow brought down a greater threat, is reaching for answers. "But now that he is here, their ferocity has increased tenfold. We are all being killed off, one at a time." His voice became loud to the point that others in the camp were beginning to take notice and looking out of their resting places to get a better look. Isla closed her eyes. "That is enough, Sean. I will nae hae ye inciting trouble." "Nay, I do nae." Isla slammed her fist on the log she was seated on. "Enough." All of those in attendance fell silent at her lioness-like roar. Even Finlay felt himself unnerved by the volume of it. Isla stood, calmed herself, and clasped her hands in front of her. "We all kenned that this was going to happen. It was only a matter of time. Our goals have nae changed, and they will nae change." She looked at Sean. I want you rested. I do not want to see ye before the morning when we break down our camp. I do nae begrudge ye in your current state of mind, but ye will nae cause problems as a result. Is that understood?" It took Sean a moment, but he nodded his contrition. "Gie," Isla said, "pray for your brother, and then ye will rest. Your sword and strength are too valuable to nae here." Sean stood solemn and bowed his head. "Aye, me lady," he said before moving away toward his tent. Isla sighed as she sat back down, her weary face illuminated in the fire and positive sensations she had felt in the morning like completely subsided. It is only a matter of time before Lord Henry of Sandford receives word of what has transpired. We were lucky, my lady. Finlay said. The odds were nay in our favour. Denholm held up his hand. It was your skills that assisted greatly. You took down some of those men with ease. Finlay didn't respond. He was much too humble for that. I am grateful, Isla said, for the courage that was displayed today for all of ye. Her eyes wandered, a perturbed thought nagging her in the back of her mind. Denholm, she said to her brother, may I speak with Finlay Baird alone? Denholm stood. Aye, me lady, he answered before giving her a light squeeze on the arm and moving away. Finlay stood as Isla drifted back toward her tent and picked up on the deliberate distance that she was putting between them. They entered her dwelling quietly, Isla closing the flap behind them as she stood a few feet shy from him and hung her head. What is wrong, Isla? Finlay said, feeling more comfortable now to address her by her first name. It took Isla a moment to find the words. Something troubles me, she said. That is apparent. She closed her eyes. I dinna ken what I am feeling. Try your best to describe it. Isla sighed, trying with all her might to find the words to properly describe the conflicted feelings building up inside of her. Perhaps this was a mistake, she said. Finlay felt his heart beating faster than he would have liked. It was beating not with adoration, but with fear. What is a mistake, my lady? Isla levelled a guilt-ridden look at Finlay. Ye and I, she said, what we have been doing. My intention is to help ye. That is all. It is nae so, Finlay Baird. We both ken that our time together has been more than that. Finlay nodded. He wanted desperately to reach out and rest his hand on top of hers, but he knew that it was a gesture that felt inappropriate for the moment. I am nae certain what it is that troubles you so. It is us. It is your presence. I feel that your arrival here has distracted my leadership and has also brought forth the terror of Lord Henry Enticknap in a way that cannae be measured like it once was. He would have come for ye regardless, my lady. I am aware. But he nae doubt suspects that ye are hiding amongst us. How can ye be certain? A feeling. A feeling. They hae nae betrayed me before, and I fear that this, us, will bring nothing but torment for everyone here. He sighed. I can leave. Nay, she protested, the thought of Finlay being gone driving her mad. I dinna want that. Then what do you want? Isla thought long and hard, but she could not come up with an answer. Finlay shut his eyes. He didn't understand. Things between them had been progressing so well, so naturally. But people were dying. The Sassenach were closing in by the second. In that moment, he couldn't help but blame himself as well. If I had done anything, he said, it has only been for the greater good of you all. I ken. Is it what happened today, my lady? The death of Sean's brother? Ye couldna control that. That is nae what Sean believes. She took his hand into hers. Listen to me, she said, trying to soothe him with her tone. I am grateful for what ye have done. I am. But once my people and I find our new home. She trailed off, her words evading her. But Finlay knew well what she was trying to say. You want me to leave? It took her a long moment to answer. She didn't want to tell him. She couldn't. She knew in her gut he needed to leave, but she just couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. Finlay huffed, hanging his head and willing to do whatever it was that Isla asked of him. I seem to attract the burden of bad luck wherever I go. Please. She shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. Please dinna think that. Yet I cannae help but wonder, my lady. He brushed the tears gently away with a finger. My life has been one filled with too much strife. Perhaps my brother was correct when he told me that my life is one best lived on my own. Finlay then kissed her gently on the cheek, stood, and left the tent. Isla collapsed on her cot, angry at herself and the confusion and overwhelming emotions running through her mind. She felt lost, completely vulnerable, and praying that someone would tell her what to do. Outside, Finlay rested by the fire, never once looking back as he did his best to sort through all the raw emotion. Chapter 16. Lord Henry was given word late in the evening from Stephen that his father, Earl Simon of Enticknap, was just a few hours' ride away, according to the scout they had positioned not far from their encampment. Lord Henry took basic measures to make sure that he was presentable for his father, running some water through his hair and rinsing his mouth with mint water to alleviate the stench of alcohol from his breath. Stephen then organised Lord Henry's men, put the most drunk of them in the back, and set about presenting a line-up of, at least what appeared to be, a loyal barrage of soldiers and servants, standing at attention for Earl Simon of Enticknap with puffed chests, highly held chins, and their commander, Lord Henry, standing at the head of them all with a forced studiousness. 10 minutes passed as they waited, the sound of the incoming Earl Simon and his legion visible from just over the ridge, as Lord Henry felt his temples throb from the incessant liquor he had been gorging on for what seemed like weeks. Eventually, the rumble of the incoming men gathered to a clear wallop, and beating of horses tearing up the earth beneath them. Over 100 men, all of them sporting crisp tunics, chainmail, and armour, approached the encampment, perfectly spaced and flanking the silver-haired man riding up the centre of the pack with a regal and resplendent wardrobe, adorned with the finest jewels and trappings that only a plethora of wealth could provide. Flag-bearers sporting the insignia of the Enticknaps, a dove holding a crown in its beak, held the poles they were mounted on high as the collective group of men all came to a stop. Lord Henry showcased his best, yet still very much yellowed smile, as he approached his father with Stephen positioned directly to his right. "Father," he greeted, his arms held out wide for an embrace. "A pleasure and a privilege it is to see you again." Earl Simon, his manicured features and aged, yet still handsome, features barely cast a glance in his son's direction. "I trust my quarters," he said, "are ready to receive me." Lord Henry gestured to Stephen. "Make sure my father's quarters are prepared and ready." "Had you not done it already, my son?" Lord Henry felt that warm sensation spread through his chest that always arose when his father set about treating him like he was still a young child. It was not a pleasant sensation. Lord Henry more closely associated it with that of bile. He nodded his head. "It has been ready since last night. I just want to make sure that every aspect of your time here will be fulfilled to the highest degree." Earl Simon dismounted his horse and removed his riding gloves. He approached his son as he looked around the encampment, taking note of the slightly dishevelled appearance of a few of the men, spotting the holes in his son's rule of the area of the Highlands he had now felt himself foolish for giving to him. Earl Simon stashed his leather gloves in his pocket, stood tall, and looked his son square in the eye. After a moment, he smiled, somewhat self-effacing when he saw the signs of alcohol abuse in his son's eye. "I thought it rather curious," he said, "when the ledgers of your spending were presented to me. I found it rather odd that so much had been spent on, how was it stated officially, water and health tonics?" "It was, father." The Earl laughed. "I was just unaware that whiskey was a suitable tool for preventative maintenance." Lord Henry said nothing, holding his gaze on his father and doing his best not to break. "Come," the Earl said as he stepped around his son and made his way through the camp. "Let me see with my own 2 eyes what my legacy has become defined as in this area." Lord Henry, one fist clenched, followed after his father as they headed to his quarters set up directly adjacent to his father's. They entered Lord Henry's tent, the Earl looking at everything with an inquisitive and somewhat disgusted set of eyes as he ordered his men to bring in his belongings. "Tell me," he said to his son as he approached the map of the Highlands, sprawled across a table, Where do we currently stand in our current campaign? Lord Henry, having well prepared for the question he knew his father would ask, gestured to Stephen to take the lead. My lord, Stephen said with a bow, we have successfully taken 5 of the 7 areas designated for purging. While the campaign has had some minor setbacks, we are confident, he pointed out 5 areas on the map, that these places can be taken within a month's time. We only require an additional 100 men in order to accomplish this feat. And what, pray tell, happened to so many of the men that were already with you? Sickness has taken some. The fight has taken the others. Over 70 men have died while under my son's command. He squinted at Stephen. And who are you? Where is Gregor? Lord Henry cleared his throat. Gregor was killed by a Highlander not long ago, father. He shook his head, forcing the sadness. A tragic tale, a tragic loss. His death weighs greatly on me. The Earl stared at his son, incredulous and knowing since the young man's birth, when he was being forthright and when he was not. There are 20 men, he said, in your position. 20 lords from the kingdom who were dispatched to take control of this land and restore order. 2 of those 20 have died. Each of them had been given the same amount of men, give or take a handful. He started walking in calculated steps up to Lord Henry. So, how is it, when men like the foolish Lord Kingsley managed to not only accomplish what they were ordered to accomplish, but managed to still retain most of their men when you have lost practically all of yours? Lord Henry felt himself vulnerable as his father's stare cut through him like a hot poker. The Earl was mad, but doing his best to restrain himself even as the muscles in his jaw tightened. He cleared his throat. Fate, it seems, smiles on some and not on others, father. The Earl recognised the words well, having been passed down from his late wife and directly to that of his lacklustre son, as he pointed to Stephen and said, Your name. Stephen. Take leave now, Stephen. I wish a moment alone with my son. Stephen nodded to the Earl, then to Lord Simon, and left the 2 of them alone in the tent. The Earl, moving away from his son and back toward the map, clutched the hilt of his sword with a tight fist. All of your life, he said, you have been nothing but a nuisance to your legacy. Lord Henry opened his mouth. Father! The Earl slammed his fist on the table, his face red and all those outside the tent hearing the impact of the flesh on wood. Quiet yourself, boy, he seethed. You will speak only when I say that you can speak. Do you understand? Lord Henry, mouth shut, hung his head. Do you understand? The Earl screamed. Yes, father, Lord Henry said, somewhat bashful. The Earl shook his head. You have lied to me. You have lied to the highest-ranking members of the kingdom, and your incessant need for self-indulgence has endangered everything we stand for and everything we hope to accomplish. Do you really think that I am unaware or haven't been able to see through the countless charades you have presented to my messengers? Why do you think I am here? I am here to correct the mistakes that you have made, to convince those back home that you will fulfill your word and take control of this land instead of simply killing you for the turmoil and uproar you have caused. He pointed a finger. The drinking, the women, the endless nights of overindulgence that you have drained my resources to fund. Do you take me for a fool, boy? Do you? Lord Henry shook his head. Earl Simon huffed and waved his son off. You have no idea what the king thinks of you, and in turn, me. I am here to salvage what is left of this campaign, and once that is done, you will return home, wed whoever I say, and sit behind a closed door where you cannot do any more harm than you already have. Lord Henry felt the anger resurging in him once again. Thoughts of Isla now lingering on his mind, and his obsession for her that he had deluded himself into thinking was love. "Father," he said, sheepish, "I think I may have a bride." "Oh, yes," the Earl said with wide eyes. "Gregor made it a point to mention the Scottish whore you are so desperately pining after." Lord Henry felt the betrayal of Gregor informing on his father behind his back immediately. In that moment, he thanked himself silently for killing the traitor when he did. "That's right, my boy," the Earl said. "I know all about it. It has been the reason for what has driven you down a road of self-destruction. I find it a ghastly and reprehensible notion that you have risked this," he motioned around the tent, "all of this, for nothing more than a common stable girl who crawled out of her whore of a Scottish mother. They are savages, Henry, nothing more than beasts, and the thought that you wish to lay with one and continue your legacy with her makes me weak at the knees." The Earl then fell silent, his anger subsiding as he slowed his breathing, relaxed his posture, and approached his son. He placed his hands on the boy's shoulders and took on a more paternal tone. "You are young," he said, "and foolish, much like I was when I was your age. I do not begrudge you the need to live and indulge in the vices of life. You are royalty. We usually do not have the ability to have such luxuries. But, as I said, you are royalty, and a king must act as a king, and a lord must act as a lord." He walked back over to the map. "I will take command from here," he continued, "and make sure that these Highlanders and the woman that you seek who is leading them are put down once and for all. The orders that have been given for that by the king are non-negotiable." Lord Henry felt weakened, powerless, his ego now completely put in check by his overbearing father. "And what will I do, father?" The Earl looked up from the map. "Nothing at all. I am your father. You are my son. That means I must protect you from all dangers, even if that means protecting you from yourself." Lord Henry didn't know what to do. He had no control, no ability to negotiate. "Father," he began, I believe that is enough for today," the Earl said, moving toward the flap of his tent. "You will rest here and do as I say when I say, and not move an inch otherwise." He opened the flap and prepared to step out, but looked back at his son and bid him his last words of the reprimand. "No more drinking, no more indulgence. From here on out you will be a model example of the kingdom. Otherwise, I will kill you, and I will not have any shred of regret over the matter. My name, my house, will always come first, blood or no blood." The Earl then departed, the flap of the tent thrown behind him like the trailing of a robe, as Lord Henry stood there with a reddened expression. Stephen re-entered the tent. "My lord," he said, "is all well?" Lord Henry was still consumed by the anger his father had instilled in him, practically shaking from the adrenaline coursing through his veins as he levelled his attention on the map next to him. "No, my dear man," he said, depleted, "all is not well." What did the Earl have to say? Lord Henry waved Stephen off. "What I had expected, and my reaction, though it dismays me, was exactly as I expected as well." He sat on the edge of the table, his gaze drifting as a wry smile formed. "He believes I am incapable of leading. He believes me to be nothing more than a careless child with no other intention than my own selfish devices. He is wrong, my lord." Lord Henry shook his head. No, my father is right. I only care for what pleases me. I only wish to indulge and participate in the things that I wish to. I could care less about his legacy. I could care less about the plight of our countrymen and the king that rules us." He stood up, walking towards Stephen. "No, my dear man, my father is right. I want nothing more than to wed that Scottish bride of mine, despite what the downfall will entail." He placed his hands on Stephen's shoulders, much like his own father had just done to him, and lowered his voice to a whisper. I will kill my father, soon, and then I will take my bride and burn the Highlands down until they are nothing more than ash. What say you, my good man? What say you to this proposition?" Stephen took his time to answer. He was a man, like Lord Henry, who had lived most of his life taking what he wanted and killing all those who stood in the way. He was a knight that belonged to the Earl, and a proposition like this would be one that he, due to his duty, should have been reporting. But he wouldn't. As Stephen showcased his grey and soot-saturated teeth, he bowed his head at Lord Henry, sucked in a gulp of air, and said, "I will do whatever you wish, my lord, whatever you wish." Lord Henry laughed. "Excellent, my friend. Then as it is said, so shall it be." The two then went about conspiring to kill the Earl, forming a plan and then exiting the tent when the Earl called for supper. Lord Henry sat to the right of his father the whole time, smiling, nodding his head in agreement at all of the Earl's statements and speeches, and desperately awaiting the following evening to arrive when he would take the dagger that Stephen gave him and set about burying it deep into his father's back. Chapter 17. Isla couldn't stand the thought of leaving things as unresolved with Finlay as she did. Only an hour had passed since he left the tent, and most of the clan was well asleep. Once she was certain she could hear the snoring, and nothing but the darkness of night was holding sway. She requested for him to come back into the tent. "Are you all right, my lady?" he asked as he entered. She wiped the tears from her eyes and found it almost unbearable to make contact with his. "I am sorry," she said. "I am sorry for all that I must be putting you through." He traced his finger along her red and tear-saturated cheeks. "Do not apologise. You are just doing what is in the best interest for your people. I am so confused. We all are. This is life. Uncertainty is what defines our very existence." She held his face in her hands. "I wish it was simple." She nodded. "I ken, and I dinna relish leading ye on and off with me emotions. I believe." She stifled more tears. "I believe that I have made a mistake laying with ye, with allowing ye inside of me bed and me heart."
Before we continue into the story, do us a favour. Like this video and hit the subscribe button because it helps very much with YouTube's algorithm. If you want the audiobooks ads free, visit our website and select our bundles to save more. Thank you again. Now back to our story.
Finlay had begun to feel the worst pain in his life, the same pain he felt when he lost his first love so long ago. He had lost family and friends throughout countless years of strife and anguish. But no pain was more grueling than that of losing someone he was slowly giving his heart over to. "I dinna want this," Isla said, shaking her head in defiance. "I dinna want to hurt ye." Finlay held up his hand and did his best to stay strong. "Nae mair apologies must be made, my lady," he said. "Ye are right in saying that this is nae meant to be." Isla wiped her tears, swallowed her sadness, and stood like the tall, proud leader of the clan that she was. "When me people and I find our new home," she said, "we must part ways. I ask, and only if ye agree, to stay on until such time to ensure your survival and that of me clan." A dutiful nod from the Highlander. "I understand, me lady. I respect your wishes." He turned around, stopped, looked back. "And I admire ye. I admire your honesty and your drive to do what is right." Finlay then left, for the final time, and left behind his hopes and dreams and the potential romance he had sought out with your Isla. But like many things in his life that had not played out how he had hoped, he accepted it, held his head high, and lived to fight another day. As he left, Isla wept herself to sleep, angry and confused and wishing that everything would just melt away like she did several nights in the arms of her now former lover. Sean was seated on the wheel wagon, not far from Isla's tent, a bottle of wine in his hand that he had hoped would drown out the thoughts of Lucas's death when it actually did nothing more than further fuel the rage. Sean took a hard swig from the bottle when he saw Finlay walking in his direction. The two briefly caught gazes, but Finlay looked away out of shame and attempted to walk past the wheel wagon before Sean shouted out, "Finlay Baird!" Finlay stopped in his tracks. He turned around, hands on his hips and his head hung low. "Sean," he said. Sean took another pull from the bottle and hopped off the wagon, his posture loose and saturated with liquor as he squared off against Finlay. Nothing was said for a few moments as he looked at Finlay from head to toe. "Ye killed many a man in your lifetime, aye, Highlander?" Finlay could see the red stains on Sean's teeth. It almost gave off the appearance of blood from the way they were caught in the moonlight. "This is nay what ye should be indulging in, Sean." "And what might that be?" Finlay shook his head. "Put down the bottle, Sean. You're thrawn right new. You're still mourning the death of your brother." Sean defiantly took another drink of the bottle and took a step closer to Finlay. "And whose fault might that be? Finlay Baird?" He pressed a finger into Finlay's chest and pressed. "Ye were the one who told us to charge. Who was the one who led us into that attack?" Finlay held up his hands in submission. "Sean," he pleaded, "I beg of ye, this is nay the way. Ye need rest. Ye need to have a level head." He then reached out for the bottle in a gentle motion to take it away, hoping that Sean wouldn't follow through with his intentions. But Sean slapped Finlay's hand away, his chin held high and the stink of wine coming off of him in waves. "No, Finlay Baird," Sean said, "ye dinna give the orders around here. I was foolish enough to follow them the first time around, and me brother was murdered by those Sassenach mongrels as a result." "Sean," Finlay repeated, "please." A moment passed, and then Sean threw a punch. Between his drunken state and Finlay's superior size, it was quite easy for Finlay to duck to his right and out of the way. Sean wobbled, his feet struggling to find the ground beneath him, as he managed to keep the wine bottle still gripped tightly in his hand. "Stop, Sean," Finlay said, curious heads now poking out of their dwellings to get a look at the commotion. "This is nae the way." Sean took another drink from the bottle before throwing it over his shoulder, the bottle smashing to pieces as he raised his fists and took on a defensive stance. "Fight, ye bastard," he taunted, waving Finlay on. "Show me what kind of man ye really are." "I will, Nade, do this." Sean took another swing, this time from the left, and forcing Finlay to move left and raise his arm to block the blow before shoving Sean to the ground. "Enough, Sean." Finlay screamed as Denham and Isla were rousted from their tents. "I will nae fight ye." Sean pushed off the ground, his legs pumping and teeth gritting. "So be it," he said, spitting the mud that had gotten in his mouth as he rushed toward Finlay. Finlay didn't want to hurt the man, but as Sean was rushing toward him with all the anger and furiousness in the world fueling his fire, he knew he had no choice. As Sean threw two punches with his right and left, Finlay ducked under the first, blocked the other, and countered with a solid punch straight into Sean's stomach that he hoped would finally end the fight. The wind was knocked out of Sean, but he was far and away from giving up. As Isla approached in a hustle and shouted out, "Stop!" it did nothing more for Sean than further add to the anger that was saturating his mind. "Quiet, yeah?" he shouted at Isla, pointing a finger. "This bastard killed me brother." He then rushed back toward Finlay, his fist raised high over his head and coming down for another blow when Finlay used all of his might to run into Sean and tackle him onto his back. "Stop!" Finlay shouted. Sean threw another punch in reply, but before he had a chance to shout out another retort, Finlay cocked his elbow, threw it into Sean's temple twice, and knocked the poor man out cold. Finlay stood back, the eyes of the clan upon him, and gathering in a circle, as Isla stared at him with a wide set of eyes. "I dinna want to do that," he said. "I dinna want to." The crowd stood around for a few moments as Denham and another man set about picking up Sean from the ground and shaking him out of his slumber. Mumbling and drowsy, Sean continued to stare at Finlay in disgust as he was hauled away, the clan looking at Finlay Baird now like a wild animal that they had made the mistake of bringing into their home. He looked at Isla. "I am so sorry," he said. "I dinna ken what else to say." Isla looked upon him for a long moment, her arms crossed, every fear she had about Finlay's involvement in her life becoming validated in an instant. She then turned away, crossed her arms, and moved back inside her tent. The rest of the clan then dispersed not long afterwards, leaving Finlay alone in the cold and dark with nothing but his thoughts and regrets to keep him company. Chapter 18. Isla was still awake. She had no recollection of what time it was, but she knew a spell had passed since Sean's scuffle with Finlay outside of the tent. She was lying on her back, her eyes closed, and every emotion and thought running through her mind, keeping her occupied in a way that she wished it wouldn't. "Isla?" a voice called out timidly from the front of the tent. Isla, brought out of her haze, saw Gavina standing with a bowed head and saddened expression, waiting for permission to enter. "Gavina," she said, "what are you doing up at this hour?" Gavina walked inside, worried about being scolded for not slumbering. "I couldn't sleep, nay after Finlay Baird and Sean were scuffling." Isla sighed, motioning her younger sister over to sit with her on her cot as she sat up. "Dinna ye ken," she said, "that young ladies such as ye require sleep to grow?" A nod from Gavina. "Aye, but I cannae. I fret so." "Why do ye fret?" A shrug. I am scared of what is going to happen." Isla felt the tug at her heartstrings and pulled Gavina in close, cooing in her sister's ear as she delicately ran her fingers through her hair. "Dinna fret, me young one. There is nae reason to be scared." "Then why did the clan fret so? I hear the men and women speak of what will transpire. They say that the Sassenach are close, that we dinna have long to live." "Who says that?" "Oh, every person in the clan." Isla shook her head in defiance, both for her own peace of mind and that of her younger sister. "It is nae true, me dear sister. We merely struggle. We are trying to find a new home, and that can cause much strife and hardship." Gavina looked up at Isla with a pleading set of eyes. "Then why do they say the things that they are saying?" Isla thought a moment on how to best phrase it, but she knew that her sister was smart. Smarter perhaps than she should have been for a young girl her age. "When people are scared," she said, "they try to say things that will make the circumstances make sense." Gavina squinted. "What do ye mean?" A shrug. "It is a little hard to explain, but when a person feels fear, when they are uncertain of how to handle all of the hardships of life, they look for reasons to justify their fear. They get angry." "Exactly, my dear sister." Gavina processed her sister's words of wisdom. "So, what they say is nae true, that bad things are going to happen?" Isla shook her head. "Nay, me love." She cupped her sister's face in her hands and looked her square in the eyes. "I will never let anything happen to ye. Never." Gavina then buried her face into Isla's chest, sobbing and sniffling, praying that her sister would make all the terrible things in the world that plagued them go away. "I want to go home," she said through her weeping. "I just want to go home." "I know, me love," Isla said, trying with all her might to hide her own tears. "And we will, I promise ye, we will." The two of them held the moment for a long while, sobbing and holding on to one another for dear life, trying to make the moment of alleviation last for as long as humanly possible. Eventually, when all their energy had been expended, Isla wiped the remnants of perspiration from her sister's cheeks and smiled proudly. "She would be proud of ye ken." "Way, mother." A sorrowful nod. "I miss her." "As do I, But she left behind a legacy, my young Gavina. Isla pressed Gavina on her button-sized nose. Ye are that legacy. One day, who kens when, ye will be the one who leads the clan. Ye will be the next leader. Gavina perked up. Is this so? A nod. It is so. And understand that no matter what happens, even when you're in the position of leadership, there will always be hardships to handle. Father said the same. He was a wise man. A moment passed. Gavina squinted. He likes ye. Ye can. A smile from Isla. Why? Finlay Baird, and you like him. You can see it in your eyes when you look at each other. Isla nodded her head, but found that any words to describe how she was feeling were evading her. He is a good man, she eventually said. But he will nae be here once we find our new home. Why? Because that is the way it must be, me love. Finlay Baird has his clan, we have our own. Gavina shook her head. But all of his people have perished, she said. He has no family left. Isla knew the words to be true, but she worried about Gavina's inquisitive nature, further adding to her already conflicted state, and decided to move the conversation in a direction she knew would distract the young one. Remember Father's favoured song, she said. Gavina beamed. Aye. Isla propped Gavina on her lap, tucked her hair behind her ears, and began to sing, softly enough that it would not wake the others, but loud enough that she could still harmonise with her sister. In this land, Isla sang, all your dreams come true. In this land, Gavina joined in, the skies are always blue. The two continued to sing, happily lost in the moment, and cherishing every note of the song. They repeated it twice, the lyrics and gentle nature of the music eventually causing Gavina's eyelids to flutter, and eventually putting her to sleep. Isla then stayed beside her sister and stayed awake the rest of the night, hoping and praying that her youngest sibling would make it through the fray and fulfill her journey of one day becoming the sterling and brilliant woman their mother and father knew she would be. Finlay was by the now depleted fire, his eyes fixated on the burning timbers as they danced and cracked in the charcoal black wood. He felt enraged, uncertain, worried that Sean, whom Denham had finally put to rest in his tent, would awake the next morning, which was only a few hours away, and proceed to go about finishing what he had drunkenly started the night before. "You cannae sleep," a low voice said from behind him. Finlay turned around and saw Denham standing over him, a weary look in his eye and a bottle of wine in his hand. "No," Finlay said, focusing back on the dead wood in front of him. "I think that I lost whatever potential I had for it after Sean tried to hit me." Denham shook his head and sat beside Finlay. "Aye," he said, tossing a glance over his shoulder in the direction of Sean's tent. "Poor bastard suffered a great loss today. He blames me." "He shouldn't. It was not your fault." "Then why does it feel like it is?" "Trust me, it is nae the case." Finlay shook his head. "I have been told me entire life that I am headstrong, brash, without reserve. It is what—" He held back his tears. "It is what killed me love so many years ago." Denham squinted. "What do you mean?" Finlay thought back to the past, playing back in all its vivid colours. "I stood up to a man who insulted her one day, a Sassenach lord that had recently occupied a village. He had nae claim to the land. He was bound to leave the following day. But I struck him, insulted him. He took out his wrath on my sister and me love as a result." Finlay held his head in his hands, recounting even more stories of his hot-natured quality that caused him to make some very poor choices. "I had done it again," he said, shaking his head. "I had gotten a man killed when I should have called for reinforcements." "Ye can sit there and ponder through the past all you want, but it will nae change the outcome of what transpired. Ye drive yourself mad with wondering what might or could have been. Finlay Baird, it is not a healthy state of mind to pursue." Denham sighed, leaning back and perching up on his arm as he bit the cork off the bottle and spat it into the fire pit. "All are confused right now," he said, shrugging. "Scared, uncertain. There is only so much suffering that people can endure before they lash out." He took a swig and then offered the bottle to Finlay. Finlay shook his head. "Come, now," Denham pleaded. "Drink with me. It is a poor wine anyway. We will nae get pished from this pithy excuse for a drink. Besides, I cannae run the risk of allowing Sean to partake in any more." Finlay considered his options and threw caution into the wind. He took the bottle, took a sip, and passed it back to Denham. A moment passed, Denham's mouth opening as he debated telling Finlay what he had overheard as he checked on Gavina in Isla's tent. "Ye and me sister," he said, Finlay perking up when he heard the words, "are together. Are ye nae?" Finlay didn't know how to reply. It took him a moment to muster the courage. "No," he said, "it is nae like that." Denham drew a breath. "I have been around for some time, Finlay Baird. I ken when a man and woman are drawn to one another." Finlay waved him off. "It was a mistake. Isla said so herself." "And she is wrong, my dear Freen. I ken my sister. I ken when she is pushing away things that she ken is good for her." Finlay shifted his weight, leaning in toward Denham. "What do ye mean?" Denham exhaled. "She has been scared to love ever since the last man was taken fae her. It is only natural. When something good comes her way, she thinks the worst, tries to find reasons to leave or cast out those good things. She has done it all of her life." It all began to make sense for Finlay, yet he himself was scared of becoming invested in someone who did not want him in return. He exhaled his frustrations, not knowing what to do or what to think. Life is too complicated, Denham. A laugh, another swig. Why would one ever think such a thing? "I just wish I ken. I dinna ken what to do." "No one does," Finlay bared. He leaned in, passing the bottle over to Finlay and whispering like he was divulging a secret. "And that is what all those in existence seem to not grasp." Finlay drank. "Which is?" "That we are all seeking answers, that we all wish to ken everything and be free of guilt or concern. But that is nae life. That is nae how it works. The struggle will be persistent, and it is just a matter of embracing that chaos in order to function. There is nae closure. There are nae absolutes." Finlay huffed. "It sounds as if you have it all figured out, Denham." Denham shook his head. "Hardly. I struggle with these concepts every day, even as I sit here and divulge these pearls of wisdom to ye." Finlay took a moment. "So," he began, "how does one, as you say, embrace the chaos?" Denham pondered the notion. Then he gestured to the bottle. "Pass me that bottle," he said. "Maybe it will offer up some answers." The two then laughed as they shared the drink, momentarily forgetting about their struggles, talking about frivolous anecdotes for a short while before they felt the liquor beginning to make them dreary. "We must try to sleep," Denham said. "We have to move in the morra." "Aye," Finlay said, passing back the bottle. "That we day." Denham stood, groaning and stretching as he placed his hands on his hips and thought of something to bid Finlay before his departure. "Just try to rest," he said. "I promise that ye and me sister are not finished with." He shrugged. "Whatever it may be that ye are involved in." Finlay nodded, comforted by Denham's words, and feeling as if he might be able to acquire a few hours of sleep before the sun peeked over the horizon. "Aye, Denham," he said with a nod, "and thank ye." "Always." Denham then turned to leave, but he turned back, a serious yet playful look in his eye, before he said, "But if you hurt her..." He didn't finish the rest. "You will kill me?" Finlay asked with a smile. Denham pointed. "Ye are a smart man, Finlay Baird. A wise, wise man. The two shared a final laugh as Finlay sat back and felt himself slowly drifting off to sleep. For himself, Gavina, Isla and Denham, they felt, if only for a few hours, that things might end up turning out in their favour. Chapter 19. The morning had arrived. Most of Lord Henry and Earl Simon's men had congregated inside the dining tent, a wide array of foods placed out in abundance by Earl Simon's cook, as he sat at the head of the table and waited for every denizen in the collective army to be seated at their table. Lord Henry had made it a point to arrive late, after setting about finalising his plan to do away with his father, with the ever-loyal and ever-lethal Stephen. He was eager to do what he felt must be done, pining to finally be rid of his father's overbearing rule. "Come, now," the Earl called out, "be seated. Let us feast and converse together before we set about the last leg of our journey." All of them sat and ate and spoke to one another, the Earl making it a point, as he always did, to get to know the men under his command one by one. Lord Henry, seated beside his father, said nothing and took small bites of his food, biding his time, waiting for Stephen to assist him when the time would come. And soon. The eating and conversing went on for a little over an hour before Earl Simon stood up and opened his arms, as if he were embracing all of them gathered in front of him. "My good men," he said, projecting his voice for all to hear, "I thank each and every one of you for your service to the kingdom. I know without a shred of doubt that it has been a burdensome enterprise to occupy such," he thought of the words, "harsh and cruel lands. The Scotsmen and the savage Highlanders have made us pay the price dearly for doing nothing more than bringing forth stability and order to an area rife with chaos." He cast a brief look at Lord Henry. "I know that the last few months have been troublesome. The kingdom has taken note of the state of chaos that this campaign has recently been cast into. But please know that I, your commander, am here to redirect the course and set about ending this vicious and tiring campaign once and for all." Cheers, claps, handshakes. All those in attendance were more jovial in their responses to the Earl's words than they ever were to Lord Henry. Lord Henry was more like a brother, someone to drink with and be merry. But the Earl was a natural-born leader, and his presence among them now had inspired a new wave of optimism that left them without thinking of Lord Henry for even the briefest of moments, a notion that made Lord Henry despise his father all the more. "Let us not forget," Earl Simon continued, "the riches and reputation that await you upon your return. For some of you, you have the privilege of being gifted your appropriate share of land in this area, and it is a reward that is well earned. Tonight, we will set about our plan for our final assault on the Highlanders, one particular clan, to be more specific. This endless chase that you have given will finally come to an end, and the reprehensible nature and response that they have given to our plight to save them will be answered for. In 3 days' time, this campaign will be over, and you will finally be free of the burdens of wartime that I know each and every one of you have been striving to achieve. So, drink, be merry, and be prepared to finally reach the salvation we all are pining for." More cheers, more claps, more handshakes. As soon as the Earl sat down, the festive nature inside the dining tent continued, and once the meal was finished, Lord Henry, without saying a word, returned to his tent to converse with Stephen. Stephen, waiting at attention, secured the dagger he had in his belt and concealed it with a piece of his tunic. "Quite the words my father bestows to the men," Lord Henry said with a bite of sarcasm. Stephen waved him off. "All men, like him, merely repeat the same rhetoric they heard from their father and their fathers before them. You, my lord, are unique in your ways. It is a factor of your being that has gone unappreciated your entire existence." Lord Henry folded his hands together. "I feel the same, my good man. and my time has come to finally take charge and be given what is owed to me." He looked at Stephen with nothing but pure and lethal intention coating his eyes. "You are sure," Stephen said, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword, "that you wish to follow through with this?" A long nod from Lord Henry. "As sure as I ever am," he said. "We will wait until my father finishes planning with his men on the course of action to take to attack the Highlanders. I want you to rally the men you know that are still loyal to me, and the ones that aren't, and organise them together in one setting in a few hours' time so that we may dispatch of them swiftly." A nod from Stephen. "As you wish, my lord." Hours then passed, and Earl Simon was in his tent with 10 of his best men, several of which who formerly followed the orders of Lord Henry. They were gathered around the map of the territory that had been designated for resettlement, with one of the men, the one with the most knowledge of Isla and the clan's whereabouts, telling Earl Simon all he knew of their current situation. "My lord," the man began, "due to the collective knowledge that we've acquired, we know the Highlanders to be resting about 20 miles from here." Earl Simon crossed his arms. "And you know this how?" The man traced his finger along the map. "I have been in this area long enough by now, my lord, to know of all the roads and routes. They are no doubt following this path to a remote area of the Highlands that they wish to settle in, unoccupied by our forces. They must be headed there. It is the only course of action that would make sense for them." The Earl nodded and followed the man's finger along the map. "What I propose," the man continued, "is that we go here." He pointed to a collection of brown squares on the map. "It is a village about 50 miles from their final destination. We take them by overwhelming force and use the surrounding establishments to our advantage." The Earl nodded, smiled. "We close them in tight quarters," he said, following the man's plan well. "They will be surrounded completely. It is better to take them there than out in the open." He looked to Lord Henry. "Previous tactics have proven this to be a fruitless gesture." Lord Henry merely smiled at the prod. He was doing nothing more than biding his time. Stephen then entered the tent, subtly nodding to Lord Henry that their plan had been finalised and all the elements were in place. Lord Henry nodded in return to show his acknowledgement. "This is a solid plan," Earl Simon said. "We shall set out in the morning to go about executing it." "Splendid," the man charting the course replied. Lord Henry gestured to Stephen, who then looked to the Earl. "My liege," he said to the Earl, "I believe it necessary to gather all of our men in the armoury. There are some new weapons we have acquired during our stay in these lands that may prove of some use during our campaign." Earl Simon looked at Stephen suspiciously. "Really?" he said. "Why, is this the first time I am hearing of this?" Lord Henry took a step forward. "I must assume the blame for that, father," he said, acting as if he were bashful. "Due to recent interactions we have had." The Earl sighed and shook his head. "So be it," he said as he dismissed his men with a wave. "Go, see of this new weaponry." The 10 men gathered around the Earl then left the tent, Stephen following after them, the Earl following after him but stopping short when Lord Henry held up his hand. "Father," he said with all the sincerity he could muster. "Might I speak with you?" Earl Simon huffed. "If you must." He took a seat in the chair beside the table with the map, hands folded and chin held high. "Father," Lord Henry repeated. "My lord, I wish to apologise for my behaviour." The Earl said nothing. He sat up in his chair, intrigued to hear the rest. "I fear," Lord Henry continued, "of further straining our relationship. This is something that I cannot stand to bear." Earl Simon looked away. "You made your decisions, my boy, more times than once. I wish for nothing but peace, father. I wish for us to be able to make amends. Do you not recall the fact that the kingdom has called for me to execute you on more than one occasion? That dozens of your own men have confided in me your lacklustre leadership? "I am aware," Lord Henry said as he approached his father, "and I wish to change this. I wish to serve what is in all of our best interests." He came within a foot of his father. "I wish to undo the wrongs that have been done." "Such things are not as simple as you hope, my boy." "Perhaps they can be. Perhaps I can make this all right." The Earl once more looked at his son. "And how, pray tell, do you propose to do this?" Lord Henry shrugged. "By dispatching of the one element that continues to add stress to our relationship." He leaned in close to his father. "You." With a quick stab of the dagger he had received from Stephen, Lord Henry stabbed his father in the chest and gritted his teeth as the old man's eyes went wide with shock. "Rest now, father," Lord Henry said, smiling. I'm in charge now." He then stabbed Earl Simon several more times, the royal man bleeding out on the ground as Lord Henry stepped away without a care in the world. Lord Henry then emerged from the tent and saw Earl Simon's collective group of men on their knees, Stephen standing behind them, with several of Lord Henry's still loyal men prepared to take off their heads once given the order. It had been a swift and quiet attack that was carried out as Lord Henry murdered his own father. "It is simple," Lord Henry said to the men on their knees. "Serve me or die." A few said they would. The others cursed and spat on the ground. "Well," Lord Henry said, "so be it then." He gave the order, several of the men perishing, and the rest looking on in horror as steel was swung and heads began to roll. Once the dust had settled, Stephen, in a loud voice, ordered all of the men to gather around. "This is your only leader," he shouted. "Should you defy him, you will pay the price in death. Understand?" The men, still sporting nodding heads as Lord Henry smiled, wiped his father's blood off the blade Stephen gave to him and said, "I refuse to waste any more of my time. You know whom you serve. You know why you are here. I will not allow any other man, no matter what his title or his rule may be, to further prohibit me from taking what is rightfully mine. Enough. I have taken my final stand. You will all dutifully serve me, and if any one of you feels the need to disobey my command, you will pay for it with your life." He held his head high. "We move now. No more time will be wasted with talks and tactics. The time to take my kingdom has arrived. Today." Chapter 20. The caravan set about loading up as Finlay approached Isla. "My lady," he said, struggling to make eye contact with her, "I have a proposition for you." It took her a moment to answer as she set about securing a saddlebag on her horse. "What is it?" "We know that the Sassenach will arrive imminently." "Aye." "Well, last night it came to my attention through my knowledge of this land that a village rests near Farfay here. They have weapons, supplies, all the things we will need to make a final stand." She shook her head. "We cannae spare the men. What if the Sassenach attack us while you're on your way?" "I ask only for 2 riders to accompany me. We can reach the village in 3 hours' time. You can meet us there. By then, we will have all the supplies we need. It is also a place where your people can properly rest for the final journey ahead." Isla thought about it for a moment. "I could only spare 1 man. And how do ye know of this village?" "Me father," Finlay said. "The blacksmith there is dear friends with him. I have nae doubt he will assist us in our plight. He despises the Sassenach as much as we." Isla sorted the plan out in her head, agreed, and ordered one of the men, Donovan, to escort Finlay to the village. After saddling up with Donovan and seated on the outskirts of the camp, Finlay looked to Isla as he prepared to ride. 3 hours, me lady," he said. "I will nae disappoint ye." Isla nodded, saddened to see Finlay go as he bucked his steed and took off alongside Donovan. As she watched him leave, she feared the worst, and for a moment regretted not telling Finlay how she really felt inside. Donovan and Finlay had arrived in the village 30 minutes earlier than expected. The village was small, with nothing but a tavern and a few areas for housing, with 6 buildings in total. It was formerly a Sassenach stronghold that had been taken back and used by Highlanders as an area of refuge. It was well guarded, with 6 Scotsmen designated to protect the area, greeting Donovan and Finlay as they arrived. "Hold there," one of the 6 men said. "What is your business?" "I am Finlay Baird. I wish to speak with Lachlan." The burly man smiled when he heard the name. "Finlay Baird," he said with a fond tone, extending a handshake to accompany it. "I ken of your father. A good man he was indeed." Finlay hung his head and smiled proudly at thoughts of his father. It is only tragic that his life was cut short. A tragedy indeed. The man motioned Finlay into the village and ordered the men to open the 6-foot-tall gate that had been erected in front of it to keep out any unwanted visitors. "Come. Lachlan rests at the end of the village." "Well and good, but I wish to speak with whoever is in charge. I bring news from my journey." Minutes later, Finlay was taken to one of the first buildings on the left side of the road. Inside, a man that Finlay only knew by reputation was seated at a desk, speaking to a woman off to his right and confiding in her only the things that a husband would confide. Riley, the man who had greeted Finlay at the front of the village, said, "This is Finlay Baird and his counterpart Donovan. They bring news." Riley, a devilishly good-looking man with raven-coloured hair and a sly smile to match, stood up and requested for his wife to leave. Once she had left the room, he said, "Finlay Baird of Clan Baird, I ken of your father. He was a good man." They shook hands, Finlay thanking the man for his hospitality before Riley offered Finlay a seat. "And what brings a member of the Baird clan to me village?" "I bring dire news, unfortunately." Riley shrugged. "It appears that any news nowadays is dire for a Scotsman. I dinna think there is anything ye can tell me that will shake my spirits." "I ken of your reputation, Riley. Ye have fought hard to preserve these lands. I only fear that once more ye will hae to take up the sword to once again defend it." Riley perched forward. "What do ye mean?" "The Sassenach," Finlay said, "are approaching. A man by the name of Lord Henry Enticknap of Sandford leads them." Riley sighed. "Aye, I ken of the bastard, and a rotten bastard he is." "Aye, and he had been pursuing the clan that has taken me under their wing. He pursues a woman named Lady Isla. He fancies her to be his bride. The Sassenach know no bounds. But, as much as I am dismayed by this news, I had gone to great lengths to secure this stronghold. We took it from the Sassenach a full winter ago. We overwhelmed their forces and destroyed damn near every last one of them." "I ha' no doubt. But what troubles me is the ruthlessness of Lord Henry. He had come after us with a vengeance and fury that canny be matched." "Well," Riley said, smiling, "clearly he had never met me lot of men." Laughs and smiles were exchanged. "How many men dake ye hae on hand?" Finlay asked once the laughter had subsided. 26, Riley said, "and an able-bodied bunch at that. If any Sassenach lord or whatever frivolous title they give themselves attempts to try and take it back, rest assured nae one will live to tell the tale." Finlay leaned in. "Well," he said, "I ken that Lord Henry of Sandford is nae more than 2 days' ride from here. I fear that his numbers greatly overwhelm that of the clan I represent." "And what of your clan, Finlay Baird? I believe ye had several brothers, if I am nae mistaken." Finlay hung his head. "They perished several weeks ago. I knew reside with Lady Isla and her clan." Riley sighed. "Ye hae me sympathies. Your family was reputable throughout these lands. Then, help me defend those that are left. Lord Henry of Sandford is on his way here. There is very little time to prepare. I require men, weapons, anything and everything we can to help stave off the attack. Ye ask a lot. I ask for the help of a fellow Scotsman. I dinna need to plead with ye how dire the circumstances are." Riley stood, shaking his head and feeling overwhelmed by the peace he had recently discovered, now once more being threatened. He turned to a window that looked out to the single dirt road that curved through the town. "We have found peace here," Finlay bared. "It took long to discourage the Sassenach Fae coming back." "And that," Finlay said, "is in jeopardy of being lost. The clan I represent will be wiped out, years as well, if we dinna do something about it." Riley thought for a long moment, his wife visible from the window and staring up at him with a curious expression. "I fear," he said, "that ye brought this on us. I fear that we may have been safe before your arrival." Finlay shook his head. "It is nay the case, my friend. Lord Henry was already well on his way here before I arrived. Consider this a preemptive counterattack to the one he is surely intent on bringing. He is a murderer with no bounds. He will take and destroy everything without a second's hesitation." He stood, walking over to Riley, just shy of pleading. "I require your help, me brother. Please, please, let us end this tyrant's rule and attempt to bring peace back to the Highlands. I will forever be in your debt if you do." Riley turned around and stared at Finlay for a long moment before nodding his head, extending his hand, and shaking it. "Ye can count on me as an ally, Finlay Baird," he said. "Ye hae everything at your disposal. If ye require weapons for your men, I suggest ye speak with Lachlan about crafting more. He is quick and efficient. He will provide ye with what ye need." Finlay and Donovan rode into the town and were escorted by the 6 men along the way. They learned of a tavern that had been recently set up by one of the men's brothers, and the tavern had seen a recent batch of whiskey turned out that Donovan was eager to partake in. "Gay," Finlay said, "I will speak to the blacksmith and return once I am finished." Donovan rode off as Finlay came to the end of the muddy road, cutting in an S-shape through the village made of brownstone and mud, his breath showing in the air as a chill came about and licked at the back of his neck. He arrived at the end of the row, where the clanking of metal on metal reverberated through the air and sparks and curses followed, the telltale signs of a blacksmith hard at work. Finlay dismounted his horse and entered an area that looked like it had been used for stables, back when it was under the rule of the Sassenach. Lachlan, a grey-haired man in a brown tunic with the sleeves rolled up, his arms peppered with grit and dirt, didn't need to turn his head as he set about crafting something made of metal to know that someone was approaching. "I will be with ye in a moment," Lachlan said, his voice hoarse from years of screaming and fighting. Finlay smiled. "I pray nae tay long, my dear man. My business is quite urgent." Lachlan ceased his hammering and slowly turned his head, a smile poking out of his grey beard as he laid his eyes on Finlay. "Me God," he said, placing down his hammer. "I thought your bairds had all been dispatched." "I am afraid not. The Sassenach will have to try harder, I suppose." The two of them embraced, Lachlan laughing with joy as he felt Finlay's arms and took note of his appearance. "Ye look like your father," he said. "And which baird are ye?" "Finlay. We met when I was merely a boy." "I recall. And what can I do for ye?" Finlay drew a breath. "I require weapons, lots of weapons." Chapter 21. Lachlan whistled once he heard of Finlay's request for weapons, the sheer number of them more than anything else. "Heavens, good boy," he said, "I dinna ken if I have enough steel to accommodate ye." Finlay nodded, understanding the old man's predicament. "It is possible, though, is it nae?" Lachlan ran his fingers through his hair and then began rubbing his chin as he thought through what the process would entail. "There is an area nae far from here. A day's ride at the maist. If I sent a few riders immediately, we would be able to gather the supplies necessary to mend your weapons. He crossed his arms. The question is your plan. Me plan? How do ye attempt to gae about taking down the Sassenach? How many men are ye fighting with? Finlay sighed. I cannae say for certain. 86, the voice of Riley called out from behind him. Riley, Lachlan greeted with a nod. Riley stepped inside the quarters. I have taken a tally of my men, and what you said you have on hand, Finlay Baird. It amounts to 86. Unfortunately, some of the men are older and some of them younger than perhaps desirable in regard to a fight. But it is what we had to work with, and work with it we shall. Finlay shook his head. Lord Henry of Sandford possesses mare? Aye, close to 200. How did you come to that amount? I had several men working in shifts to keep a close eye on the surrounding areas. They report back to me what they find on a daily basis. One of our scouts saw Lord Henry's encampment 2 days prior, and he said that another nobleman arrived with reinforcements. He counted their numbers at just over 200. Finlay squinted. Another nobleman? Aye. Who? Riley shook his head with disdain. Lord Henry's father, he said. Earl Simon of Sandford. Ye ken of him, aye. Aye. It is nae mystery that Lord Henry has a deplorable reputation. It was only a matter of time before his Sassenach overlords came to rear him. I believe that time has come. I thought the same myself. I was just hoping that Earl Simon would dispatch of his troubled son and buy us enough time to bring Lady Isla's clan to their final destination. It is wishful thinking, Finlay Baird. Ye ken as well as I that the Sassenach seek to destroy us all, whether it be Lord Henry or his bastard father. Finlay huffed and turned away. He was tired of all the fighting, planning and strategizing. It seemed that no matter how much they prepared, how hard they fought, they were never able to keep more than one step ahead of their enemy. How, he said, do we stave off this attack? Riley gestured outside. Come, he said, I will show ye. The two of them walked to the gate at the front of the village, high and able to withstand an oncoming force. They will attempt to come in this way, Riley said. It is the only route according to their current movements that they can enter through. If they see this, Finlay said, pointing to the gate, they will attempt to gae around it and approach fae at the rear of the village. This gate is visible fae a distance. Aye, Riley said, but as much as we dinna hold a liking for the Sassenach, their intelligence cannae be underestimated. Finlay was already following Riley's train of thought. So, he said, we try and fight them in a way that they are nae expecting. Ye are a smart man, Finlay Baird. I agree with what ye propose. The only question is what that tactic looks like. Finlay looked around the small but well-kept village, recalling all of his encounters and fights with the Sassenach over the course of the years, and trying to deduce exactly what they would and would not be expecting. A thought then occurred to him. Riley, he said, in your time fighting the Sassenach, what is their most common approach? A shrug. A full assault from right in front. They storm wherever it is they plan on attacking with overwhelming force. Aye. He took a step closer. So, what would they do if they arrived in this village and saw that it was already decimated? Riley furrowed his brow. Go on. Finlay held up his hands in a way like he was painting a picture. What if we made it appear that your village had been destroyed, that most of its inhabitants were already dead? It would lower their guard. They would explore to find out more. Aye, they would approach slow, spreading out and seeing how much damage was done. You are proposing that we divide them, split apart their men. Finlay walked into the centre of the town, in between Riley's quarters and the makeshift tavern that had been established. This area, he said, gesturing round, would enclose them. We lure them inside and wait for them to congregate. We make it a point to draw them to certain areas, get them in small groupings. He pointed to the windows in the higher stories of the surrounding buildings. We attack from above. They will not suspect it coming. From there, we can wipe out a strong percentage of their men. We dwindle down their numbers and then prepare for a final assault. Riley took a moment to observe the surroundings and absorb Finlay's words before showcasing the subtlest of smiles. "Not bad," he said. "We leave the gate wide open for them to come through." Finlay pointed in the direction of the end of the village. "And we set up another one there. Once they are inside, we close the gates and attack. We will have to plan this carefully. It will have to be a well-coordinated attack. Another gate will take time. We need to know exactly when the Sassenach will be arriving." "Can you dispatch another rider to find out?" "Aye," Riley said before hollering to one of his men and ordering him to do the deed. "I will also send for these supplies that Lachlan requests. My men have weapons, but some of them are untrained. We will have to see to it to prepare them while we still have the time. And it is time we cannot waste." The two set about coordinating with Riley's men, putting forth a plan to gather them all in the centre of the village to announce their plan and execute it accordingly. As Riley and a few of his men went about assembling all the able-bodied fighters at their disposal, Finlay set about dispatching his man Donovan to ride to the area Lachlan had stated would provide them with the materials necessary to craft more weapons. "We shall have to work fast," Lachlan said. "I already have my apprentice in back preparing." Finlay put a hand on the man's withered and bony shoulder. "You are a godsend, dear Lachlan. I cannot thank you enough." Lachlan then held up a finger. Finlay waited as Lachlan fetched a leather flask from a drawer near one of his work tables. "What is this?" Finlay inquired. "Something to help you confess what's on your mind, Finlay Baird." "There is plenty on my mind. It is no mystery what afflicts me." Lachlan laughed, amused at the words of a young man who still had much life to live. "My boy," he said, "I have not been on this earth without learning a thing or two about life. About love." Finlay felt the tug at his heart. "What do you mean?" "Oh, stop, lad. I can see it in your eyes. You are troubled by a woman. I have been in that position. I sported the same look myself on more than one occasion." Finlay sighed and moved over to the workbench, sitting on the edge as he took the leather flask from Lachlan. "It is that apparent, aye?" "Aye, lad. It practically flows out of your eyes." Finlay took a swig and a moment to muster the courage. "It is Lady Isla," he said in a soft tone. "Something was occurring between us, but whatever it was, it is no longer—" Lachlan said. "A woman tends to do that, ending the relationship first, I mean. It seems to be the case. It is not out of foolishness, quite the opposite, in fact. A woman possesses an intuition that seems to evade men." "You are saying that women are prophets?" Lachlan laughed. "In a way. My wife was much the same. Probably the most clever and brilliant woman or person I ever knew." Finlay took another drink, the whiskey coating his throat and giving him courage. "How did she pass?" Lachlan smiled. "In her sleep of old age, a luxury given the trouble that plagues these lands, as of late?" "Aye, not many can afford such comforts." Lachlan took the flask, drank, and held up a finger. "But, as I said, she was intuitive. She seemed to know how things would transpire before they ever came to pass. It saved me more times than I can count on both hands." "I do not mean to discredit you, Lachlan, but how does this pertain to me?" Lachlan sat next to Finlay and drew a deep breath. "There is a reason that Lady Isla is the leader of her clan. She takes after her father. She is smart. perhaps smarter than most men in this land. If she made the choice to end your relationship, she knows that it is for good reason. He leaned into Finlay. The two of them connected gazes. I am saying that your Lady Isla needs to be trusted. I am saying that you need to give it time, lad. Time determines all, especially when it comes to matters of love and the heart. That is no something that can be cured or determined overnight. He drank. Leave your lady be, and take comfort in knowing that fate brought you together, and fate will bring you together again. Lachlan passed the flask, Finlay holding it and withholding, taking another drink as he said, I didn't say I was in love, Lachlan. Lachlan brushed the air like he was moving the comment aside. There is no need, lad. One can spot love in another's eyes from 1,000 miles away. Ye are in love, even if you are no ready to admit it. Finlay took another pull from the flask before handing it back over for good, coughing briefly from the harsh kick of the liquor before a curious thought crept into his mind. Lachlan, he said, could you do me a favour? Lachlan laughed and gestured to his young apprentice, working tirelessly to craft a broadsword behind him. As if I am no doing enough. Finlay sighed and felt that he was asking too much, but he couldn't help from still asking the question lingering on the tip of his tongue. I just want you to keep an open eye on something for me. Which is... Lady Isla, Finlay said. She will be arriving shortly. I want to ken if you see the same look in her eye as you do with me. Lachlan huffed and put a hand on the young man's shoulder. I didn't need to do that, lad. Finlay squinted. And why is that? Lachlan took one last sip and pocketed his flask before moving to scold his apprentice. Because ye ken already. Ye have already seen the look in her eye without needing me to tell ye it is there. Finlay chewed on Lachlan's wisdom as Lachlan corrected his apprentice with his technique. He didn't need to think long on the memories to know that he had seen that proverbial look that Lachlan spoke of in Isla's eyes on more than one occasion. Finlay knew that Lachlan was right. He just needed to give it time. Chapter 22. Isla and the caravan arrived 10 minutes after Finlay's moment of commiseration with Lachlan. Finlay had rushed from Lachlan's quarters to the front gate upon hearing from one of Riley's men about the clan's arrival, just as eager to see Isla as he was to update her on their plan to defeat Lord Henry and his denizens. Finlay, the voice of Denham called from the right side of the caravan. Finlay greeted Denham as he dismounted his horse, the two men exchanging a quick embrace, before Gavina rushed in and threw her arms around Finlay's legs. Finlay Baird, she said, nearly taking him off his feet. I ha so much to tell ye about the journey. Finlay smiled. I am sure ye day, little one. Isla approached Finlay and gave the subtlest of nods, the two of them desperate to show each other some kind of affection, but keeping their reserve. Isla looked around the village and saw the hustle of Riley's men coordinating the plan that he had crafted with Finlay. What is going on, she asked. Finlay divulged the basic plan and then guided her and Denham to Riley's quarters. Me, lady, Riley said, it is a pleasure to finally meet ye in person. I was a friend of your father. I heard nothing but good things about you, Riley. She gestured to Finlay. I had been made aware of the plan ye two had concocted. A nod. Indeed, my lady. Obviously, it will be a matter of your approval before we can go about executing this plan. This will put a great many of both of our clans in significant danger. I had no quarrels with said plan. We must do something if we are ever to be free of the Sassenach. I can gae over it with ye in greater detail, my lady. It is a ruse if there ever was one. Riley set about laying out the plan he had set with Finlay, walking Isla through every part of the plan before I departed his quarters, and Isla set about addressing the members of the clan. They stood at full attention, all of them eager to participate and listening with intense gazes and open ears. "This is where we make our final stand," Isla said, standing on top of the wheel wagon and projecting so her voice would carry. "All of ye able-bodied men and women who wish to fight will be of great asset to us. For those of ye who are unable to participate, we will make sure that each and every one of ye will be given shelter and protection during this fight." She placed her hands on her hips. "So, to each of you willing to fight, I need you to take a step forward." One person stepped forward, and then another, and then another. Smiling proudly, Isla then said, "Then let us prepare. We hae no time to waste." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Denham stood beside Finlay a half-hour later with Luckland's apprentice and several of Riley's men, a barrage of steel weapons and armour set up in small groupings and sorted by size. Standing at attention in front of them were male and female members of Isla's clan, all ranging in ages from 12 all the way up to 50, intense gazes on all their faces coated with a nervous air of anticipation. "We have to train fast," Denham said, pacing back and forth. "I will work with each and every one of ye to determine where your skill sets lay. We will need archers, swordsmen. We will carefully coordinate the plan that Finlay Baird has laid out for us. We shall rehearse this as many times as possible to make sure that each and every one of ye will ken their positions and be able to execute your tasks with the highest proficiency." From the front gate, one of Riley's men shouted out that his scout had returned. Denham made his exit and joined Isla and Riley at the front gate to meet the rider. "What news do ye bring?" Riley inquired. The scout, out of breath and dripping with sweat, said, "Lord Henry of Samford and his men, he gathered 2 days' ride for here. They were still coordinating their forces when I left. A few looked pished. They had definitely delayed themselves with their timeline." Finlay grinned. "Good news for us, I would say." A nod from Riley as he looked at Finlay and Isla. "We ha' time," he said. "At the rate we are working, we will be able to be fully prepared by the time they arrive." "Donovan," Finlay said, "should be returning with more reinforcements and supplies soon." He looked overhead, the sun beginning to set and the hectic nature of the day's events finally making him feel fatigued. "We should feed everyone within the hour. We are losing the light." "You also need to be shown your quarters," Riley said to Isla, pointing to the floor above his own quarters in the building directly behind him. "Me wife has already prepared the chambers for ye, my lady." Isla nodded. "Many thanks, Riley. If you don't mind, I'd like to take a moment to wash up." Riley gestured to the quarters. "By all means, my lady." Isla bid her thanks once again and headed for her quarters, casting a quick look over her shoulder to Finlay when the other heads returned to follow after her. He followed Isla carefully and surreptitiously into her quarters. Finlay entered her room, closing the door behind him slowly, as Isla set about rinsing her hands in a bowl of water that Riley's wife had set out for her. The two said nothing for several moments, as Finlay stood at attention like a dutiful soldier. A few minutes passed as Isla dried her hands and face. Finlay then cleared his throat to break the silence before he said, "I hope you're satisfied with this plan, my lady." She said nothing, but her mouth was open, her lips trembling as she turned and faced Finlay with wide eyes. "Is all well, my lady?" Finlay inquired. Isla could feel the fire once again burning inside her, the yearning and the sheer lust that she still felt for Finlay, even though she was trying so desperately to avoid her true feelings. Being away from him, even for a few hours, had left her panicked and worried that it would be the last time she ever saw him. Finlay squinted as she wrung her fingers from the nerves. "Are you all right, my lady?" She parted her lips. "How much time do we have?" "What do ye mean?" "Ye said we should feed the clan. We hae much to attend to." Finlay thought about it and shrugged. If ye need to take some time to rest, I am sure that ye can be spared the hour." "Good," Isla said as she slowly slipped her clothing from her shoulders, the garment falling to the floor and revealing her naked body underneath. "That is more than enough time." Finlay didn't question it. He rushed forward and scooped Isla up into his arms. The two locked their lips, dancing with a renewed and fiery passion as she tore at his tunic and belt like the world would end if she did not. She moaned, once more allowing herself to give her mind and body completely over to him as he carried her to the small cot in the corner and gently laid her down. Stripping off the last of his clothing, the two embraced, the warm sensation of their naked flesh pressing together offering immediate relief, as Isla wasted no time, grabbed a firm hold of his manhood and placed it inside of her. Finlay thrust as Isla dug her nails into the flesh of his back. Finlay did not mind, due to the fact that his sinewy and broad back could withstand it, his hips rotating and causing her eyelids to flutter before placing his lips tenderly on her neck. He moved his lips from her neckline to her mouth, Isla's moaning reverberating inside of his mouth as their tongues then danced and teased one another. Showcasing her own strength, Isla then pushed Finlay off of her, told him to lie back, and mounted him. She placed her palms on his bare chest to balance herself and began rotating her body in a way that made his legs feel like they were no longer of use. The minutes felt like seconds as they became lost in one another's touch and taste, both of them gritting their teeth and feeling like animals in the wild as they traded off lying on top of one another. It became a slight competition at one point, with both of them seeing how fast they could gyrate and please the other with a playful laugh being exchanged as the sun began to descend in the west. For a brief moment, Isla was reminded that her people were awaiting her orders, that even though it was a splendid use of her time to be riding on top of Finlay, they needed to finish and tend to their duties. "Finish with me," she said. Finlay nodded in reply as they worked fast and in sync with each other, that overwhelming sensation between their legs finally exploding with the force of an earth-shaking tremor. Finlay and Isla cried out in ecstasy as they finished, and then held each other for a long moment, saying nothing in fear of ruining the moment. They dressed and made no sound or eye contact. Once finished, Isla moved to the door and flattened the wrinkles in her garb before turning back, grabbing Finlay's hand and tracing her fingers down his palm. "Stay with me tonight," she said. "Aye?" Finlay smiled, uncertain as to what would play out next, but knowing that it was a fool's errand to try and question it, being that his demise was most possibly imminent. "Aye, me lady," he replied. "Aye." The sun had completely fallen by the time they emerged from Isla's quarters. They were greeted by Denholm, who seemed not to suspect a thing, as he said, "We should break and set about eating. We can resume the training as soon as we hair out." "Aye," Isla said, "make it so. I assume that Riley has stated where we will be dining." A nod. "Aye." "Good. And what of Donovan?" Finlay asked. Denham motioned over his shoulder. "He returned a short while ago. He is working with the blacksmith and his apprentice as we speak. He said that they will have to work through the evening to finish forging the weapons." "So be it," Isla said. "Make sure he has brought the proper nourishment." "Aye, me lady. Also, Riley said that it may be a smart play to send a scout to the most eastern edge of the village to keep a close eye. I would like to escort them there while the rest set about partaking in the meal." Isla nodded. "Be quick. I must converse with ye as soon as ye have." "Aye." "Isla!" the voice of Gavina called out. Can I go with Denholm to the eastern part of the village?" Isla shook her head. "No, Gavina. The hour grows late." Gavina groaned and opened her mouth to start in on one of her intelligent retorts, but Denham held up his hand to cease her. "It will nae take long, sister," he said to Isla. "Let her ride with me. It will be a short one at most." He lowered his voice so Gavina would not make him out. "It will tire her proper. I promise. Isla contemplated the proposal for a moment, and then gave her approval. Denham then recruited 2 men to take up the scouting duties as he mounted his horse with Gavina, and set about riding toward the eastern part of the village that Riley had informed him about. As they rode off, a sickly and uncertain feeling came over Isla and Finlay that a mistake had just been made. Chapter 23. All of those gathered in the dining hall had finished the meal within half an hour. No real words of depth were exchanged. Most ate in silence. The air was racked with nervous tension at the prospect of what they were about to engage in. After finishing the meal, everyone set about resuming their duties, training, planning, prepping the village, commiserating with their fellow clan members. The hour grew late, and Isla stood near the front gate, desperately awaiting the return of Gavina and Denham. "I'm sure they will be arriving soon," Finlay said from behind her. "Gavina has probably already worn down Denham good and plenty." Isla smiled. "Ye are right. I just cannae help but worry about all that is happening right now." "This is the right plan, my lady. I promise you that." The silence held sway, the clinking of swords and shouts from the men and women training taking hold for a brief moment. Finlay cleared his throat. "Should we talk?" Isla turned and faced him. "What about—" He looked her in the eyes and spotted the proverbial look that Lachlan had spoken to him about earlier that day. Finlay couldn't help but smile and shake his head. "What?" Isla inquired. Finlay stepped in and lowered his voice, ready to take the bold step that he knew he needed to take. "I love ye," he said, "and ye love me." Isla was dumbfounded as her eyes went wide and she took on a pale expression. She stammered. "I dinna ken." "Naw, my lady, it is true. Ye ken it to be. We both ken this to be true." He grabbed her by the hand. "I love ye. Ye love me. We just keep pretending that we don't." Isla shook her head, not knowing what to say as the feelings inside of her began to make her feel overwhelmed. She prepared to offer up protest, and then a shout rang out from just past the front gate, one of her men that was dispatched to scout the ravine, returning with haste and a blood-stained tunic, and Gavina and Denham were not with him. Finlay and Isla rushed to him, the man dismounting his horse and collapsing to the ground as a small crowd began to gather to help him to his feet. "What happened?" Isla asked. It took a moment for the man to gather his bearings. "Me lady," he said, "I am sorry. I am so sorry." She took his head in her hands. "Look at me. What happened? Speak." A fearful look overcame the man as Finlay spotted the laceration in his arm from what was most definitely a blow from a sword. "They took her," the wounded man said. "They took Gavina." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. While the members of the clan had congregated in the dining hall, Denham, riding with Gavina, escorted 2 members of the clan toward a lookout point settled about 2 miles east of where the end of the village lay. It was a spectacular view, with the moon full and bright and shining brightly along the Highlands. "It is bonny," Gavina remarked, her mouth open as she stared in incredulous wonder at her surroundings. "Aye," Denham concurred, "a bonny sight to behold indeed. Can we nae settle here, Denham?" He shook his head. "No, little one. Our aspirations lie far outside of this place. We are but guests here for the time being." One of the riders, dismounting his horse, took a scan of the surroundings. "I believe that only 1 man should be necessary to scout this location. We should nae spare any more men than what is required." Denham nodded. "I believe ye to be correct, Seamus. If ye see fit, perhaps ye can be the one who holds down these grounds." "Aye, Denham. Should I spot any sign of incoming Sassenach, I will return with haste to inform ye." "Very good," he sighed. "Well, Gavina, it is time we return to Isla." "But I wish to stay," she protested. I ken, me dear, but we must. Seamus fell to his knees before Denham could finish speaking, gurgling and clutching at his throat as an arrow protruded straight through his neck. Seamus! Denham hollered. Gavina, now pale white and shaking with fear as Denham turned to the left and spotted 2 incoming Sassenach riders, one with a broadsword and one mounting a fresh arrow in his bow and taking aim at the other rider escorting Denham Benson. My God, Benson remarked as he drew his sword. Denham passed off Gavina to Benson. Gee, he ordered, take her back to Isla, now! Before Benson could take a firm hold of Gavina, another arrow from the incoming riders flew and nearly hit Benson in the head. Benson falling from his horse as Denham withdrew his sword. Denham! Gavina screamed. Stay back, he ordered. The 2 riders then engaged, both of them circling the group as Benson was pulled to his feet by Denham. The rider with the bow on the right quickly scooped up Gavina and stowed her away, Denham attempting to strike at the rider as he fled, and an arrow from the other rider buried itself in Denham's leg. He fell, clutching at the wound, as the rider pulled another arrow from his bag. Benson, striking the rider's horse with a blow of his sword, knocked the man from the saddle and attempted to behead him with his blade. The rider, quickly rising to his feet, parried the blow and then countered with a strike that tore at Benson's tunic and left a gash in his arm. The rider then came in for a blow to Benson's head, but was tackled to the dirt by Denham as he yelled to Benson, Gee! Gavina! Ye must retrieve Gavina! Denham. Gay! Benson wasted no more time and mounted his horse, fleeing in the direction the other rider had fled in, as Denham threw blow after blow with his fist on the fallen rider. By the 3rd blow, the rider got wise and took a firm grip on the arrow planted in Denham's leg and twisted. Denham, hollering out in pain as he fell to his back, and the rider gave him a few feet of distance. Denham stood limping and readying his sword as the rider took aim with his bow and arrow. Denham charged, but he was hit in the sternum with a clean blow by the arrow and fell to his knees as the rider attempted to fire another. Fallen but not dead, Denham rushed the man as another arrow was released and planted in his stomach. The last arrow the rider was able to let off as Denham buried the blade of his broadsword in the man's chest and watched the life flee from his eyes. Denham fell onto his back, his breathing becoming shallower as small ribbons of blood began to pour from the wounds. Gavina, he said weakly. Gavina. 100 yards away, Benson, still pursuing the other rider, could hear Gavina's cries off in the distance, as she and the rider turned into but a sliver of an outline off in the distance. The rider was fast, faster than Benson was able to keep up with. Eventually, the rider took off and vanished to the east, Benson coming to a full stop and staring on in horror as he realised he had failed to rescue his lady's youngest sibling. Benson turned his horse, riding back toward the lookout point where Denham began breathing his last gasps of air. Denham! Benson said, falling to Denham's side. They are gone. They took her. They took Gavina. I lost the chase. God, please forgive me. Denham, a warm sensation now overcoming him, grabbed the man by his arm and looked him square in the eye. Bring her back. Benson nodded repeatedly. I will, Denham. I will. Denham pulled him in close. Trust Finlay Baird. He is a good man. Benson held Denham close as Denham then drew one final breath, released it, and collapsed. Benson wept for a moment before he mounted his horse and returned to the village, greeted by Finlay and Isla at the front gate, before telling them every detail of what had transpired. Isla looked sick with fear, practically collapsing into Finlay's arms as she looked upon him pleadingly for answers. We will find her, Finlay assured her. We must. Tears streamed down her face. My brother, she wept. He is gone. Finlay pulled her in close as the group of clan members circled around them with concern. I ken, he said, pressing his cheek close to hers. I ken. They held the moment for a long while as Isla wept. Eventually, her sadness transformed into anger, and she wiped the tears from her eyes as she stood up and charged through the crowd like the parting of the Red Sea and stormed into Riley's quarters. "We must abandon this plan," she said. Riley squinted. "Me, lady?" "You heard me. We must mount a rescue. 2 bastard riders of Lord Henry have taken me sister." Riley held up his hands. "Me, lady." "No," she protested, alternating her gaze between Finlay and Riley. "This plan is no mare. I need every able-bodied man or woman from both of our clans to volunteer. The rest can ride ahead to the final destination." She turned to Finlay. "Have Benson's wounds tended to. We will then retrieve me brother's body and set about ending this once and for all." Isla stormed out of Riley's quarters, Finlay following hot on her heels as she marched toward her horse and began preparing it to ride. "Me, lady," Finlay offered up in protest. "No," she said. "Enough is enough. Gather what men ye can. Lord Henry's life ends tonight. We must rally. We must form a plan. Every second that is wasted brings Gavina closer to death. I will nae stand for this. I dinna care any longer." A group of men accompanied by 3 women approached with haste. "My lady," one of the women said, "we ha' heard of what transpired. We will ride with ye." "We move noo," Isla said. "Grab what weapons ye can. We shall ride east and nae stop until we ha' retrieved me sister." Finlay pulled her aside. "Dinna offer up protest to me?" "I will do no such thing," Finlay said. "I will ride with ye. I will abandon the original plan to find Gavina. But me lady, please think this through. We cannae take Lord Henry head on. Ye can this. Let us find him and form a plan." Isla took a breath and a moment to calm herself. Finlay was right. She knew it to be true. But her rage and her resentment had finally gotten the better of her, and the time had come to bring the justice that was long overdue to Lord Henry. She looked at Finlay and nodded. "We will burn me brother's body," she said. "We will have Benson help us track where they went, and then we shall pursue them with all of our might." A nod. "Aye, me lady." "As soon as we can," Riley chimed in, "we will send more riders to reinforce ye. I will ride with them myself. You have my support, Lady Isla." Moments later, a group of 12 riders mounted their horses and set about toward the east with Benson leading the way. After taking a moment to grieve, the bodies were removed and burned, and the Sassenach archer who had killed them was discarded in a ditch as Benson then pointed to the east in the direction the rider who had taken Gavina had fled to. "We ride," Isla said, "and we dinna stop until we retrieve me sister." Chapter 24. The rider who had taken Gavina arrived back at Lord Henry's camp a half-day after the assault that occurred just outside Riley's village. It did not bother Lord Henry in the slightest that another one of his men had perished when he saw Gavina being brought to him kicking and screaming in protest. "Well done, good man," Lord Henry said as the rider bound Gavina's hands and tossed her in a corner of his tent. Gavina cowered and turned away as Lord Henry approached her, propping down on one knee and forcing a paternal tone. "Are you all right, young one?" Gavina said nothing as she stifled her tears and shut her eyelids as tight as possible. "Oh, do not fret," Lord Henry said. "All is well, child." He stood up and approached Stephen, standing at the entrance to the tent. "A splendid notion it was to send out a rider early," he said. "Now we have leverage." A nod from Stephen. "I felt that the Highlanders might have a ploy up their sleeve. We've taken the proper action towards securing our victory." He gestured to Gavina. "They will now come to us. They will walk themselves right to their own demise. We divided their numbers. We've put a hindrance in their plans." He cast a look at Gavina and stepped toward her. "And perhaps this young lass will know more in detail about their plans." He stooped next to her, touching her lightly on the back before Gavina turned around and slapped his hand violently away. "Oh," he said, "that's the spirit. You are much like your sister, little one." "I may be little," Gavina said through tears, "but I will kill ye all the same." "A fighting spirit you have, but, young one," he gripped her arms tight, "understand that you are now under my control. You will do my bidding as I see fit. If you struggle, should you disobey me at any time, I will slit your throat and leave your body for your sister to find." The tears were now uncontrollable for Gavina. "Ye are a monster," she said through hushed tones. Lord Henry shrugged and nodded. Yes, I am, my dear little lass." He then shoved her into a corner, ordered one of his men to stand guard, and walked with Stephen up to the rider that had brought Gavina back to the camp. "My lord," the rider said with a bow, "I had scouted the camp with the other rider for only a brief moment. We were attempting to get a better view of the clan's numbers and what exactly they were planning when another scouting party was approaching. I decided that the best course of action was to strike. If I have failed you, my lord, for that I greatly apologise." Lord Henry smiled and placed his hands on the man's shoulders. "I am quite far from upset, my dear man," he said. "You have brought me the sister of Lady Isla. I see this as a fortuitous moment indeed. Now, tell me what you saw. And in regard to the death of my man? Well," he shrugged, "I guess I couldn't care less." "Indeed, my lord," the rider said, "we were able to make out a strong number of clan members in that village that belongs to Lord Riley." Lord Henry held up a finger. "Lord Riley stole those lands, and if it is all the same to everyone here, I would prefer that we stop addressing these Highlander savages with titles of royalty. We do not put silk on beasts from where I hail from." "Yes, my lord. As I was saying, Riley and Isla's clan were attempting to mount some kind of offensive. I believe that tonight's events will have put them in a frenzied state. I have no doubt that they will abandon their original plan and must be searching for us as we speak." "Let them," Lord Henry said with much enthusiasm. "As my good man Stephen has stated, they will probably arrive by this evening or tomorrow morning. We have more than enough men on hand to dispatch all of them." "Very good, my lord, but we must not underestimate them. When these savage Highlanders are distraught, they attack with a fury like no other." Lord Henry scowled and shook his head. "Are you questioning my abilities?" "Good sir." The rider shook his head with fear. "No, my lord, no. I have the utmost faith in your abilities." He bowed as low as he could to show his contrition. A man who had witnessed the lord in front of him murder his own father and knew that the Sassenach royalty would kill him without a second's hesitation. "Excellent," Lord Henry said. "Then ready the men. Have multiple patrols set in place and scouts set on either side of the camp. We shall await the arrival of the Highlanders and dispatch them swiftly and without hesitation." The rider dispersed and set about organising the men as Stephen followed Lord Henry back into his tent. Gavina was in the corner, biting on her fist and feeling depleted from the ride and the amount of weeping she had done. "What of her?" Stephen inquired. "Should we feed her?" Lord Henry shook his head. "Treat her like any other prisoner. She will not be long for this world anyway." Gavina, her eyes filled with fire, stared at Lord Henry with a defiant and rage-filled expression. "I'd like to see ye try, ye filthy Sassenach scum." Lord Henry couldn't help but laugh and see glimpses of Isla in Gavina's eyes as he sucked air through his yellow teeth and said, "This shall be an interesting event to behold. An interesting event indeed." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Isla, Finlay, and the 12 riders rode for 6 hours as the sun rose in the east. They were tired, fatigued, with the lack of rest in the past 24 hours finally catching up to them. "We should rest," Finlay said, riding next to her. 3 hours at the most, then we can move again." After another mile, Isla ordered the group of 12 to cease the ride. A temporary camp was set up, a fire was pitched, and everyone kept a watchful eye on their surroundings as everyone slept in shifts. "How?" Isla said, shaking her head and cozying next to Finlay, the two of them seated just outside the view of the others. "How did they ken where we were? Riley said that Lord Henry's men were 2 days out." "It doesn't matter," Finlay said, "and Lord Henry is constantly sending out scouts throughout the area. Many of his men have died as a result." She closed her eyes. "I allowed this to happen." Finlay tucked his finger under her chin and delicately tilted up Isla's gaze to meet his own. "It was nae your fault. We are living in troubled times, and I am certain that Lord Henry grows more desperate with his tactics by the hour." Isla nodded her head like it was filled with a heavy weight, her eyes on the fire in front of them, the twisting flames lighting up her already frenzied demeanour. "This," she said, "is, by fay, the most erroneous mistake that he has made." "I agree." They listened to the sounds of the flames crackle in front of them, Isla eventually resting her head on Finlay's shoulder as she looked up at the stars above. "I am sorry," she said, "for what I have put you through." Finlay shook his head and kissed the top of hers. "No mere apologies, me lady. You were just uncertain of how to feel. Given the circumstances, it is mair than understandable. I just dinna ken how life can always be this way." She saw the twinkling of the stars glistening like gems in the black of night, thoughts of her past, present, and future scattered as far and as wide as all the gems that seemed to be winking right back at her. "I always thought, since I was a child, that one day I would awaken and all would be right, that all would make sense," she snickered. "Me mother and father always told me that I was waiting for some kind of message or prophecy, or I didn't certainty to come along and tell me what I needed to ken, that I was always looking at the stars and awaiting a day that would never come." "What day you mean?" "I always thought that one day I would be free from affliction, free of feeling scared or unsure." She hung her head. "I am now starting to understand that I just simply wanted control over things I can't control. I wanted control over everything in my life." Finlay ran his fingers through her hair. It was inspiring to see a woman who was so strong, both physically and emotionally, to still have moments where her guard could be lowered and the softer parts of her soul could be exposed. It was a rarity in these lands and during that time. "Ye are nae alone, me lady," he cooed. "Ye and I and maist of the people here are one and the same." Isla smiled and flattened her palm, pressing it against Finlay's bearded cheek and staring lovingly into his eyes. "I was wrong," she said. "I was wrong to sit here and deny how I felt about ye, as inane as it may be that I feel the way I feel. It is nae a crazed thought, my love. Love is love. Sometimes it grows and builds like a fire, taking its time to kindle and finally fulfill its destiny. Other times it strikes like a bolt of lightning, in all of an instant without warning or time to prepare." "Is that what we are, Finlay Baird? A bolt of lightning?" He smiled, pressed his forehead to hers, and then whispered in her ear, "Wait until we have time alone, and I will show ye." Isla stifled her laughter with the back of her hand, and went back to becoming lost in the moment with Finlay. "Nay, a worse time could arrive fae this," she said, "but I no longer want to dwell on it. I dinna want to lose ye before it was too late to confess how I felt. Which is why I told you I loved you, my love. I dinna want to let any more time pass as well." Isla held Finlay close, burying her head in his chest and allowing herself to become enthralled in his warmth against the nighttime chill. "I am strong," she said, "but I can admit when there are moments when I am weak." She looked up at him, desperate to be soothed. "Promise me," she said, promise that we will find her, that we can end this and be happy, together. Promise me that, Finlay Baird. Tell me that ye love me and that this will all be over soon." Finlay took her hand into his, tight but with a delicate grip, as he placed his lips on hers, and said, "I love ye, Isla, and I promise, no matter what I hate today, that ye and I will be happy and together. I promise ye with all me being that this will all be over soon." Isla then wept briefly with joy, kissed Finlay on the cheek and said, "I love ye, Finlay Baird." Wiping the tears from her eyes and knowing that they had but 1 hour left before they needed to move, Finlay replied, "I can." Chapter 25. Isla had been correct when she stated to Finlay that Lord Henry had made a huge mistake in taking Gavina. But he had also made another by allowing one of his men to abandon his post after finally becoming disenchanted by the irrational rule of his lord and leader. The man went by the name of Urien, a fairly common man who always feared Lord Henry, like most did, but did his bidding for the sake of his own self-preservation. However, after hearing that his lord had murdered Earl Simon of Sandford a few days prior, he knew the time had come to leave and inform the other royalty that one of their own had finally gone too far. He rode away from the camp toward the closest settlement that he knew of, where a group of men, led by a man known as Lord Torstein of Renfeld, was permanently holding residence in a castle that was still in the midst of construction. He was greeted outside the gate, relieved of his weapons, and brought before Torstein in his chambers. Torstein was in many ways the opposite of Lord Henry, tall, handsome, clear-minded, and fair. He had earned his position well, and was past his days of fighting and traversing. Torstein was huddled over a map near a roaring fire, one of his knights conversing with him about something in hushed tones, as Urien the deserter was led in by 2 of Torstein's guards. "My lord," the one on the right said, "this is Urien Crane. He is a knight in one of the Lord Henry of Sandford's army, son of Earl Simon of Sandford. He wishes to take counsel with you, sir." Torstein felt a throbbing in his temples. He, like most of his countrymen, knew all too well about the exploits of Lord Henry of Sandford. He turned in his chair, looking at the frantic knight named Urien, standing with a bowed head and tremor-filled composure. "Leave him here," Torstein said, dismissing his knight. "One of you can stand guard by the door." "As you wish, my lord." 2 of the knights excused themselves as Lord Torstein stood tall before Urien. "What say you, good man?" Torstein said. "What word do you bring from Lord Henry?" Urien cleared his throat. "Dire news, my lord." He checked over his shoulder nervously at the knight. "I'm afraid—" He closed his eyes. "I'm afraid that Lord Henry may not be well, my lord." "In what way?" Urien searched for the words, and nearly choked on them as he spoke. He is not right, my lord." "According to what you're saying, but what illness does he currently suffer from?" "Not one that is physical, my lord, but one of the mind. Lord Henry has taken it upon himself to take control of Earl Simon, of Sandford's men and resources. He was sent to this area to relinquish control when he was killed by Lord Henry, but 2 nights ago." Lord Torstein's lips parted, shocked, but somehow not surprised. "Are you saying," he spoke in clear and concise tones, "that Lord Henry murdered his own father?" "Yes, my lord, and then he took command of his men and killed the rest that would not remain loyal. I knew that it was my duty to abandon my post and inform our countrymen of what is transpiring. It just took longer than I had expected." Lord Torstein took a moment to absorb the words, rotating his wedding band on his finger as he stared at the fire roaring beside him. "You have taken a great risk coming here against an oath you swore to your own lord." "I understand, my lord, and I will gladly receive whatever punishment awaits me for my betrayal. But my lord, Lord Henry plans on pursuing a pack of Highlander savages, one of which he intends to take as his wife. He has risked significant resources and many lives in the pursuit of his campaign. I fear that more men will die, and a significant number of Scotsmen as a result." Lord Torstein turned from the fire and approached Urien, looking at him with a highly scrutinized gaze, in the hopes that Urien was lying. Based on the look in Urien's eyes, he could see that he was hearing nothing but the truth. "Where is Lord Henry of Sandford now?" Lord Torstein inquired. "A day's ride from here," Urien replied, "but they are no doubt on the move as we speak. They are awaiting the arrival of the Highlander clan I spoke of. Lord Henry currently has taken the youngest sibling of Lady Isla hostage. He plans on luring them in and dispatching of them all upon their arrival." "Bloody fool, Assam," Torstein seethed, talking more to himself now than he was to Urien. "That arrogant man is going to single-handedly ruin the Empire. And he dispatched of Earl Simon? He murdered his own father." Torstein huffed, pounding his fist on the edge of the stone fireplace as he thought of his next approach. "This cannot stand," he said. "We must inform the king. We must send out a party to intervene and stop Lord Henry from this madness." "What of the Highlanders, my lord?" Urien asked. "What of them? They are arriving in full force at Lord Henry's encampment at any moment. We will surely run into a resistance." Lord Torstein nodded at Urien's words. A man who thought his fighting days were over was once again finding himself having to take up the sword. "In regard to that inquiry," he said to Urien as he headed for the door, "we will deal with that issue in the proper time. Come now, lead me to your lord's encampment." He grabbed his knight by the arm at the door. "And send message to the king," he said. "Tell him that Lord Henry of Renfeld is on his way to relieve Lord Henry of Sandford of his command, and inform the king of what is transpiring." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Finlay, Isla, and the 12 riders with them had finished packing up their camp and were following Finlay's lead. "I ken much about this area," he said. "There are 2 separate routes that Lord Henry's men could have come fae." "How will we know which direction they came in from?" Isla asked. A nod. "We had to ride about 2 hours in our current direction. It was a single rider. Based on the tracks we find, we shall be able to tell where our man went off with Gavina." They eventually reached the proverbial tracks, in an area of dirt road that snaked straight ahead for miles, but split off, leading down an incline 30 yards to the left. "There," Finlay said. "He went left. West. Based on Lord Henry's pursuit of us, he must have settled his men into a hillside that provides ample cover on 2 sides. Me brothers and I once sat the night there." "Were you fleeing?" "No," Finlay said fondly. "It was me birthday. We were to pish to ride." Isla smiled and was relieved of her fear and anguish over Gavina for the briefest of moments. She had come to embrace her love of Finlay, and it helped alleviate the suffering somewhat. But her heart had been racing for fear over her youngest sibling, and rather than dwelling on how or why, she simply set her intentions on finding Gavina and rescuing her from the clutches of the bastard Lord Henry. "Riley," Isla said, "was told that over 200 men are settled out there. I am heeding your advice on being cautious. So, tell me how we go about securing enough men to have a fighting chance to save me sister. And keep in mind that time is of the essence." Finlay thought quickly on his feet. He knew that they would have to make do with whatever numbers he had, but he needed to rally all that were at his disposal as quickly as possible in order to have their fighting chance. "Eamon," he called over his shoulder. A ginger-haired rider called back, "Aye." "Ride back to Riley. He's no doubt nae fae behind us. You need to tell him which direction we are riding." "Aye," Eamon called out before turning his horse around and charging back in the direction they had come from. "The rest of ye," Finlay said, "ye will stay here. Isla and I will ride ahead. We will scout this encampment out and Be back to ye all within 2 hours' time. Should ye encounter any Sassenach, hold ye ground. I promise ye Riley will be nae fay behind ye." The riders then spread out and began setting up a temporary defensive position as they awaited the arrival of Riley and the reinforcements. "We're gae in slow," Finlay said to Isla as they began to ride. "We just need to be a pair of eyes right noo." "I might have a better idea," Isla said as she bucked the horse and shot straight ahead of Finlay. A half-hour later, they arrived on a hillside looking down onto the encampment of Lord Henry, both of them lying flat on their stomachs as they stared down from 200 yards away at a barrage of men. Their numbers were overwhelming to Isla and Finlay as they watched the men go about packing their camp. "They will nae be done soon," Finlay said. "They are moving tae slow." "Aye," Isla said, still keeping a cautious eye out for any lingering Sassenach. "And it looks like he has all of his men on hand. I dae see anyone." "His men are weakened. Some of them even look ill. They have suffered under his rule and it takes a toll on them all. I am surprised that nae one of them has broken down and fled to inform their king of his foolishness." They took a moment to count the numbers of men, estimating, like Riley had stated, around 186. "I cannae see Gavina," Isla said. "I am having trouble seeing where Lord Henry's quarters are. Nae doubt he has her hidden in there." Finlay squinted harder and took his time to look at every tent in the camp. Some were dismantled, a few were not. He searched to find the biggest and most durable of them all, and spotted it on the most eastern part of the valley. "There," he said. "I have a strong suspicion that Gavina is in there." Isla followed his finger and found the tent, confident of her plan when she turned to Finlay and said, "I have a better idea in mind." Finlay shook his head. "Isla, if we—" She gently placed her palm over his mouth. "We will strike," she said, knowing what words he was already going to use before he even said them. "But this we will do as well. Are you listening?" She slowly lowered her hand. Finlay nodded. "Aye." One of Lord Henry's knights saw what appeared to be a woman in a red dress stumbling toward him in a daze. The closer she came, he realised the dress was green and it was simply covered in blood. "Bloody hell," he said with a smirk as he moved to intercept the woman. "Are you lost, love?" The woman came to a stop. "Aye," she said. "My name is Lady Isla. I believe Lord Henry is looking for me." The knight's eyes went wide, and his smile stretched into a lecherous beam as he said, "Well, well, well, God smiles at Lord Henry today." He shouted over his shoulder to a knight not far away. "Oi, fetch Lord Henry!" He grabbed Isla by the arm. "Tell him that his dreams just came true." Chapter 26. Lord Henry was more than elated when he heard the news being called out to him by Stephen from outside his tent. "What did you say?" he called out as he shot out of his chair and rushed toward the front of his tent. Gavina perking up and hoping that rescue was just moments away. Isla was hauled into the tent and placed in front of Lord Henry by two of his men. Like a prized horse, Isla's head hung low as Lord Henry clapped his hands together and hollered out with joy. "God smiles upon me today," he exclaimed. "I cannot tell you how long I have looked forward to this reunion." Lord Henry stood in front of Isla, her gaze diverted to the ground as she trembled from a mixture of fear and anger. "Isla!" Gavina said, wanting to rush to her sister's side, but held back by one arm by one of Lord Henry's men, her eyes wide with horror as she saw the bloodstains on her sister's clothing. "Are ye hurt?" "Shut that child up," Lord Henry commanded, his man shaking Gavina's arm as she bit her fist to stifle her tears. Isla slowly turned her head and gave her sister the subtlest of nods. "All is well, Gavina," she cooed. "Dee fret." "Oh, she should be worried," Lord Henry said, toe-to-toe now with Isla. "She should be frightened for her life. That is, Of course. He traced his finger up the bare skin on Isla's exposed arm. Unless you obey every command that I give you. He examined the blood caked to her arms. What happened to you? Tell me. Did one of my men harm you? Isla said nothing, biding her time and occasionally offering a nod or a wink to soothe Gavina. Answer me, woman, Lord Henry pressed. Why are you soaked in blood? Still, Isla said nothing, waiting and hoping that Finlay, waiting for reinforcements to arrive, would follow through with the plan they had set. Dinny fail me, Finlay, she thought. Please, Dinny, fail me. But she knew that he wouldn't. She had the utmost faith in him in the world. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 100 yards outside the camp, perched on the hill overlooking Lord Henry's forces, Riley arrived with 30 of his men, and the rest that had been left to intercept him before Isla and Finlay had left. They remained quiet, all of them waiting back far from the edge as Riley crawled on his stomach and joined Finlay. What news do you have? Riley inquired. Finlay pointed down to the camp. Isla is there. She is in Lord Henry's tent as we speak. Riley's heartbeat picked up in rhythm. Madness, he said. She is going to get herself killed. Finlay shook his head. She is smart. She awaits us to infiltrate the camp. The better tactic in this case is to slip in and out. Attacking in full force will not provide us with any benefit. All we must do is await her signal. Which is? He shrugged. I believe we shall ken it when we hear it. He nodded to Lord Henry's tent. At least those were her words. Once we receive the signal, ye and I and the rest of our people will slowly infiltrate the camp. Has it occurred to ye, Riley said, that Lady Isla plans on murdering Lord Henry where he stands? Finlay huffed. I believe this to be true. This is quite a risk, Finlay bared. The goal is to free Gavina. I will do everything in me power to make sure that Isla is nae harmed. That is a guarantee ye canny make. Finlay focused an intense gaze on Riley. The hell I canny. A shriek emitted from inside of Lord Henry's tent, faint enough that Riley and Finlay could just barely make it out. I believe that to be the signal, Finlay said as he pushed off the ground. The time has come to act, Lord Riley. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. With a strong, backhanded swipe, Lord Henry struck Isla in the face and knocked her on her back. Isla, Gavina shrieked as she stared fire at Lord Henry. Leave her be. Stephen, Lord Henry said, rubbing his temples from the stress. Take this damn child out of my sight before I slit her throat where she stands. Kicking and screaming, Gavina was hauled out of the tent, grasping at Isla and crying to the point that her words were nothing more than guttural noises. The entire time, Isla kept her composure, hoping that Finlay had heard her shriek and begun his descent into the camp. Lord Henry, smiling and taking pleasure in Isla's pain, pulled her to her feet. You are not the screaming type, my lady. I am pleased to see that I can elicit such a reaction. He pulled her back to her feet violently. Now, he said, grabbing her face with one hand and squeezing. Tell me what your plan is. Through a beet-red expression and struggling to draw a breath, Isla said, There is no plan. Do not make me strike you again, my lady. For the next time I will leave a mark. Isla, staring into the bastard Lord Henry's eyes, felt all the rage and animosity she felt toward him swirling inside her chest. Ye will leave a mark, ye say? He nodded. One that will remain with you forever. Isla, through stifled breathing, laughed. Is there something amusing to you, my lady? She nodded. Indeed, being that I dinna believe a man as weak and pithy as ye could be capable of hitting any harder than that of a small infant. Lord Henry, showcasing his yellow teeth, raised his hand and prepared to strike. We both know, he said assuredly, that you did not walk in here without some kind of ulterior motive at play. You will tell me what that is, or I will drag your sister back in here and murder her in front of you, my dear Scottish lady." Isla shrugged. "Day what ye must, me lord, because I will never, ever bend to your will." Lord Henry could see the intention in Isla's eyes, the defiance, the will to do, like she said, never give in to his will. "So be it," he said. "Stephen, bring that little runt back in here. It is time we made Lady Isla pay for the price of her insolence." Stephen returned moments later with a crying and depleted Gavina thrown down in front of Isla, as Lord Henry then ordered Stephen to hand over his sword. Gripping the steel in one hand, Lord Henry made it a point to shake the weapon in front of Isla's face. "This is what happens when you defy me," he said, raising the sword high over his head and preparing to take off Isla's head. And then a roaring cacophony of several men screaming in pain rang out from outside the tent. "Bloody hell," Lord Henry said, lowering his sword. "What was that?" "My lord," someone shrieked from outside, "the Highlanders are attacking." Stephen, waiting for no orders, fled outside of the tent, Lord Henry temporarily distracted as Isla then pulled a dagger from her belt and shoved the tip into Lord Henry's belly. "Run, Gavina," she shouted. "Run, now!" Lord Henry sported an incredulous look of fear as he looked down at the blade buried in his stomach, a thin ribbon of ruby trickling from the wound, as his already pasty skin took on an ashy shade of white. Isla, preparing to carve him from waist to sternum, was kicked back swiftly by Lord Henry's booted foot, the wind knocked out of her as he stumbled out of the tent and blended in with the river of men converging onto the area. "Isla!" Gavina cried out. "Isla, help!" Recouping her senses and pounding a fist in the dirt from failing to kill Lord Henry, Isla collected her bearings and ran out of the tent. She found herself lost in a sea of 50-some-odd men rushing with weapons in hand toward the northern part of the camp, where Finlay, Riley, and 30-some-odd riders were engaged in all-out warfare on Lord Henry's men, and it appeared as though they were winning. Quickly casting a look over her shoulder, she saw Lord Henry, crouched over and coughing, running to his man Stephen, who then aided him in mounting his horse. Isla, ready to finish the job she had started, was shaken out of her rage-induced frenzy as Gavina called out from the left, "Isla, help!" Isla turned and saw Gavina being held back by both arms by one of Lord Henry's clearly confused and befuddled men. Searching for a quick solution, Isla saw another one of Lord Henry's knights, his body, at least, lying face down with a series of arrows in his back and a hatchet clutched in his cold, dead grip. Isla fetched the hatchet, recalled what her late brother Denholm had taught her, and threw the weapon with an overhand toss toward the man holding Gavina. The blade buried itself in the man's skull, his grip on Gavina slackening and releasing her before she ran into Isla's arms. "Isla!" Gavina cried. "Isla, I didn't want to be here!" Isla kissed her cheek, pulling her away from the mass of men fighting in a circle around the mounted Highlanders, spilling through the campgrounds like a flood. She then quickly spotted several Highlander archers positioned in elevated positions around the camp and striking down dozens of Lord Henry's men with expert precision. "Quick, Gavina," she said, rushing her toward the rear end of the camp, where there was less violence occurring. "Come with me. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk." Finlay and Riley, both of them battling several men on top of their horses, clanked their steel against that of the Sassenach. As soon as Isla's scream had hollowed out and given them the signal, they had taken their riders and stormed the camp. Riley had given the order for half of the 30 riders to flank left towards Lord Henry's quarters. The other half approached from the right, converging onto the confused mass of Lord Henry's legion and corralling them into a huddle and allowing them to dispense of the men attacking them with slight ease. Riley laughed from on top of his steed, raising his sword high and screaming, "God smiles today upon the Highlander, Finlay Baird." Finlay was too worked up into a frenzy to reply as 3 men charged at him. Each was taken down by a barrage of arrows from the archers who had been positioned around the camp, paving the way for him to strike down several more men as Lord Henry's forces began to attack and some retreated in waves. Around the time that Gavina was snatched up and saved by Isla, Finlay dismounted his horse and found himself standing face to face with the large, towering Sassenach knight who stood his ground and taunted Finlay to engage him. Finlay positioned his feet and allowed the man to take the first few blows, parrying the strikes and recalling the lesson his father had imparted to him about allowing the enemy to wear himself down. The 2 men exchanged several blows, one of them nearly taking off Finlay's head and exposing his torso, and in turn allowing Finlay to bury his blade deep into the man's chest. "Isla!" Finlay screamed. "Where are ye?" "Finlay," Riley called out. "The forces are retreating. We must take leave." Finlay knew he needed to find Isla first, and found her cowering near the edge, near a collection of wooden barrels, as 2 knights closed in on her and Gavina, with their swords at the ready. "Come here, lassies," one of them taunted. "Time to meet your maker." As both men moved to strike, with Isla holding onto the weeping Gavina for dear life, Finlay rushed in, knocked one of the men into the barrels, killed the other with his sword, and then put down the one he had knocked over, with a quick and lethal stomping of his boot to the man's neck. Finlay held out his hand, Gavina and Isla looking upon him like the saviour that he indeed was. "Come," he said, "it is time to gae." Chapter 27. The remainder of Lord Henry's troops retreated in waves, several more of them cut down by strikes from the swords of the riders, and several more from the arrows of the archers. The group of riders that had been assembled by Finlay and Riley were now gathered on the outskirts of the camp, Gavina clutching onto Isla for dear life as they mounted a horse and watched the remainder of Lord Henry's men flee into the wilderness. "Look at them," Riley said. "They scatter like roaches into the distance." Finlay looked at Isla. "Your plan worked, me lady. I was fearful it would nae—" Isla said nothing to Finlay as she whispered reassurances to Gavina. "Where is Lord Henry?" Riley inquired, searching the terrain. "Has he been dispatched of?" Isla shook her head. "No, I wounded him, but he appears to have fled with his right-hand man." Finlay gritted his teeth. "This can he stand. We must hunt him down." "Let the men flee," Riley said. "Look, they have gifted us their camp for our disposal." "Is it wise to stay here?" "Aye. I dinna believe that they will return to these parts any time soon. They flee to lick their wounds. A single fortnight spent here will nae provide us any trouble, I am sure. We should rally and take account of our men. We should pursue the Sassenach in the Mora." And so, it was gospel. The collective group of riders and archers set up camp in the remains of what were once Lord Henry's grounds. A fire had been set, supplies and food had been salvaged from the refuse, and the Highlander heroes gathered around the fire and allowed themselves a moment of reprieve to drink, eat and sing joyously, while several watchful eyes kept a close gaze on the terrain for any signs of the Sassenach. Gavina, asleep on Isla's shoulder, did not leave her side the entire time. Eventually, once darkness had fallen and several of the riders were asleep, Isla pulled Finlay aside and embraced him like she never had before. "We came so close to perishing," she said. "I dinna ken what would have happened had you not arrived in time." Finlay kissed her delicately on the cheek. "All is well, Isla. We are safe noo. Lord Henry, even if he is nae dead, will surely be so soon." "Is it foolish to pursue him? Should we cut our losses and retreat to our salvation in the Highlands?" "No. As long as there is a chance that Lord Henry has a breath in his body, we must pursue him. We must end this uncertainties, nae hope." "Finlay," Riley called out from near the fire, "we must speak. Ye and Lady Isla." Isla and Finlay congregated with Riley by the fire, only the three of them in attendance, as Gavina slept a few feet away, close enough that Isla could keep a close eye on her. Riley poked at the fire with a poker he had retrieved from the supplies that had been raided in Lord Henry's camp, a pensive look on his face as he drew a long and exhausted breath. "We must discuss the obvious," he said. "A bit what our next strategy should be." "We hunt down Lord Henry," Finlay said. "It is nae even a question." Riley held up a finger. "Luck was in our favour today," Finlay bared. "Dinna question it." "I agree," Finlay said, "but Lord Henry is wounded, isolated. We ken well of his disfavour with his Sassenach masters. Based on the terrain and how far he could have fled, it is in our best interest to put him down." "For good," Riley sighed. "Did your father ever impart to ye about cutting your losses?" "I ken what ye are implying." "We fought well today. We can safely declare this a victory." He nodded to Gavina. "The lass has been rescued. Isla is na harmed. We ha won. Let us quit while we ha the advantage." Isla shook her head in defiance. "No," she said. "We must finish Lord Henry off for good. Riley, I will nae ask ye to follow us if ye dinna wish. Ye and your people ha done enough as it is." Riley stood ready to rest for the night as he said, "I will ha to sleep on it, my lady. The potential risks that we will take in seeing this through are quite great." "I understand," Isla replied as Riley retreated a few feet away and set about slumbering. Finlay, clutching his side, looked at his hand and saw a few stains of blood on his palm. "It appears I dinna walk away unscathed." Isla pulled up his tunic and saw a neat gash just above his pectoral muscle. "Finlay," she gasped, "we mun clean this. Come. There are some supplies in Lord Henry's tent." "What of Gavina?" "I shall watch her," one of the women riders said quietly. "Gay, all is well." Finlay was escorted by Isla into Lord Henry's tent as Gavina slept peacefully for the first time in a long while, exhausted by the day's events and ever grateful to her sister and Finlay for rescuing her from the clutches of Lord Henry. Riley, finding it harder to sleep than he had initially imagined, heeded Isla's words and knew deep down in his soul that the only way they would ever truly be free was if they dispatched of Lord Henry and the rest of his denizens for good. He knew that war was coming. He knew that the final battle for their salvation was just a short while away. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Finlay stripped off his tunic, a neat river of red having flowed from the wound in his pectoral muscle that was just on the mend toward healing. Fetching a bowl with water, fresh bandages, and a variety of oils and ointments at her disposal, Isla ordered Finlay to lay back on Lord Henry's cot as she went about cleaning his wounds. "Do ye ken what you are doing?" Finlay asked. Isla huffed. "I learned all about tending tae wounds fae me mother. Denholm had endured his fair share of scrapes when we were children." The mentioning of her brother saddened her, reminding her that he was no longer among the living. Finlay could see the dismay in Isla's face, and slowly rested his hand on top of hers. "I am so sorry, Isla," he cooed. "I am so sorry about Denholm." She shook her head. "I am grateful. He fought until his last breath. Ye ken, in a way, Denholm always ken, that his fate would come about in such a way. No man or woman should hae to live that way." "We have been through this before," Isla said as she dabbed at Finlay's wounds with a soaked rag. "No longer will anyone have to suffer like this again, which is why I will pursue Lord Henry of Sandford to the ends of the earth to see that prospect through." Should we nae heed Riley's words? Is it nae a smart tactic to now retreat to our new home in the Highlands? She shook her head, cleaning away the blood and dabbing it with healing ointments that made Finlay wince from the sting. "Ye cannae possibly think that we will be free from Lord Henry unless we are certain that he is dead." Finlay sat up against Isla's insistence that he lay back as he took her face into his palms. "I worry about your fate, me love. Riley is correct in stating that luck or God favoured us this day. I worry about not having a second chance should we gae after Lord Henry." Isla was comforted by his touch, but nonetheless unmoved from her goal of taking Lord Henry's life. "We must," she insisted. "We must end this. There will be other Sassenach lords that will follow me, love. Men like Lord Henry are but weeds. 2 more will sprout up upon his removal. But we will send a message to the Sassenach, one that will state that Lady Isla and her clan will never bow to the Sassenach rule. This is my intention, me love. I will not strafe the course." Finlay smiled, inspired by Isla's strength as she finished cleaning and bandaging the cuts on his chest. He sat up fully, taking her hands into his as he gently pressed his forehead against hers. "Ye are a warrior," he said. "I had never met a woman like ye in me life." Isla smiled. "Ye flatter me," Finlay bared. "No, ye flatter me. I am grateful for every moment that ye are in my presence." Isla couldn't help herself from blushing, that fluttering in her chest that she felt when she was around Finlay, now resurging and causing her to cast a glance to the opening of Lord Henry's tent. "What is it, me lady?" Finlay inquired. Isla stood, walked over and closed the flap to the tent. With a somewhat devious look in her eye, she hustled back over to Finlay, pressed him onto his back gently, and sat on top of him. "Dinna move," she said. "Ye are hurt. We dinna want to aggravate your wounds." Finlay smiled as Isla ran her bare hands in a delicate fashion down his chest, the sensation against her palms making her feel like she was running her hands down a collection of polished, warm stones. She then rested on top of Finlay, pressing her lips against his flesh and kissing him from his neck down to his waist. Finlay attempted to sit up, but was once more pressed down onto his back. Isla removed her garb, took Finlay's hands, and cupped her breasts with them, biting her lip at how good it felt as Finlay shut his eyes and allowed pleasure to soothe his wounds. The 2 went from using words to communicate to soft groans and moans. Isla, grabbing Finlay by his manhood, delicately slipped him inside of her and pressed her palms against his abdomen for balance. She then moved slowly, gently, taking her time and making sure the noise was kept to a minimum. Isla took complete control of the situation and created a wave of sensations that put both of them at ease. Finlay ran his hands all over every curve of her body, squeezing her buttocks and causing Isla to gasp with pleasure. She then pressed her lips against his, the 2 of them holding a kiss that felt like it lasted for a lifetime. The night passed and the 2 remained joined, as the sun in the east slowly began to peek over the horizon. Though both of them had sought pleasure successfully with one another before, the fact that they had given over to love had offered a newfound enhancement to their physical relationship. Their hearts felt as if they were now beating in sync, the 2 of them unable to keep their gazes unconnected and limbs unintertwined as the night turned into day, and nothing mattered in the world to them now but each other. Eventually, once the physical exertion had gotten the best of them, they lay side by side on the cot and stared deeply into each other's eyes, before catching a brief few hours of sleep. Finlay, gently sweeping a strand of loose hair behind Isla's ear, kissed her once more and said, "I love ye, Lady Isla. I love ye mair than anything in the world." Rubbing his stubble, Isla returned the kiss and said, "And I love ye, Finlay baird, mair than anything else in the world." They fell asleep in each other's arms, confident to take on the world, and Lord Henry in a battle they knew was just around the corner. Chapter 28. Lord Henry hollered out in pain as Stephen removed the dagger that had been stuck in his abdomen by Isla. "Bloody hell!" he screamed. "Careful, you commoner fool! I am bleeding out like a stuck pig!" Stephen, reacting not in the slightest, saw that the blade had merely penetrated muscle, but no vital organs. Lord Henry would live. It was just a matter of staving off the infection. "I understand your attraction to Lady Isla," he said to his lord, "but she did quite an awful job when it came to the matter of your assassination." Lord Henry winced as Stephen cleaned and sewed up his wound. "She is a fool, like all the others who attempted to take my life," he replied. "I will die when I feel the time is ready, when I am an old man in my bed. Sleep will take me, not the blade of some Highlander whore." Lord Henry then gritted his teeth as he looked around at his tattered and depleted legion of men huddled around a fire. He was the only one who had been given a tent, being that he and his men had fled with very few of their supplies after the Highlander attack that was mounted after Isla's ruse. His men were bloodied, wounded, fatigued, and their numbers had been dwindled down to just shy of 70 after the attack at the camp that, as far as Lord Henry was concerned, should not have happened. Lord Henry slapped Stephen's hand away, kicking at the bowl of water by his feet, and startling some of the other men as he said, "Bastards! How in the bloody hell could we have allowed those savages to infiltrate us? Us! Me!" He pounded his chest. "I am royalty. I am a lord. My forces greatly outnumber those of the Highlanders, and somehow, in some slight from God, they managed to best me." Stephen held up his hand. "It was a cowardly attack, my lord. This is but one small victory that the Highlanders have gained amongst a lifetime of losses. It was bound to happen sooner or later." Lord Henry pointed his finger. "Not to me," he said defiantly. "Not to me. I will not stand for this. I will not be pushed into the remote areas of the Highlands and be disgraced in such a fashion. We will rally our forces. We shall go to the nearest settlement the kingdom has established and recruit more men." Stephen hung his head. He was a man committed to his lord to the ends of the earth, but he knew that his lord was operating off rage that clouded his judgment. "My lord," he said, choosing his words carefully from having witnessed the fates of the other men who had challenged Lord Henry's methods before, "how should we handle the news of your father? I can assure you that the king and one of his interested parties will no doubt send word of his condition." Lord Henry pondered the notion, for once settling himself down enough to think in a critical fashion. "The solution for that will simply require a bit of dishonesty." "As in, my lord?" "As in, we retreat to whatever outpost is closest, inform our countrymen that half of our men and my father were slaughtered by the Highlanders, and then we return with reinforcements to cut each and every one of them down with a ruthless and unforgiving display of aggression." Stephen nodded. "A good plan, my lord. It will be our word against the savages." "Indeed, my good man," Lord Henry said, settling back and confident in his plan. "Once we have prepared good and proper, we will finish what I should have once and for all." "And do you wish to kill all of them, my lord?" Stephen asked, Lord Henry needing no further hinting than Stephen's inflection to know that he was referring to Isla. "Oh, yes, my good man," Lord Henry said, sitting up with a fiery glint in his eye. "All of them. I no longer desire the reprehensible Lady Isla. That time has passed. She attempted to disgrace and then murder me with her actions. No, Stephen, that woman will suffer the worst fate out of all in her clan." He smiled. "First, I will kill her sister. Then anyone else that she holds feelings for in front of her. I will behead them all and make her watch. Once I am finished with that," he snickered, "and once I am finished with her, I will dispose of her in a pot of tar and seal it shut so that only she can hear her screams." Stephen, as usual, was unmoved by his lord's intentions and merely replied, "Very good, my lord," before he finished up tending to Lord Henry's wounds. "And to all of you," Lord Henry said, pointing to a bottle of whisky that Stephen then fetched for him, "you fought gallantly. You shall be rewarded and given proper compensation for what you have all done for me." He removed the cork from the bottle and swigged. The pain from his cut immediately soothed and bringing out the classic and lecherous spirit that he usually toted. Let me ask you, do you wish to kill each and every one of those Scottish bastards that attacked us today? Do you wish to take your vengeance out on these savages? Nods of agreement, mumbles. Well, Lord Henry said, the time for that draws near. So, rest easy tonight, gentlemen. Each and every one of you will be able to take a Highlander's head as a trophy in the not-too-distant future. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The morning had come, and Riley had already set about organising his collection of men. Isla was with Gavina, still talking her down from the events that had transpired the day prior, as Finlay coordinated the members of Isla's clan and set about saddling his horse. "Riley!" Finlay called. Riley approached Finlay. "Aye, lad. Hae ye reached a decision about whether or nay ye will follow us to track Lord Henry?" Riley nodded. "Aye," he said. "I couldn't in good faith order them to follow. Several of our men have already perished. However, I did ask for volunteers to help assist ye." Finlay felt like he was holding his breath. "And how many did ye receive?" Riley smirked. "All of them, including myself." Finlay planted his hand firmly on the man's shoulders and squeezed. "Thank you, me lord. Ye might have saved us all with your help. I thought on it for the night. I believe that Isla is correct in her assumption that the wrath of Lord Henry will return in a fevered manner if we dinny hunt him down. There is nae far he could have gone. The closest town rests to the west." "A town? Which town?" "One that was recently erected by the Sassenach. One of me men discovered it weeks ago during his ride. It is a day and half's ride away. Even if Lord Henry is on the move, we still have a chance to catch up to him." "And if he makes it to the village? Then what?" Riley sighed. "We shall handle that when we arrive at that point. We shall have to plan this accordingly. There are no guarantees as to what the outcome may be." The group set about finishing their packing as Finlay walked over to check in on Isla and Gavina. "How are ye, little one?" Gavina, yawning off the last bits of weariness from the events of the past few days, smiled fondly at Finlay. "I am quite well, Finlay Baird. I hae ye tae thank for that." Finlay shook his head. "No, me dear." He pointed to Isla. "It was the quick thinking and swift actions of your sister that saved the day." "Oh, no, it was nae that way. You rescued us. I was there. I am forever in your debt." Gavina locked her arms around Finlay's neck and sighed with relief, Finlay embracing the young child as Isla smiled at them both fondly. "I am glad you're all right," Finlay said as he broke the hug, "but we maun move quickly. We have quite the journey ahead of us." After saddling up Gavina with one of the other riders, Isla and Finlay congregated with Riley at the head of the group. Riley was pointing toward the horizon, where the road dipped down into a valley that led into a collection of trees that ran for miles. "That is the only direction Lord Henry of Sandford could have fled in," he said. "That forest spans a half-day's ride before leading to the village I was telling you about." "What village?" Isla inquired. "A Sassenach stronghold," Riley said. "It is quite new. I was informed by one of me men that the Sassenach are still in the stages of fortifying the grounds. It is mair than possible that there are weaknesses we can exploit." Isla bit her lip thinking. "If we encounter too many men," she said, "we will hae to request help from whatever fellow Highlanders we can reach." "A difficult feat, me lady. The Sassenach have control over much of the lands." "Perhaps," Finlay interjected, "a subtle approach like the last one will be our safest bet." "We will have to see this village first," Isla said, already moving toward her horse. "We must nae longer delay. Time is against us." "What of Gavina?" Finlay said, gesturing to the young girl. "Perhaps we should send her back to Riley's village." Agreed, Riley said. We can afford one rider to take her back. Isla nodded her approval. Aye, she has seen enough war to last for a lifetime. Isla then approached the horse she was mounted on, informed the rider with her of the plan to take her back, and already found herself having to calm Gavina down when she heard of the plan. I want to stay with ye, Gavina pleaded. Please, I can fight. Isla brushed her cheek. I hae nae doubt, little one, but the time has come for ye to return. No, Isla, please. I feel safer with ye. I want to stay. I ken ye day, but it is nae safe, my sweet sister. I must look out for your best interests. But, Isla, Gavina, Isla said as she took Gavina's hand, I will arrive back in the village before ye ken it. One day at the maist. That is all. I will return to ye, I promise. Gavina wiped the tears from her eyes, with Finlay bared as well. A smile. With Finlay bared as well. Gavina and the rider escorting her then marched off in the direction of Riley's village. Finlay and Isla watched her as she turned into a faint outline in the distance. He squeezed her hand in an assuring manner and told her they needed to move. The group mounted their steeds, went over the plan, and set about riding through the terrain before quickly reaching the edge of the forest, dark and expansive, and causing all those in attendance to look over both shoulders more than once for any signs of something out of the ordinary. After a half-day's ride, the group, huddled together tight, found themselves in an open field on the edge of the forest with nothing in sight except a modest cottage, and farmland stretching behind it as far as the eye could see. Isla ordered the group to a halt. Is that the Sassenach? Riley shook his head. No, my lady. I believe that these are nothing more than farmland. A moment later, a man in baggy clothing and hair the colour of silver stepped out of his cottage, staring at the Highlanders, and forming the tiniest of smiles as he beckoned them to approach. Cautious, but still elated to find a fellow countryman, the group rode together and were greeted by the farmer and sole occupant of the lands, who said to them, Come, I ken what ye seek. The savage Sassenach lord came through here nae long ago. Chapter 29. Lord Torstein arrived at the remains of what was Lord Henry's camp a little over an hour after Isla and the clan had departed. His numbers were 50 strong, with each man among his ranks consisting of some of the most capable and lethal knights that had been produced by the king. They rode through the village, each of them sidestepping the bodies of their countrymen that had been piled on the edge of camp. Lord Torstein, riding in the middle of the pack, could immediately tell what had happened, based on the arrows protruding from some of the bodies and the separate horse prints that were scattered in every direction. It appears, one of the Lord Torstein's knights called out, that Lord Henry of Sandford and his men were ambushed, my lord. Lord Torstein nodded. An astute observation, and one that does not surprise me in the slightest. The foolishness of Lord Henry brought this about. They continued their ride through the camp, covering all ends before they congregated at the head of the camp, and several of them dismounted their horses along with Lord Torstein. My lord, the same knight said, do you think that Lord Henry perished among them? Lord Torstein's eyes searched the camp before falling on the biggest and most well-maintained tent of them all. He approached, a palm resting on the hilt of his sword as he entered the tent and took a look around. Lord Henry's quarters, undoubtedly, he said, searching for any sign or clue that could tell him what had happened to the disgraced nobleman. After a few moments, Lord Torstein, almost sniffing the air, shook his head. No, he said, he is still alive. A fight commenced here, no doubt, but Lord Henry is like a rat that seems to always avoid being put down. Where could he have gone, my lord? Lord Torstein stepped outside of the tent and followed a trail of hoof prints edging toward the forest that lay but a few miles away. There is a village, he said, not far from here. I have a feeling that Lord Henry and whatever of his men that remain fled in that direction. Which village, my lord? A knight by the name of Sir Richard of Ryton is in charge. It is a stronghold that was recently established by order of the king. Sir Richard was tasked with recruiting and training other knights and warriors inside the walls of the outpost. I feel that Lord Henry is making his way to said outpost. He no doubt plans on informing Sir Richard of whatever story he has concocted in order to avoid punishment. So, we pursue him, the knight said. Aye, Lord Torstein said, but another matter troubles me so. What would that be, my lord? Lord Torstein nodded to the tracks. These prints in the ground have been covered by fresh tracks made significantly recently. I fear that the men who attacked Lord Henry are also in pursuit of him. Highlanders, my lord. A nod. My feelings tell me that to be true. However, even if it is not, it is clear that we have stumbled upon a warpath leading to not only Lord Henry, but another pack of warriors hell-bent on his demise. What course of action do you wish to pursue then, my lord? Lord Torstein contemplated the notion for a solid minute. We pursue them, he finally said. It is important that we find Lord Henry of Sandford and confront him over what his knight has told us. I feel that we should also send word out to the king. He must be made aware of what is transpiring. The knight swallowed the tension in his throat. The king, my lord? Yes, the king. He must be told of the dire circumstances that plague these lands. He must be informed of Earl Simon of Sandford's demise. He must be told that Earl Simon's son seeks to burn everything down that we have worked so very hard to build. Lord Torstein then retrieved his fastest rider and bid him the news. I want you to ride south back to the castle. Inform Sir Perry that he needs to send word post-haste to the king. Tell him that Lord Torstein is searching for Lord Henry. Tell him of what has transpired. Tell him that I want his official word to dispatch this disgrace from our ranks once and for all. The rider fled back to the castle as fast as his horse would carry him, ready to spread word to the king of Lord Henry of Sandford's fall from grace. Lord Torstein then ordered his men to mount their rides and proceeded forward toward the forest. My lord, the knight riding to the right of him said, what if we encounter resistance from Lord Henry upon our discovery of him? Lord Torstein smirked. Then I shall take it upon myself to dispatch him. This man has tarnished the reputation of what it means to be a nobleman. He is an animal. An animal such as him should be disposed of accordingly. They rode for half a day through the forest, before eventually arriving on the outskirts of the farm, where Riley, Isla, Finlay, and their group, consisting of just shy of 30 riders, were holed up. Come, Lord Torstein said, leading the charge. Something tells me that this Highlander farmer may hold some secrets for us to uncover. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 20 minutes before Lord Torstein arrived at the farm, the farmer, a man by the name of James, showed Isla and Riley around the grounds while the riders remained huddled in the barn, resting adjacent to the house that currently held the horses. Your lord, the farmer said, the one that ye speak of, rode through here nae long ago. How long ago? Finlay inquired. Several hours, the farmer said. I saw him and a small group of men fleeing from the forest. I was worried that they would approach me, but they did not. Did any of them look wounded? Isla inquired. The lord himself has a nasty cut in his abdomen. How did he receive it? From me, Isla said proudly. The farmer showcased a smile. He was doubled over from the looks of him. So, he appeared wounded. How many men were riding with him? The farmer thought it over. Less than 20, I would say. They all appeared to be quite fatigued. We slaughtered a good number of them, Riley added. As well, they should have been. The farmer, arriving at the back door, pointed off to the right. I believe he has gone that way. A Sassenach stronghold rests there. I hae nae encountered a problem with them. Why is that? Finlay inquired. A shrug from the farmer. I provide them with food rations, as they gay about setting up their outpost. It is still in the process of being built. Riley became enthusiastic at the sound of the news. Ye have been there? Aye, recently. How much do ye recall about what it looks like? Mair than a fair amount. Come, I will show ye. The farmer set about arranging a few utensils, a rag, and a pair of stones that he fetched outside to offer them an illustration of the outpost. This, he said, is what it looks like. He placed a stone down in front of and to the left of Riley, Isla, and Finlay. This is their main quarters. All of the knights are housed here. He placed down another stone a few inches adjacent to the first. This is the armoury. He laid out the rag next to the second stone. These are the dining quarters. He then placed the utensils all around the edges of his layout, with an open area resting in front of rags and stones, and said, "And this is where they train." He pointed at the utensils. This area is a wooden fence about 20 feet high that surrounds the entirety of the outpost. But there are a few weaknesses that they have yet to tend to in the overall structure. Riley rubbed his chin. Can you point out where these weaknesses are? Aye, the farmer said. Right here. Everyone ceased speaking as the sounds of hoofbeats became audible in the distance. What is that? Riley inquired. The farmer's eyes went wide. Quickly, ye must hide. Where? The farmer pointed to the floor. Come with me. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lord Torstein rode up to the front of the farm with 2 of his knights and ordered the others to remain back about 100 yards. The farmer, having quickly stowed away Isla, Finlay, Riley, and the riders in his hiding spot, worried that the only thing that would give away what was going on would be the collection of horses he had stored in the barn. Lord Torstein dismounted his horse as the farmer stepped outside, bowing to the lord and forcing a jovial expression. "Me lord," he said, "a pleasure to hae ye." Lord Torstein removed his riding gloves. "What is your name, my good man?" "James Maguire," the farmer said. "I provide the food for Sir Richard of Ryton's men at the outpost nae far from here." Lord Torstein recognised the name. "Ah, yes, James Maguire. I have received word about the work you have done for the kingdom. My king commends you for finding loyalty with the English." The farmer wanted to scoff. He had no loyalty to the Sassenach. They had forced him to do their bidding, to give over his food and lands to them under nothing more than the threat of death. He worked to stay alive, not because he held loyalty to the Sassenach. "Nonetheless, I am grateful, my lord," was what he replied before giving another bow. "Tell me, James Maguire," Lord Torstein said, "have you seen anyone riding through these parts as of late?" The farmer nodded. "Aye, another English lord. He raced through here in quite a hurry." Lord Torstein looked around the farm. "He is not still here, is he?" The farmer shook his head. "No, me lord." Lord Torstein was sceptical. "So," he said, "if I had my men search the grounds, we would find nothing." "No, me lord." The farmer then motioned inside. "But if it pleases ye, I encourage ye to do so." Finlay, Riley, and Isla, hiding underneath the floorboards, held their breaths and awaited the worst. Outside, Lord Torstein contemplated for a long moment if he would enter the residence and do a thorough search, but between the farmer's smile and his compliance, he believed that no one was holing up on these grounds except the old man himself. Lord Torstein shook his head. "I will leave you to be," he said, placing back on his riding gloves. "But if you hear anything at all, or see anything at all, I trust that you will send word over to Sir Richard of Ryton." A nod. "Aye, me lord." Lord Torstein, ever trusting and ever merciful, bid his goodbyes, mounted his horse, and led his men in the direction of Sir Richard's outpost. Waiting until they were clearly gone, the farmer beckoned Isla, Riley, and Finlay out of their hiding place, where everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Quite the twists and turns we're taking, no? Riley said. What dare you plan on doing now? The farmer asked. Perhaps you should all turn back, new that this Sassenach lord has arrived. Isla, already ready to follow after Lord Thorstein, replied, No, there is no turning back. The time has come to make our stand. Chapter 30. Night had fallen by the time Riley, Isla, Finlay and their riders arrived at the base of a hill that stretched up 1/2 mile to a towering outpost surrounded by a wooden fence. Fires burned bright inside of the grounds, the hushed tones and laughter of Sassenach knights faintly audible from the distance that they sat. Riley, Isla and Finlay hid in a forested area where their riders waited, concealed by the night and keeping their voices down as Riley, Isla and Finlay whispered to one another with a close eye held on the outpost. So, Riley said, what did you have in mind? We need to get a better look inside the grounds, Finlay said. The outpost is situated on the ridge. There is nae higher ground we can get to that will provide us with a clear view of the numbers that the outpost is sporting. All good and well, Riley said. So then, how do we go about accomplishing that? The trio thought of what to do next as Isla began counting the number of women riders in their group. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Finlay could see the contemplative look in her eyes and said, What are you thinking? Of a plan we should execute at dawn, Isla said, turning to Riley and Finlay, and it goes something like this. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lord Thorstein conversed with Sir Richard of Ryton inside of Sir Richard's quarters, a small unit segregated from the rest of the knights in the main housing quarters. Sir Richard was a big man, sporting a large mark down his cheek and weathered skin from years of battle. Lord Thorstein, he said, bowing to the Lord, it appears that we are filled to the brim with our share of royalty this evening. Yes, Lord Thorstein said, it appears so. I believe that you have a man by the name of Lord Henry of Sandford staying with you. A nod. Yes, my lord. He arrived with a small legion of his men about 6 hours ago. They were ambushed by Highlanders about 20 miles east of here. Earl Simon of Sandford was among the dead. Lord Henry is very distraught at the moment. Lord Thorstein sighed. Is he now? Indeed, he is staying in the armoury right now. Would you care to speak to him? He is quite weary, but I am sure he would be more than happy to receive your company. Oh, yes, Lord Thorstein said. I would very much like to talk to him indeed. Sir Richard escorted Lord Thorstein next door to the armoury, Lord Thorstein ordering only one of his knights to stay with him as he entered what were now Lord Henry's quarters. Seated on the edge of his cot and forcing a weary and innocent expression was Lord Henry, outstretching his arms to greet Lord Thorstein, whom he had not seen in quite some time. Lord Thorstein, Lord Henry greeted, a sight for sore eyes you are. Come, please. The two embraced, Lord Thorstein forcing his smile and overall positive attitude as he told Lord Henry to sit back down before greeting Lord Henry's man Stephen. A most loyal servant he has been, Lord Henry said. I could not ask for a better man to be in my employ. Lord Thorstein pointed to the bottle of whisky on the edge of a table. May I? Please, Lord Henry said enthusiastically. Have as much as you like. Lord Thorstein took the bottle and poured himself 2 fingers' worth in a mug resting adjacent to the bottle. Sir Richard, he said, informed me that you were ambushed by a group of Highlanders. Lord Henry hung his head. Indeed, he said. A tragedy it was. We never saw it coming. A nod from Lord Thorstein as he pouted his lip. I was also informed, he said, that your father, Earl Simon of Sandford, was among the ranks of the dead. Lord Henry hung his head more, trying his best to force tears and act as if he was heartbroken. Yes, he said, his poor acting hurting Lord Thorstein's ears. I am saddened to say that this is the truth. Lord Thorstein took a pull of his drink. "How did this happen?" he said. "And please know that you have my sympathies." "Thank you, my good Lord Torstein, and it is very hard to piece together what happened. The Highlanders attacked us in full force without a moment's notice. I was wounded and was pulled away by my men before all of us could be destroyed." He pounded his fist on his cot. "I will have my vengeance," he promised. "I will avenge my father." "You do not know how many of them there were, how many savages attacked you?" Lord Henry shook his head. "No, I do not. Again, we were overwhelmed. I was wounded before I had a chance to rally my men. I bet the Earl fought hardest of them all." "That he did." "And how did he die?" Lord Henry squinted as he tried to conjure up his lie, Lord Torstein spotting the weakness in Lord Henry and awaiting the falsified answer. "I cannot say," Lord Henry stated. Again, it was hard to discern what was playing out on the battlefield. Lord Torstein sipped his liquor. "It sounds to me like you did not see much of anything, Lord Henry." A laugh. "You'll forgive me if the hectic nature of the situation prohibited me from doing so." Lord Torstein nodded and took his time before bringing forth the questions that were so desperately lingering on the tip of his tongue. "I must ask you," he said, taking his time, "why is it that the story I have been told by one of your very own knights differs from your account?" Lord Henry gritted his teeth. "Whatever do you mean?" Lord Torstein pulled up a chair and sat in front of Lord Henry. "A knight of yours deserted his post without your knowledge, Lord Henry. 2 days ago he arrived at my castle and told me of a very chilling narrative that reflects poorly upon your, how should I put it, lack of leadership." Lord Henry's face went from forcefully pleasant to slack and defensive. "What are you speaking of, Lord Torstein?" "I speak of tales that involve you slaughtering your own men and killing your own father for the sake of protecting this ill-advised campaign to wed a Highlander lady. I speak of the lies that have been told to me here this evening that seethe from your mouth like bile." Lord Henry smiled nervously and laughed, trying his best to fabricate more false narratives to reinforce his position as the victim. "Lord Torstein, I do not know what you have been told." "Spare me," Lord Torstein interjected. "You sit here and speak to me like I am some commoner fool with no knowledge of the ill reputation that you sport. Lord Henry, your acts and lack of respect for authority have spread through the land like a plague. One of your own men, your own knight, broke his oath upon threat of death to inform me that you are leading your men down a road that will only end in death and destruction." "Lies!" Lord Henry screamed. "What you have been told is not the truth. I tell you all that I know. I tell you that the Highlanders are responsible for this." Lord Torstein placed down his mug. "And I tell you," he said, "that your treacherous rule has come to an end, Lord Henry. You have lied, conned, manipulated, and killed your way across the Highlands for nothing more than the satisfaction of your own selfish desires." Lord Henry, ever defiant, sat back comfortably in his chair. "It is the word of my disgraceful knight against my own. I will see to it that this man is properly punished for the transgressions that have been committed. Yes, the proper justice will be bestowed upon those responsible." He leaned in. "But you are the one that will answer for them. I never liked you, Lord Henry. No one has. You are nothing but a spoiled child whose endless fits of temper and vengeful tactics have finally caught up with him. I will not stand for this insolence, nor will I, which is why I have sent word to the king and informed Sir Richard before my coming here that you will answer for your treason with the swift and unforgiving justice of the king." He turned his head to the door. "Sir Richard, please, will you join us?" Sir Richard entered the room with 4 of his knights, all of them standing tall and proud, with their palms resting on their weapons, and ready to unsheathe them at a moment's notice. "What is this?" Lord Henry said. "This," Lord Torstein said, "is you being taken to your quarters and confined until the king sends word about what will be done with you. You will relinquish your weapons, and your men will be locked up until this matter is sorted." He turned his attention to Stephen. "And you," he said, "will be locked away with them as well. I assume that you are Lord Henry's right-hand man, are you not?" Stephen said nothing as he stood tall with a defiant expression on his face. "Indeed, you are," Lord Torstein said. "Well, being that you are the individual responsible for keeping your lord's foolhardiness in play, I doubt that anything will remain for you at the end of this, except for your own execution." He gestured to Sir Richard. "Sir Richard," he said, "I leave these men to your charge. Lock them up and make sure that you kill anyone who attempts to fight you on the matter." A nod from Sir Richard. "As you please, my lord." He stepped forward, puffing his chest out and standing tall in front of Lord Henry. "Lord Henry," he said, "I am taking you into custody on behalf of the King of England." Lord Henry was filled with rage, wanting so desperately to lash out, but knowing that there was not a thing in the world he could do to prevent the inevitable. He stood up, smiling sardonically as he stretched out his hands and watched as they were shackled by one of Sir Richard's knights. The same was done to Stephen before they were escorted by 2 knights apiece out of the armoury, before being paraded around in front of the other men like the animals they were. "This is not over," Lord Henry said, announcing it aloud for all to hear. "I will not stand for this." Lord Torstein shook his head. "Stop!" he ordered Sir Richard's men. The knights stood by, their grip still firm on Lord Henry's arms as Lord Torstein came within an inch of his face. "You don't seem to understand what is occurring, you insolent child. This moment, right here and now, is the last moment that you spend as a free man. You will suffer for your crimes. You will pay for every innocent life that was decimated." A laugh from Lord Henry. "You fool! You sit here and seek to offer justice for these savage Highlanders. I have done the world a service dispatching of them." Lord Torstein shook his head. "We are not here to kill and rape and pillage, no matter what the king or anyone else says. I will help take these lands on behalf of the kingdom, but I will make sure that men like you suffer for the unnecessary violence that you have brought with you. Your time has come, Lord Henry. Your life will end just a short time from now." He nodded to the knights. "Get him out of my sight." The knights hauled Lord Henry away as he cursed and screamed and promised that all would pay for what had just transpired. Minutes later, sitting in his cell, he went about plotting his revenge that he knew would have to be carried out quickly if he was going to survive. Lord Henry refused to die. He refused to answer to the king. He swore to bring hell to all of those that attempted to do so, even if it required every last breath in his body to make it happen. Chapter 31. Morning had arrived. Lord Henry was locked up alongside Stephen in their cells, plotting and colluding as Isla went about organising the 6 female riders in their group for a ruse she prayed would pay off. Each of them had been dressed up as prostitutes, or at least that was how Riley so crudely phrased it, as Isla lined all of the women up and made sure that they looked the part. "The idea is simple," Isla told them. "You will enter the camp with 2 of Lord Riley's men. You will offer your," she smirked, "services to them. That will allow you the proper excuse to see all of the outpost. I need each and every one of you to get a good look at all ye see and find while ye are there." "What if one of those Sassenach knights attempts to lay with us?" one of the women asked. "Then ye have, and ye will slit his throat once ye get him in behind closed doors. It will be fewer men for us to fight." All of the women smiled and nodded at the plan with approval. "One of us will let ye return to inform of the outpost layout," another woman said. Isla thought about it. One of ye should pretend to fall ill, she said. I'm sure you will be sent away. One of the women raised her hand. I shall day it, once we have taken a full tour of the grounds. Excellent. Put on your finest display of illness as possible. Nay, a problem. The thought of being around the Sassenach has already turned me stomach. Riley requested to speak to Isla in private, and then stood off to the side with her where they began speaking in hushed tones. We should withdraw our people from this area, at least until the women return with news on what they have discovered. Any thoughts on Tay where that might be? Aye, me lady, he pointed. There is a mere, heavily forested area off in that direction. It is far enough away from the sentries circling the outpost that they will nae see us. Good. Let us send the women on their way, and we shall get moving. Also, I believe it to be wise that we only send one man with the women. It will appear less suspicious to the Sassenach. Aye, agreed. Isla went over the plan once more with the women going in disguised, and the 2 Highlander men escorting them. 10 minutes later, the collective group of 6 women and 2 men arrived outside the entrance to the outpost, where one of Sir Richard's men ordered them to halt as their cargo was inspected. What brings you people here? The knight asked. Aaron, one of Lord Riley's men, put on a somewhat drunken display and acted as if he was the master for the 6 women of the night that he was escorting. Me good man, he said, I have brought ye some of the finest women in all of the Highlands for your consideration. They are of the best stock, women that can entertain, please, and enthrall even the maist seasoned of your men. The knight snickered, looking at each woman lined up in front of him like cattle. Whores, he said, that is what you bring us this day, Highlander. Call them what ye will, me good sir. But once ye experience the pleasure of their company, ye won't care what they are called. The knight pouted his lip, eager to please his more carnal urges, as he shouted to another knight to inform Sir Richard of the group's arrival. Whores, you say? Sir Richard inquired to his man. Yes, sir. 2 Highlander men brought them. They await your permission to enter. The knight cleared his throat. I believe that the men are properly due for a reprieve, my lord. Sir Richard agreed, had his knights relinquished the Highlanders of their weapons, and ordered them to be escorted inside the outpost. The women then set about traipsing through the outpost, putting on their best displays as they flirted with knights, set about exploring every inch of the grounds, and keeping everyone properly fooled as Aaron conversed with Sir Richard in his quarters. What is your name, Highlander? Sir Richard inquired. Aaron, sir, he said with a bow. And which clan do you reside with? Aaron shook his head. I dinna reside with any clan, sir. He gestured outside. I am alone in me endeavours. So I am to believe it is just you and these women? Another nod. Aye, my good sir, I find them to be plenty reliable company on their own. Aaron then laughed, doing his best to sound as lecherous and undesirable as possible. Sir Richard shook his head. Aaron, you said your name was? Aye, sir. You truly do fulfil the idea that is the savagery of the Highlander, Aaron. Now tell me, how much is this going to cost me? I am open to negotiation, sir, though I do prefer money over most other methods. Sir Richard turned to one of his knights. My good man, he said, fetch Lord Torstein. See if he wishes to partake in the festivities. Aaron felt his heart skip a beat when he heard the name of yet another Sassenach lord being casually mentioned. Me God, he thought, there is more than one lord here. Lord Torstein, Isla said when the woman who pretended to have fallen ill returned to the camp, escorted by Aaron and hidden with the other riders under the shade of a collection of trees. Aye, me lady, the woman said. Apparently he has Lord Henry in his custody. Riley, listening in with a pensive set of eyes, stepped in. "This is nae good. We were not prepared for this." "It changes nothing, Lord Riley," Isla said. "It changes all, Lady Isla. We came here to dispatch of Lord Henry. It seems that another lord has beaten us to the task before we could. 2 lords means multiple men are there more than we initially thought." Finlay, tending to his horse, walked over. "This does nae bode well." "Yet it changes nothing," Isla said before turning to the woman. "Did ye see all that ye could of the outpost?" "Aye," Aaron said. "A good look was taken of the entire grounds. I could show ye in detail, if ye wish." "Tell us what you found," Riley said. "How many men, where they are, everything." "Well," Aaron said, "Sir Richard's men total 40. All of them are among the most elite knights in the King's army." "And Lord Henry and his men? What has become of him?" The woman smiled. "Lord Henry of Sandford was apparently taken into custody by a man they call Lord Torstein. It looks as if his misdeeds have finally caught up with him." Riley turned to Isla. "This is what I speak of. This Lord Torstein has already done for us what we planned on doing." Isla held up a hand and kept her attention on the woman. "How many men does Lord Torstein possess?" 30, milady, and it appears that Lord Henry's men are around 30 as well. However, they have been locked up in a recently erected jail quarters positioned directly across from the barracks." "How was their condition?" "Not well, milady," Aaron said. "Many of them look to be on the brink of death." "You see," Riley said, pacing, "the elements are nae with us on this endeavour. Lord Torstein undoubtedly has already given word to their king. Lord Henry's demise is imminent, I would imagine." Isla drew a breath. "Where are the other women?" "They would drink and sup with the knights," the woman said. "They await your next command, milady. Dinna worry about them. They each sport a dagger underneath their clothing that will surely dissuade any knight that attempts to take advantage of them." She laughed. "Also, they had done a fine job at lowering the knights' inhibitions with the drink. Most of them are already passed out as we speak." "Finlay," Isla said, "what do ye think?" Finlay ran his fingers through his hair as he thought through the options. "I believe that Lord Riley is correct in stating that we are outmatched for this fight. The hope was to come here and dispatch of Lord Henry, but it does appear that Lord Torstein has completed the task for us." "Ye think that we should disperse?" Finlay nodded his head. "Aye, milady, we have fought well and hard. Allow the Sassenach to take care of Lord Henry for us. We had done our part. It is time to go home." Eventually, Isla relented and made a plan for the woman to infiltrate the outpost once again in several hours, to relinquish the women who were operating under the guise as prostitutes. "What excuse should I use, milady?" Aaron inquired. "Tell Sir Richard," Isla said, "that their services have been requested by a wealthy lord some distance fae here. Tell him that the price he's paying for their company is quite a grand amount. He will no doubt try to negotiate, make it a price that he canny accommodate." A nod from Aaron. "Aye, milady, Sir Richard has taken a liking to me. I will offer him false promises that I shall return with the women in a few days' time. I will say what I can to make sure the women are properly and safely taken out." "Good man. Until that time, perhaps we should have supper. We canny ride back to your village on empty stomachs." Isla and a few others then prepared the last of their food rations. Night had fallen, and Isla ordered Aaron and the woman to return to the outpost within an hour's time. They all ate and conversed while the time slipped away, no one talking of any serious matters as the fatigue from the day's events finally caught up to them all. "The time has come," Aaron said. "We should return to retrieve the women." "I shall take a ride," Riley said, standing and placing down the mug he had been drinking from. "I ken of a route that we may be able to take after we are finished, that will bring us back to my village at a faster pace." "Be careful," Finlay said. "We dinna ken if Lord Torstein or Sir Richard has men scouting the grounds." "Aye," Riley said as he mounted his horse. "Be well until my return." He looked at several of his men and pointed at 5 of them. "Ye will come with me. More watchful eyes will assist me in the dark of night. The rest of ye," Isla said to the 17 riders under her command, "I suggest ye get a couple hours of rest. We shall move once Aaron and Riley return." "Aye, me lady," several of the riders replied as they slipped away to the different sleeping spots throughout the temporary camp. Once all had dispersed, Isla and Finlay moved over to an area where a stack of saddles and other supplies offered them concealment as they set about to rest their eyes for just a few minutes. "I dinna ken I can sleep," Isla said. Finlay nodded. "Aye, neither can I. I believe I am too exhausted from all that has transpired." Isla pulled his massive arm around her shoulders. "Thank ye, me love." "For what, me lady?" "For all that ye ha' done. I dinna think that things would have turned out well had ye nae been with me." Finlay gently laid a kiss on the crown of her head. "The feeling is mutual, me lady. I believe ye saved me from a worse fate had I been on my own. I just want all to be well. I want this to finally be over. I just dinna relish that I was able to dispose of Lord Henry on me own. Take comfort in possessing the knowledge that he is done for. I day." She looked into his eyes. "But I take mair comfort in possessing the knowledge that I love ye." They both smiled before pressing their lips together and becoming once again enthralled in nothing more than each other's company. 1 kiss led to 2, 2 led to 3, and before they knew it, Finlay was laying Isla on her back and slowly peeling off the top layer of her garb. Chapter 32. Isla's bare chest was exposed, her skin goosed by the lick of the wind as Finlay kissed her from neck to navel and warmed her to the best of his abilities. They were somewhat enjoying the fact that the closest rider was just a stone's throw away and made it a point not to utter a sound as they stripped off every layer of their clothing. Isla wrapped her legs around Finlay's waist as he placed himself inside of her. Isla bit her lip from the pleasure and squeezed his waist with her thighs as he swiftly yet quietly gyrated his hips over and over again. Isla, excited and nervous all at once, clawed at Finlay's bulging and hardened chest with her nails. The lustful look in her eyes beckoned him to go faster as she felt his massive hands cupping her breasts, further adding to the sensation she was feeling. At one point, Finlay's thrusting made Isla gasp, and after a brief respite of quiet laughter, they pressed their lips together and used their kisses to stifle any other kind of noises they would potentially make. Their tongues danced, their heartbeats thumping in sync as their bare flesh pressed together and felt as if they were becoming one. Finlay moved faster and faster and faster, Isla's mouth agape as if she had just been told the secrets of the universe. Finlay felt like the sensations he experienced with Isla only improved with each subsequent time they engaged in this activity. He felt that, rising in his loins, reach an untenable peak as they finished together, and then lay on their sides with relaxed and pleased expressions. "I enjoy your company, Finlay Baird," Isla said. He kissed her forehead. "And I enjoy yours, Lady Isla. What will become of us once we depart from here?" Finlay smiled. "My hope is that we can live our days together, though I ken that ye are the lady of a clan, and that brings forth a wealth of responsibilities I cannae even begin to comprehend." She placed his face in her hands. "I want you to stay with me," she said. "That is no longer a question." "Is this a proposal, me lady?" Isla bit her lip and began feeling giddy sensations that she hadn't experienced since she was a child. "I think—" "Lady Isla," one of the riders called out. Finlay and Isla quickly dressed as the rider rushed up to them and pointed to the outpost. "There, look." Isla and Finlay turned their heads and felt their hearts sink to their stomachs when they laid eyes on the outpost and saw that it was engulfed in flames. Before the fire began ravaging the outpost, Sir Richard and Lord Torstein were sharing a drink in his quarters, the only two men not participating in the festivities taking place in the barracks with the other men. They sat across from each other, both of them hearing the muffled laughter and drunken cries through the walls as they drank. "Not a man who lays with ladies of the night?" Sir Richard asked Lord Torstein. Lord Torstein shook his head. "Only with my wife," he said. "God rest her." A nod. "I have heard of this. Yes. You have my sympathies. Are you to take another wife?" Lord Torstein shook his head. "It is not necessary. I already have a daughter and a son. My son will take the title when the time comes. I have done my duty to God and my country." "Where are your children now?" "Home," Lord Torstein reflected fondly, missing the sights and smells of where he grew up. "They are in the midst of their education. Their mother was insistent upon it." He looked at his wine, half depleted and already making him feel more than relaxed. "I am glad that she did. She was a much wiser person than I could have ever wished to become." Sir Richard pouted his lip. "I never thought to marry. It was not my lot in life." "What is fighting? War?" "To be honest, I have grown weary of it all. The campaign in these lands has taken its toll, and the savagery that has been brought forth by men like Lord Henry has tainted our reputations. I do not agree with the brutality that has been bestowed upon the Highlanders, even when I was the one executing the orders to do so." A nod. Agreed, and it is why I do not wish to wait for several weeks to pass before we receive word from the king to be rid of him." Sir Richard leaned forward, a curious glint in his eye. "What do you mean, my lord?" Lord Torstein matched his gaze. "Perhaps we should take it upon ourselves to be done with Lord Henry." A smirk. "You mean execute him without the authority to do so?" "Yes, that is precisely what I am saying. Lord Henry is a disease. I have no doubt in my mind that he sits and stews and plots as we sit here and converse. I believe we run a risk waiting on doing what we both know will be the only outcome of his actions." Sir Richard steepled his fingers, thinking. "I only worry about word getting back to the king that we acted without his approval. Do you believe that any of your own men hold the potential to tell him?" Sir Richard shook his head. "Not one of them would. They are loyal to me and me alone. Training them the way that I have has made it that way." "My men are the same," Lord Torstein said. "They trust me with their lives, and I believe I run a risk of endangering them by allowing Lord Henry to live a second longer." Sir Richard pondered for a long moment before standing up and nodding his head. "I agree," he said. "But we should not make this a public display. We should handle this immediately. I have no quarrel with carrying out the task myself." A nod. "I will go with you. I wish to impart a few more words to Lord Henry and his man Stephen." The two moved for the door. All the while as they conversed, Lord Henry had set about crafting his own plan of escape, just as Sir Richard and Lord Torstein had surmised. "Stephen," Lord Henry said, his brick and steel cell resting adjacent to his right-hand man. Stephen sat up from the cold floor on which he was lying. "Yes, my lord?" Lord Henry smirked as he sat against the wall, a neutral look on his face, though the emotions inside of him comprised nothing but lethality and ill intention. "I suspect," he said, "that Lord Torstein will attempt to get rid of us before the king approves." Stephen shook his head. "There is no guarantee that the king will kill us." "Oh, please, don't act the fool. We both know that our time on this earth is slowly drawing to a close." Stephen gritted his teeth. "I'd like to see Lord Torstein try." "Oh, he will try, my good man. and I have a feeling that this will occur soon. No one trusts me. Their anger towards me is so thick and acrid that one can smell it in the air that surrounds me. But that does not bother me. What bothers me is the notion of me losing my life before I am ready to have it be lost. Stephen stood up and moved to the edge of his cell. What do you mean, my lord? Lord Henry also stood up and moved to the edge of his cell, his voice now in a soft whisper. There is a guard not far from here, he said. I believe the fool can be lured in here and taken out, if we do it in a proper way. Stephen looked to the closed wooden door that led out to the hallway where a single knight was standing guard, a torch to the left of the door glowing bright and casting a sickly glow on Lord Henry's face. Do not worry, Lord Henry said. They cannot hear us. I am inclined to follow this plan, Stephen said. I do not much care to lose my life just yet either. Then we shall lure the guard in. You will create a spectacle to draw his attention, pretend that you have fallen ill. Once he comes to you, you will kill him. Do you have a problem with that? Stephen shook his head. No problem in the slightest, my lord. But once we have gotten rid of him, what then? Lord Henry took a long and lecherous look at the glowing torch near the door. I think I have an idea. Moments later, the knight standing guard outside the wooden door leading into the cell started to make out mumbling and groaning from inside. At first, he disregarded it, but when the sounds began to become more violent, he sighed and inserted a large key before abruptly entering and hollering out, What is this? Why am I hearing such ghastly sounds from outside of this door? Stephen, writhing on the floor of his cell, began convulsing and gurgling and creating, as Lord Henry had requested, a total spectacle. He has fallen ill, Lord Henry said with a flat and unconcerned tone in his voice. You might as well put him out of his misery. The knight watched for a moment as Stephen twisted and screamed and hollered out in pain. Bloody hell, the knight said, moving toward the cell and unlocking the door to take a closer look. Get up, he said to Stephen. I will not tolerate. Stephen shot up quickly, grabbed the knight by his throat and squeezed. The knight was taken off guard by Stephen's swiftness, his eyes wide as Stephen locked his arm around the man's throat, turned his head and snapped his neck like he was breaking a twig. The knight's body fell limply to the floor, Stephen quickly scooping up the man's sword, dagger and keys before opening the door to Lord Henry's cell and cutting him loose. Grab the torch, Lord Henry said. Stephen grabbed the torch and handed it to Lord Henry. Perhaps something to kindle the fire might suffice. Lord Henry ordered Stephen to search the knight and discovered a flask filled with a clear liquor, harsh in smell and taste that the knight no doubt had concocted on his own. Splendid, Lord Henry said as he sloshed the liquor on the floors and walls until it was depleted and then touched the flame of the torch against the wall. After a moment, the walls came alive with the dancing of flames, the entirety of the cell and the knight's body on the floor consumed by a ravaging fire. Stephen and Lord Henry quickly exited the cell and proceeded toward the exit leading out the back. My lord, Stephen said, what of the men? He gestured down the hallways that led to the block of cells housing the rest of their men. Without a second's hesitation, Lord Henry said, To hell with them, I will simply find more. The fire then began engulfing every part of the building. As Lord Henry and Stephen made their exit, the entire outpost soon became drowned out by the chaos and madness that followed. Chapter 33. Isla and Finlay stared in horror at the edge of their camp as they watched the fire raging throughout the outpost. My God, Isla said with a hand over her mouth. What has happened? Finlay jutted his jaw. This is Lord Henry's doing, he replied. I hae nae doubt. Isla searched around. Where is Riley? We hae nae time, Finlay said, preparing to mount his horse. We must gae. Ye mean flee? No, we must ride to the outpost. Our people are still there. We cannae leave them behind. Isla ordered her riders to mount their horses and retrieved a blade small enough for her frame and height to handle, a light weapon that was not as big as a broadsword, but could still inflict enough damage to end a man's life. As Isla and Finlay mounted and prepared to ride, Riley had returned with his 5 men in a hustle as he pointed to the blazing outpost not far ahead. "What happened?" "I dinna ken," Finlay said, "but I suspect this is the work of Lord Henry. Aye, we must gae. We must get the rest of our people out of there. What is our plan of attack?" "We attack," Finlay said. "Round up all of the women. Hopefully, they are already aware of what is happening and are acting accordingly." "We storm the front," Isla said. "Ride hard and fast. Strike down anyone that moves. Once we have found everyone, we retreat back to Riley's village as quickly as possible." "Half you men will ride with me," Riley said. "I will ride in the front. Isla, Finlay, the rest will follow with ye. Once I clear a path at the front gate, you will follow in after." "How are we sure the gate will be opened?" "Trust me, I believe the women inside are handling it for us." The collective riders then began moving in a group toward the incline that led to the hill which spilled out by the front gate of the outpost. Isla and Finlay rode side by side, their hearts beating through their chest as fear began saturating every inch of their bodies. "Finlay," Isla said, "I have a bad feeling about this." Finlay looked at her reassuringly. "All will be well, me love. We will make it through this. I promise." They got closer and closer to the outpost, the roaring fire increasing in size the closer they drew to it, the heat from the flames becoming hotter and more unbearable as they arrived outside the gate and saw that one of the doors was ajar. Riley, unsheathing his sword, raised it high above his head, hollered out a primal war cry, and then pointed to the opening of a gate, before yelling, "Highlanders! Tonight we fight like we had never fought before!" The other riders shouted back their approvals as they stormed through the gate and became immediately engaged with a slew of Sir Richard's forces. Inside the barracks, just as the fire was being set to the outpost by Lord Henry and Stephen, one of the women in disguise sat on a knight's lap as the rest of the women, who were merely pretending to be drunk, set about lowering the inhibitions of the other knights as much as possible. "Where have you been all my life?" the knight said as the woman stroked his hair and forced a laugh. "Ye should have just been looking in the right places," the red-haired woman replied, exchanging looks with the other women in the room to confirm that they were ready to shortly begin their leave. Somewhat aggressively, the knight pulled the red-haired woman in close, an arm around her waist as he whispered in her ear, "What say that we retreat to somewhere a little less crowded?" The red-haired woman poked him on the nose. "You are quite the troublemaker, sir," she said, hoping to stall for time. "But I believe—" "Bloody hell!" another knight said, moving toward a window and pointing to the blaze coming from the jail quarters. "Fire! A bloody fire!" The knight moved the red-headed woman off of his lap. "What is this about?" He moved to the window with the other knights, the women in disguise then putting aside their forced attitudes as they slowly reached for the daggers they had stashed away in their garbs. "What is going on?" a knight said. "Who is responsible for this?" The red-headed woman turned to a raven-haired woman and whispered, "Something is wrong. We must act now." The raven-haired woman nodded and removed her dagger. She then snuck up behind the closest knight with his back turned, buried the blade in his back, and killed him where he stood. The other women did the same, all of them moving with the swift and aquiline ease of a hummingbird as they set about striking down all of the knights in the room, before they even had a chance to draw their swords. The red-headed woman grabbed the raven-haired woman by the arm. "We must gae. Riley and the others will be here soon. I hae nae doubt. Come," she then shouted to the rest of the women. "It is time for us to leave this dreadful place." The fire began spilling out of the windows of the barracks as soon as Lord Torstein and Sir Richard arrived outside of them. Sir Richard shook his head as he took out his sword. "I should have known," he said. I will handle this myself. Go and get my men from the barracks. The fire spreads, Sir Richard. We must put out the flames. Sir Richard turned his head and spotted several of his men rushing toward them. All of you, Sir Richard ordered, fetch water, now. We must put out these flames. The group of knights fled toward the well positioned in the centre of the outpost, each of them grabbing buckets and anything else that could carry water. Lord Torstein, arriving outside the barracks, attempted to rush in, but was caught by the swift opening of a door that made contact with his head and knocked him clear to the ground. The impact knocked him senseless, Lord Torstein unconscious on the ground as a sea of women filtered out of the barracks. Sir Richard, rushing inside the burning jail quarters, was immediately greeted by the sight of Lord Henry and his right-hand man Stephen attempting to flee. My, Lord Henry, Sir Richard said, Lord Torstein was right. With the building now coming down around them, Lord Henry stood behind Stephen and said, My good man, dispose of this mongrel. Stephen showcased a smile. With pleasure, my lord, he replied as he took up a stance, and Lord Henry fled out through the back. So be it, Sir Richard replied as he struck the first blow, a high, overhand swipe that he hoped would land a blow on Stephen's skull. But it didn't. Stephen sidestepped and parried the blow, spinning around and taking his own strike against Sir Richard. Sir Richard ducked out of the way and hit the tip of Stephen's sword away just before it made contact with his tunic. You fight like a child, Sir Richard taunted. Gritting his teeth, Stephen stepped in and jabbed at Sir Richard, the two exchanging several blows in succession. The muscles in their arms twitched, twisted, and burned from the exertion, Sir Richard wearing down Stephen despite being older than he was, his years as a seasoned warrior serving him well right up until the very end. Stephen, striking at Sir Richard, became entangled with the man as their close quarters blow slowly pulled them in close. Stephen then craned his neck, slammed the meaty and thick part of his skull into Sir Richard's nose, and broke it. Sir Richard fell onto his back, Stephen then finishing him off with a final blow to the torso before fleeing out of the front and becoming lost in the chaos of the outpost, currently under attack. Isla, riding up the left, struck down two knights on her left and right before spotting the women in disguise, who had infiltrated the outpost, spilling out toward her as she came to a halt. Was this you? One of the women asked. Did you start the fire? Isla shook her head. No, it is Lord Henry, but we must flee. We can no longer stay here. Find a horse. Ride as far and as fast as you can. We will meet on the river's edge. Gee! No! The women fled and located horses to assist in their departure. As Isla turned her horse to rejoin Finlay at the front, a hatchet buried itself in her horse's neck, the horse bucking and whining and tossing Isla from the saddle. Isla hit the ground hard, the wind knocked out of her as she turned her head and saw Stephen, Lord Henry's right-hand man, approaching her with a sword in hand. Finlay dismounted his horse after him and saw that Riley had disposed of several of Sir Richard and Lord Torstein's men. He saw the outline of Lord Henry fleeing toward the rear of the outpost off in the distance. Striking down two men who approached him quickly, Finlay then proceeded to follow after Lord Henry. He shouted out his name as soon as he had significantly closed up the distance. Lord Henry turned around, scooping a sword up from a fallen knight, and looked at Finlay with a murderous set of eyes. You again, he said. How is it that you just do not die? Finlay said nothing, raised his sword, and waited for Lord Henry to charge. Isla, now on her feet, raised her sword as Stephen rushed toward her. You have caused enough problems, my lady. Perhaps I should dispose of you before you add any more turmoil to my lord's plight. Isla shook her head. Just quiet yourself and fight. With pleasure, Stephen said as he took a swipe at Isla, his blows quick and feverish and forcing Isla to duck and parry and dive out of the way as quickly as possible. Stephen was vicious in his attack, relentless. Even though he was wearing himself out quickly, he was still overwhelming Isla with his significant size and skills with a sword. Stephen stabbed at Isla, catching her twice on her arms, and causing ribbons of red to flow through them. Isla, jabbing at Stephen, readied herself to take a stab at his stomach when he exposed his guard and turned out his body as he came in for a strike. Isla readied herself by gripping her sword and pivoting her feet, waiting for the right moment, then drove the sword into his abdomen as deep as she could drive it, the tip of her sword sticking out of Stephen's back as his eyes rolled back white and he fell dead onto his back. Isla, smiling at her victory, turned around and prepared to engage the next man. But she fell, a sudden weakness overcoming her as she fell to her knees, dropped her sword and looked down at her waist, to find that Stephen had impaled her with a dagger that protruded from her stomach. Lord Henry had engaged Finlay with brute force, nearly knocking Finlay off his guard as the two fought to the death. One could say what they wanted about Lord Henry, but the man was skillful with a sword. The two exchanged blow after blow, Lord Henry pushing Finlay backward toward the area of the armoury, where the spreading fire was currently engulfing more than half of the armoury, the flames slowly inching their way towards several barrels of highly flammable liquids meant for coating the tips of arrows. Lord Henry screamed and hollered as he struck at Finlay, at one point exposing his chest as he came in for a blow, and offered Finlay the moment he had always hoped for, and that's when the barracks exploded and knocked both men clear off their feet. Finlay, his senses taking their time to recoup, finally sat up and saw the outline of Lord Henry fleeing in the distance, and cursed when he realised the man had shaken him loose of his grip. "Finlay," the voice of Riley called out as he engaged several men. "It's Lady Isla." Finlay looked around frantically for signs of Isla and spotted her several yards away from the barracks, on her back with a dagger protruding from her stomach. Finlay rushed over, his world feeling like it was coming to an end, as he came to Isla's side and saw that, though she was pale, she was still holding on strong. "Hold on, me love," Finlay said. "Just rest." "Look, Lord Henry," Isla stammered. She drew a breath, focused. "Is he dead?" Finlay shook his head. "He got away." Isla grabbed his hand and squeezed. "End this," she pleaded. "End him." Finlay nodded and then turned his head. "Riley, here, quick." Riley finished off another knight and coordinated several of his riders to attack from the left before rushing to Finlay's side. "What is it?" "Watch after Lady Isla," Finlay said. "I am going after Lord Henry. He just fled to the east. I am going to finish this." He leaned into Isla's ear, lowering his voice to a whisper before he said, "I love you," and then gently kissed her on the forehead. "Find him," Isla said. "Find him." "I will." Finlay then grabbed the nearest mount, jumped on top, and followed after Lord Henry as he slipped out of the camp, mounted his own horse, and fled as fast as the horse could carry him off to the east. Riley, carefully moving Isla with the help of one of his men, saw that most of Sir Richard's forces had been killed or driven away. "We must go. Rally our riders. We are leaving." Riley's forces once again converged, counted that 8 of their own had perished, and took off out of the outpost at such a high speed it felt as if they had vanished in the blink of an eye. "My lord," one of Lord Torstein's knights called out as he slowly awakened. Lord Torstein, his senses coming back to him, slowly stood up with the assistance of his knight and saw the decimation that had befallen the outpost, every inch of it consumed with flame and burning slowly to the ground. "Where is Lord Henry?" The knight pointed to the east. "That way, my lord. He just fled in that direction. A Highlander followed after him. Most of our men have fallen, my lord. I have ordered them to retreat 200 yards from here. They await your command." "And what of Sir Richard?" The knight pointed to the burning jail quarters just as the burning roof caved in and toppled the entire structure. Lord Torstein ordered the man to give him a horse, mounted it, and ordered him and one other knight to follow after him. "We ride to the east," he said. "This all ends now." Chapter 34. Lord Henry did not care that Stephen had been slain. He did not care that so many of his men had perished, and the wrath of the kingdom would soon rain down upon him with a swift and mighty hand. He did not care. He merely wanted to survive. As the outpost burned bright behind him, Lord Henry bucked his horse and rode as fast as he could through the Highlands, laughing at knowing that he was a man who would soon meet his demise. However, he made certain that he wouldn't go down without a fight. He approached a dip in the terrain that opened into an expansive valley shaped like a bowl, his breath hot and heavy as he searched around for the direction that would provide him a suitable escape. Not far behind him, just shy of 600 yards, Finlay rode with full force and followed the single path of hoofprints in the terrain. He pushed with all his might, angrier than he ever was before at Lord Henry, as he closed the distance and prepared to end things once and for all. Right as Finlay came to the dip in the terrain, he felt himself knocked from his horse as a hatchet buried itself in the neck of the beast and killed it mid-gallop. Finlay, rolling over in time so that he was not crushed by the horse, quickly drew his sword and stood at the ready as 3 Sassenach men, one of them clearly a lord, closed in on him with swords at the ready. "Stop! Right there!" the lord shouted out as he dismounted his horse. Finlay wasted no time and charged, the lord engaging him quickly as the two exchanged blow after blow. At one point, one of the 2 knights escorting the lord moved to intercede, but he was quickly cut down by Finlay, right before Finlay re-engaged with the lord. The other knight, circling his horse around the pair of fighting men, attempted to draw a bow and arrow, but was cut down when Finlay, in a feat of spectacular strength, threw his sword like a staff into the man's chest and knocked him from his mount. The Sassenach lord swung over Finlay's head, hoping to kill him now that the man was unarmed. But his attempts were cut short when Finlay tackled him to the ground and buried all of his weight into the man's chest. "Ye will pay," Finlay said, "all of ye who fight for Lord Henry." The Sassenach lord gritted his teeth and pushed with all his might to get Finlay off of him as Finlay's fingers slowly coiled around his neck. "That filth," the lord spat, "is a traitor that will die right alongside you." Finlay immediately recognised from the man's words that this was the Lord Torstein that had been spoken of before. The man set to strike down Lord Henry. "Your name is Torstein," Finlay said, his grip slackened but still pinning the lord down. "Are ye nay?" The lord nodded. "I seek to kill Lord Henry," he said, "and anyone who stands in my way." Finlay thought through his options. He didn't seek to further add to the violence. His wish to distance himself as far as he could from the wrath of the Sassenach, now of the highest priority, being that he now had the love of a woman he did not want to lose. "Ye are me enemy," he said to Lord Torstein, "but nay today." "What are you going to do?" Lord Torstein stammered. "I will end Lord Henry." "No, I will do it." "As I said," Finlay said as he took a grip on Lord Torstein's wrist, "ye are nae me enemy today." With a quick twist, he broke Lord Torstein's wrist, took his sword, and stood back. "I will nae add to the bloodshed," he said. "Tell your Sassenach overlords I said so." Finlay then mounted the fallen knight's horse and pursued Lord Henry, as Lord Torstein got to his feet and watched the Highlander ride off into the distance. Lord Henry had ridden for 30 minutes by the time his horse became too fatigued from the strain, the horse wheezing and slowing down as Lord Henry repeatedly kicked at its sides to get it moving again. "Ride! Damn you!" he cursed. "Now!" The horse buckled, its legs weakening before slowly tilting to the side and falling. Lord Henry jumped off of his steed and kicked at its ribs, cursing every word he could conjure as he drew his sword and looked around frantically for signs of an attacker. Lord Henry stood out in the open, turning in a circle as he held his weapon out and waited for the inevitable. After a minute, the sounds of approaching hoofbeats became audible, Slowly increasing before the rider, Finlay appeared over a hill and hopped off of his horse, and stood several feet shy of Lord Henry. The two men stared each other down. Both of them were panting, exhausted, ready to call it as they sweated profusely, and looked each other square in the eyes. Time passed. The two didn't know how much. Eventually the silence was broken when Finlay jutted his chin and said, "The time has come for ye to pay for your sins, you bastard." Lord Henry laughed. "You cannot stop the inevitable, you fool. Do you really think that if you strike me down that you and your people will ever be free? It is the destiny of the English to take these lands. My king and my people will not stop until each and every one of you savages are slaughtered like the animals you are. You think you're free. You think you will live a day marked with peace. You dirty savage. You cannot stop it. You and your people will be wiped from the face of the earth, whether I'm here or not." Finlay shook his head. "I may nay be able to prevent the Sassenach rule," he said, "but killing ye will surely help me sleep better at night." Lord Henry spat on the ground. "Fight me, savage. Show me what a Highlander knows." Finlay raised his sword, steadied his feet, and charged. Lord Henry followed suit as both men screamed and began to engage. Lord Henry took the first swing, wide and over the top of Finlay's head. Finlay ducked under the blow, parried another, and struck Lord Henry with a backhanded blow that split the man's lip open. Lord Henry laughed, spitting the blood on the ground as it coated his yellow teeth. He charged again, swiping from left to right as Finlay successfully parried each blow. Upon Lord Henry's fifth strike, however, he caught Finlay in the shoulder and saw a trail of ruby flowing from a neat gash that would require a significant amount of time to heal. "There we go," Lord Henry said, satisfied. "You should not pick a fight with a more skillful swordsman." Finlay, shaking off the pain, charged once more, his blows vicious and wild, but still not shaking Lord Henry in the slightest. The two continued to dance for several turns, each of them evenly matched but becoming worn down as the fight continued. "Come," Lord Henry taunted, "is that all you can give?" Finlay was through with the curse that was Lord Henry, increasingly angrier with each blow the man took and word that he spat out. Wanting to end it once and for all, Finlay screamed at the top of his lungs and charged, his brute strength at its peak and overpowering Lord Henry. He struck aside two of Lord Henry's blows, knocked him in the face with the hilt of his sword, and then shoved the blade deep into Lord Henry's belly in the final blow that caused Lord Henry to finally drop his sword. "This is for me, people," Finlay said, Lord Henry's eyes saturated with fear as he was struck once more in the stomach by Finlay and knocked on his rear with a boot to the chest. Once he hit the ground, Finlay raised the sword, swung and lopped off Lord Henry's head before collapsing to the ground, thanking God that the man's reign of terror had finally come to an end. Lord Torstein heard Finlay approaching and stood tall, ready to receive whatever the man planned on giving him. Finlay, still clutching Lord Torstein's now bloodied sword in his hand, dismounted the horse and tossed the weapon at Lord Torstein's feet. Lord Torstein stood in silence and merely stared at the crimson, soaking the blade. "It is done," Finlay said, clearly exhausted and on the verge of collapsing. "Ye can check not faith from here if you want to collect his head." The silence held sway for another moment as Lord Torstein, clutching his broken wrist, said, "You just did all of us a service." "Aye," Finlay said with a nod, not sure of where to proceed next. "What is your name, good man?" Finlay hesitated before answering. "Finlay Baird." Lord Torstein nodded. "Perhaps," he said, searching for his words carefully, "we should speak, Finlay Baird." "Why?" "So ye can kill me?" "Why would I do that?" "Because I slaughtered a good number of your men." Lord Torstein huffed his confirmation. "That is true," he said, but the circumstances were sparked by the rage of Lord Henry. I'd like to speak with you about peace. Finlay shook his head. I cannae trust a Sassenach lord. Then don't. I do not wish to seek your friendship. I only ask, in peace, to speak with you about how we proceed forth in a manner that will suit us all. Finlay thought about it for a long beat. I am nay the one you should speak with. I am not the leader of this clan. Then who? Finlay smiled. Her name is Isla, Lady Isla. Chapter 35. An entire day had passed since the battle at the outpost, and Isla could have sworn, as she lay on her back with her wounds being tended to by Riley's wife, that things had never felt more peaceful. Finlay had returned to her side a half-day after he finally put down Lord Henry, much to the ecstatic reception of Isla. "Me love," she said, Finlay gently embracing her for the sake of her wounds. "I feared ye might never return." "I hae, me love," he said, kissing her gently, "and I will never leave your side again." They embraced for a long moment before Isla said, "Tell me what the fate of Lord Henry was." Finlay smiled. "It is finished, me lady. He is nae longer our burden to bear." Isla felt as if she was on the verge of tears. "I have awaited this day for so long. I thought it might never come. It has come, me love. We can now live in peace. I want to leave here. I want to go to our new home. Soon enough, but you must rest. Your wounds are quite significant." Riley's wife stepped in. "She will heal," she said. "The blade that pierced her appears to only have torn the flesh, though the cut is deep and will require tending to for the next several days." Isla sighed. "I dinna wish to spend that long here. Me people need me." "And they are safe, me lady. They are here in our village with full stomachs and full hearts. Ye can sleep soundly tonight with the knowledge that ye have brought peace to your people." Isla looked on Riley's wife fondly. "Thank ye, me lady. Ye serve your clan well." Riley's wife smiled. "As day ye, me lady." She moved toward the door. "I will give ye two some time. I am sure that ye have plenty to discuss. I will check in on ye soon to see the progress of your healing." "Thank you, me lady," Finlay said. "We are forever grateful." The door closed, and Finlay and Isla comfortably shared the silence for a moment. "What of Gavina?" Isla inquired, feeling as if she might drift off to sleep at any moment. "She is safe," Finlay said. "She is asleep in her own quarters just next door. We should discuss when we will leave here. We should make plans." Finlay laughed. "You just cannae take any time to yourself, can ye?" Isla shook her head and smirked. "A leader cannae rest." "She can when she has such a gash as you do in her belly." Isla pressed her forehead against Finlay's and took his hands into hers. "Aye," she said softly, "so be it, but only 'cause ye asked me, Tess." They kissed, both of them taking comfort in each other for a brief reprieve, before Finlay took on a more serious tone. "There is one other thing, me love." "What is it?" "Upon my disposal of Lord Henry, I encountered another Sassenach lord, the one they call Lord Torstein." Isla grew nervous. And, he paused, knowing that Isla wouldn't appreciate the next words he spoke. "He wishes to speak with ye." Isla opened her mouth and her eyes went wide, ready to unleash a tirade of rebukes that was cut short when Finlay held up his hand. "I agree with ye about the distastefulness of the Sassenach," he said, "but I allowed this man to leave. He wishes to discuss peace, nothing more. Ye ken I wouldna bring him here if I felt his motives to be ill-intentioned. Speak with him, hear him out. He has already said that he will leave the area if we dinna reach an agreement." It took Isla a moment to finally agree, before Lord Torstein, all by himself, entered her quarters with his hands folded and a solemn expression stretched across his face. "My lady," he said, "I am Lord Torstein. I hope this is not an inappropriate time." Isla, half scowling, answered with a somewhat cold timbre, "It is nay like the Sassenach to be pleasant with a Highlander. Ye will forgive me if I feel that your being here does nay sit well with me." A nod from Lord Torstein. "I understand, my lady. I only wish to speak with you briefly." He gestured to Finlay. "Finlay Baird has made it my understanding that you are the lady of the clan responsible for killing Lord Henry." She shook her head. "Finlay Baird is responsible for that. But yes, I am the lady of this clan." Lord Torstein took a step forward. "Then you will permit me if I propose to you an accordance of peace." "The Sassenach want no such thing." "No, they do not. Not in the slightest. Then what you're saying to me is a lie, is it nay?" "My lady," Lord Torstein took his time, "I would be hanged for what I am about to propose to you. What I am about to say would have me branded as a traitor. I only wish a moment of your time, that is all." Isla pondered the notion for a long moment before giving a subtle nod to Finlay. "Finlay," she said, "would you please check on my sister? I wish a word alone with Lord Torstein." Finlay nodded and left the room, closing the door behind him, but keeping it ajar enough that he could hear anything out of the ordinary. "So, my lord," Isla then said with a slight bit of disdain, "what is this peace ye speak of?" "My countrymen," Lord Torstein said, "dinna want peace with the Highlanders. This we can." "I wholeheartedly disagree with their intentions. I only wish to establish peace." "Yet ye fight on behalf of your king to take over these lands." "No, my lady, at least not in the way that you think. I wish to set about a new rule of order throughout the Highlands, one that can allow your people and mine to coexist in peace." Isla tapped her finger, thinking. What would that proposition look like? "I will show you on a map the area of the Highlands in which I will ensure none of my countrymen will enter." "How will ye do that?" A shrug. "By whatever means necessary. Does that include lying to your king?" "If necessary, yes." Isla could see the intention in Lord Torstein's eyes. He was a man who was the complete opposite of what men like Lord Henry represented. He wasn't cruel. He wasn't a man bent on the savage dispersing of her people. In many ways, he looked much like her father. He had the gentle eyes of a man who had loved and lost, who sought for a good life free of violence and destruction. "Why?" she asked him. "Why would you want to help us?" Lord Torstein pulled up a chair. "It is simple," he said. "A simple philosophy, really." He cleared his throat and then spoke as if he were reciting something he had said many times before. "I cannot fathom an existence where death and dismay define the plight of man. I have experienced my fair share of it, enough to last a lifetime. I have lost loved ones, friends, brothers and sisters to this needless crusade. I want it to end, and though I know that one man alone cannot disrupt the intentions of my king, perhaps allying myself with the Highlanders and working together slowly to dismantle it all will yield results." Isla said nothing, merely absorbing his words. "I just want peace, my lady," Lord Torstein said, his hands extended out in submission. "That is all." Isla nodded slowly. "As do I, Lord Torstein," she said. "As do I." "Then can we work together? Can we reach an agreement that will suit us both?" Another nod. "Aye, I am ready to hear what you have in mind." Lord Torstein stood and extended his hand to Isla, the two of them shaking and solidifying a moment that Isla thought in a million years she would never experience. Finlay entered Gavina's room shortly after being dismissed by Isla, and found that Gavina, unlike Isla had stated, was wide awake with her ear pressed to the wall against Isla's room. I was told you were sleeping, he said with a smile. Gavina ran back to her bed and buried herself under her covers. I am, she said. I was just making sure Isla was all right. Finlay walked over to the bed. She is mending well, little one. She just requires rest. As dare ye, quite frankly. Ye experienced your fair share of war for a while. I am quite capable of enduring what occurred, Gavina said, trying to sound like her sister. I would happily gay after that Sassenach lord in the next room if you let me. Finlay shook his head. I am sure you would, me dear Gavina. Now come. He pulled the covers up to her ears. It is time to sleep. Gavina sighed and settled back as she smiled wide at Finlay. Are you staying with us for good? She asked. Finlay nodded. Only if you're all right with it. The nod was returned. I would very much like that, Finlay Baird. I had grown quite fond of ye. A laugh. And I had grown quite fond of ye, little Gavina. Me sister loves ye ken, and I ken ye love her. Very much so. I'm glad you were hurt. Pardon. Back when Isla first found you would have never come along if that didn't happen. Quite true, but we are done with those times. We will leave here soon and live out our lives in peace. I would very much like that. As would I. Sleep now. There is much to be done. Good night, Finlay Baird. Good night, sweet Gavina. Finlay left the room and re-entered Isla's quarters, Lord Torstein mid-stride toward the door as he bid Finlay a subtle nod. Is all well? Finlay asked, both for Lord Torstein and for Isla. Aye, Isla said. I accepted Lord Torstein's proposition. I think it will greatly benefit the clan. Yes, Lord Torstein said, and we should discuss this more before my departure. I will take quarters at the far end of the village. In the morning we can resume our talks, and I will leave you be. Finlay looked at Lord Torstein with newfound hope in his eyes. Thank you both, Lord Torstein said. I will see you in the morning. Lord Torstein? Isla called after him. Lord Torstein looked back. Yes, my lady. We are putting great faith in ye. Please dinna make me regret that decision. A nod of contrition. Of course, my lady. Be well. Lord Torstein left, swearing with all his intention to abide by his word. The time for destruction in the Highlands had come to an end. The time for peace had finally arrived. Chapter 36. Frederick was only 22 years of age, a man by most standards of the day, but a boy still in spirit and in looks. Behind him, the roaring fire of Sir Richard's outpost burned like a hellish landscape that licked at his skin and singed the hairs on the back of his neck. All around him, Scottish Highlanders set about striking down most of the men that he knew and lived with in the barracks that were currently ablaze. His master, Lord Torstein, currently unaccounted for. Men were dying all around him, the fire growing into an untenable sight as Frederick decided to do the only thing he could think of. Flee. He ran as far as his feet could carry him before he found a horse running wild near the rear of the outpost. Frederick then mounted the horse, bucked it, and escaped from the area to their nearest village, where an English knight inside the tavern stopped him upon seeing the boy's tousled appearance. "What is it?" the knight asked. "What happened to you?" "We must send word to the king," Frederick said. "They're dead. They are all dead." "Come now," Finlay said as he helped Isla to her feet. "There ye go." Isla was walking for the first time in over a week. "Thank God," she said, using Finlay for balance. "I thought I would be confined for the rest of me life." "Nah, a woman like ye cannae stay down for long." "Let us see how fay I can gae. We must leave here in a few days' time to honour Lord Torstein's plan. I want to be able to ride on me own." That was the plan that had been arranged with Lord Torstein at least. The following day, as Lord Torstein had said, all three reconvened in Isla's room to settle their plans. "You will take this area," Lord Torstein said, pointing to the area on the map that Isla and Finlay had designated for the resettlement of the clan. "It is remote and unoccupied, as you said. I will take it upon myself to make sure that no one interferes in your affairs." "Will we be in communication?" Finlay inquired. Lord Torstein held up a single finger. "I believe it wise if we do. We will have to do it in a manner that will not draw suspicion. I think that I have a method to go about accomplishing that." "What is it?" "I have a trained art eagle that was a gift from my father. We shall use it to send messages to one another. I will inform you of any possible intrusion from my countrymen." "Lord Torstein," Isla said, "I ken that ye are doing this for the reasons ye stated, for the reasons of peace. However, how will ye benefit from this arrangement of ours?" "Your well-being," Lord Torstein said, "will be its own reward." "And our alliance, correct? For when the time comes that you mount whatever rebellion ye seek to start against your king?" Lord Torstein nodded his head solemnly. "Yes," he said, "that plan is far away from being fulfilled, but I will call on you when the time comes." "If it is a fight against the crown," Isla said, "believe me, we are more than willing." And with that, the alliance had been sealed. 4 weeks later, Isla was on the mend and ready to take on the world. "I wish to ride," she told Finlay as they walked around her room. "Are you sure?" he asked. "Ye are still on the mend. Ye ha' quite some healing tae day." "I ha' healed enough. If I stay in this room much longer, I might gae insane." "Ye are insane, me lady, but it is a good thing." She laughed and playfully jabbed Finlay in the ribs. "I want to gae for a ride," she said, "and I ken just where I want to gae." Isla and Finlay rode to the area just outside Riley's village where her brother, the ever-loyal and valiant Denholm, had been struck down. To Isla, it had only felt like yesterday since he passed, and she found herself welling up with tears upon arriving at the area. The grass had already grown over the area where Denholm's body was found, the wind blowing with a pleasant breeze that chilled Isla and Finlay's skin. Isla kneeled down beside the area where Denholm had fallen, and said nothing for several minutes as Finlay stood behind her waiting. "He fought well for his family," Isla said. "I dinna ken that I will ever meet anyone like me brother ever again." A nod. "He was a good man indeed, me lady. The memory of your brother will live on." "It will be our responsibility to do so." "Aye, me lady." Isla pressed her hand to the ground, closing her eyes and silently telling her brother that she loved him. A second later, a gust of wind blew and licked at her hair. Isla couldn't help but think that it was Denholm's spirit attempting to comfort her. She turned to Finlay. "How many of our people have been lost?" Finlay hung his head. "Mair than I care to count." Isla shook her head. "A shame, but one we cannae dwell on." "We should dwell, but only on the fond memories that the fallen have provided us." Isla crooked a smile. "A fine few there were with Denholm." She smiled, recalling one of the memories well. "I remember when we were children. Denholm had stolen an arrow from one of the archer's bags." She laughed. "I remember me father chasing him around our home and shouting for him to give it back. Father tripped and fell into a patch of mud during the course of the chase." Another laugh. "Fond memories indeed." She turned to Finlay. "You must have some good tales of your brothers." "Quite a few, me lady," a smile, "but I dinna want to tell them just yet." "Fair enough, me love, fair enough." Isla then stood, clasping her hands together as she shut her eyes and turned her head upward toward the heavens. "Good Lord," she began to pray, "I ask for rest for the fallen, for all of our brothers and sisters who perished to bring freedom back to this land. I thank ye for the grace ye he bestowed, for keeping me and me family alive throughout the course of this journey. We are forever grateful to ye, and we ask, I beg ye to sustain this peace for as long as possible. The time has come for my people to finally be free. Isla then crossed herself, as did Finlay, and turned back to her mount. Come, she said to Finlay, there is much to be done, me love. They returned to the village and were met by Lord Riley near his quarters. Lady Isla, he greeted with a bow. Finlay bared. Lord Riley, Isla said, I wish to thank you for your hospitality. I promise we will be departing from here soon. He brushed the comment aside. You could stay for as long as you like, Lady Isla. If anything, he thought on his words carefully, I wish to speak with ye about this alliance you now sport with Lord Torstein. Ye dinna approve? Lord Riley shook his head. We ken well that it is nae a smart tactic to trust the Sassenach, and now ye claim to hae an alliance with one of their nobility. I understand your concern, Lord Riley. This decision came with much thinking and difficulty, but I believe that this will serve well for our people. Our kinship with Lord Torstein will prove vital in our struggle. But now he kens where ye will be headed to. He kens of your whereabouts. What is to stop him from revealing this to his Sassenach lords? Isla placed her hands on Lord Riley's shoulder and looked him deep in the eye. All we hae, she said, is trust. Lord Riley shook his head. Trust is a hard thing to come by these days, me lady. Aye, indeed. But we had to start thinking past the single tree in the forest to the broader goals at stake. Only then will we be victorious. I understand, but ken that I will be keeping a close eye on Lord Torstein's movement. Ye may trust him, but I dinna. A smile from Isla. I would expect nothing less, Lord Riley. Isla, Gavina called out, running up to her sister with one of the helmets belonging to one of Lord Riley's men on top of her head. Look what I found. Finlay and Lord Riley laughed as Gavina did her best to adjust the oversized helmet. Where did you find that? Isla inquired. From one of Lord Riley's men, Gavina shrugged. He did nae seem to mind that I took it. Oh, yeah, someone called out from a distance. Where is me helmet? Isla rolled her eyes, removed the helmet from Gavina's head and placed it in her hands. Return this, she said. Right now. Gavina said, All right, she protested as she turned around and went to return the helmet to its owner. Riley pointed. That girl, he said, will be quite the formidable opponent one day. Isla nodded. I wholeheartedly agree. She turned to Finlay. I must speak with ye. I have a request that only ye can help me with. Name it, me lady, Finlay said. I am at your disposal. Very well, because I need ye to lead the tribe for a short while as I rest. I need ye to act as the leader of these people. They trust ye. I trust ye. Finlay opened his mouth to offer up protest, but Isla placed a finger to his lips and said, Please, Finlay, I need your help. It took him a moment, but eventually Finlay nodded his confirmation and told her, As you wish, me lady. Chapter 37. Another day passed. Isla had made incredible strides in her recovery, fascinating everyone, including Finlay, with how far she had come. That morning, Isla and Finlay took a walk through the village, everyone in the clan going about trading supplies and food rations with Riley's men as they prepared for their trek across the Highlands in the immediate future. Isla, per usual, was eager to leave, but Finlay made it a point to make sure that each morning was designated with the intention to enjoy the nature and surrounding beauty that they had rarely had the chance to enjoy. They walked through the surrounding countryside, for once not feeling that the oppression of the Sassenach was right around the corner. It feels like a new day, Isla said, I am rather enjoying the change in tone. Finlay nodded. Aye, me lady, though I am having a difficult time embracing this new position that ye ha granted me. Why is that, me love? Ye are properly on the mend. I dinna understand why ye feel it necessary for me to resume command when ye are quite capable of leading on your own. Isla shrugged. It is like ye said, I require time to rest, nay only physically, but mentally as well. They came to the edge of a cliffside, not far from where Denham had fallen a short time ago. They sat in the grass, Isla running her hands through the blades and breathing in the sweet aroma of the air. I hae nae had a moment like this in a long time, me love, she said. I just want to enjoy it as long as possible. She took his hand into hers. I hope ye dinna think me selfish. He shook his head. Nay, in the slightest. Ye worked hard, and for such a long time. Isla nuzzled her head against Finlay's broad shoulder, Finlay wincing from his still healing wound, from the battle he had endured with Lord Henry. I am sorry, she said. I have forgotten ye are still wounded. Finlay waved her off. I am healing fast, he said, though nae as fast as ye. We he endured enough injuries and scars to last us a lifetime. Aye, indeed, me lady. I wish for the next generation to nae suffer in the way we hae. I will make sure that our children and our children's children will be able to live in peace. Ye ha given them that chance, me lady. Believe me, ye have. They shared the silence for a short while, nothing but the breeze and the chirping of birds keeping them company, as they held each other and gave thanks silently to God for giving them another day to live. We should speak to the clan, Isla said. The time for us to leave this place has finally arrived. She looked him in the eye. I want ye to day it. I cannae think of anyone better to tell our people that their freedom has finally arrived. An hour later, the entire collective of the clan was ordered to gather in the centre of Riley's village. Standing in a tight huddle, Isla could see how many members had been lost due to the significantly smaller number of people that were now holding court in front of her. Once all were gathered, Finlay stood on top of a box and held his hands out like he was about to embrace everyone in attendance. Attention, he said, all heads turning to lay eyes upon him. I wish to speak with you now. Everyone waited as Finlay turned to Isla and looked for a nod of approval. Once she did, he cleared his throat, made it a point to look each person in the eye, and began speaking. I ken, he began, how long and hard each of ye has struggled to arrive at this day. We ha lost friends, brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers, and more people than any of us care to admit. There is nothing I can say that will bring the fallen members of our clan back. There are no words I can offer that will properly ease the suffering that each and every one of us has endured. But what I can tell ye is that the time for our collective suffering has come to an end. We will nae longer live lives defined by violence or war. He looked to Isla. Your lady, Lady Isla, has designated me your temporary leader. I accept this position with the utmost reluctance, because nae better leader has ever graced the face of the earth. Heads nodded, someone clapped, a few others mumbled and whispered words of approval to the man or woman next to them. This is a temporary position, Finlay said, and one that I hope I will fulfill to the approval of every man, woman, and child in this clan. Ye he accepted me as one of your own, and for that I am forever grateful. I will take the example that Our Lady has set and make it a point to be your leader, one that will hear the words of my people and execute our decisions based on the collective good that will benefit us all. Tomorrow we will make our leave for our new home. It will be a long journey, but it shall be the last one that we will make for quite some time. Rest easy now, all of ye. Your time of struggle has come to an end. The time for peace has finally arrived. I thank ye all, and I wish us all good luck and good fortune in our journey to camp." Finlay stepped off of the box and was greeted by handshakes and hugs from several of the clan members. Isla and Gavina watched from the side with proud smiles before Gavina threw her arms around Finlay and told him that she loved him. The following day, the clan was once again gathered in the centre of the village, a caravan of horses and wheel wagons, packed with supplies at the ready, as everyone mounted their ride and prepared to move out. Lord Riley, standing with his wife, stood with Isla and Finlay, and prepared to bid their goodbyes. "Send word once ye have arrived in your new home," Riley said. "This alliance of ours will be one that will benefit both of our clans for a lifetime." Finlay embraced Lord Riley, the two men holding the hug for as long as possible. "Thank ye, Lord Riley," Finlay whispered in the man's ear, "for all ye has done. We would nae have made it through to the other side without ye." Lord Riley nodded. "I believe the same to be true for me as well, Finlay Baird. Ye are a good man. You will carry on your family's legacy well." "Thank ye, Lord Riley." Lord Riley pulled him in close. "And keep a close eye on Lord Torstein. I still dinna trust that man's intentions." Finlay nodded intently. "I will, me lord. Believe me, I will." Isla embraced Lord Riley's wife, the two women having grown fond of one another during the course of Isla's recuperation. "Make sure ye use the ointments I gave ye," Lord Riley's wife said. "They will help with the scarring." Isla smiled. "I wish to hold on to me scars, me lady. They remind me of the past. They remind me of the struggles we endured to finally reach this place." "Gate now," Riley said, gesturing to the caravan. "Ye hae a long journey ahead of ye." The final goodbyes were given, and Isla and Finlay mounted their horses at the head of the clan and ordered them to move out. As they left the village, Riley and his wife waved them goodbye as the caravan turned into a faint outline in the distance, a glimmer of hope following after them as the sun glinted in the horizon. One day later, the group had set up camp in an open field just off the main road that they were using to make their trek. The twilight hour had arrived, and the collective energy of the clan was nothing shy of joyful as a fire was kindled, food was cooked, and bottles of whiskey, courtesy of Lord Riley, were cracked open and shared amongst the members of the clan who used the liquid courage to fuel their singing. Isla sat next to Finlay, his arm around her shoulder and Gavina positioned in front of them, as one of the clan members began singing a Scottish fable that had once been sung by Laird William during his tenure as leader of the clan. Isla and Finlay did not partake in the singing. They merely watched the clan go about their merry celebration and took note of the jovial demeanour that everyone seemed to sport. Several men play-fought. A few of the women gossiped about how thick and strong Finlay's arms were. And the children ran and laughed and played in the grass as the twinkling stars above left those who were slightly worse for wear, mesmerised by their heavenly beauty. Isla leaned in and whispered into Finlay's ear, "I hae nae seen my people this happy. Never." Finlay showcased a smile. "Never." Isla shook her head and kissed his cheek. "Never." The singing, drinking and eating continued for some time, each member of the clan slowly falling to slumber as the night continued and the singing slowly began to fade away. Not knowing what time it was, Isla stood, grabbed Finlay by the hand and nodded over her shoulder to her tent not far away. Finlay could see the devious look in his lady's eyes and had a hunch as to what was going to transpire next. They entered the tent, Isla closing the flap and standing at attention in front of Finlay. She said nothing as she slowly slipped off her wardrobe and stood nude in front of him. "Look at me," she said. Finlay did, smiling fondly and proudly at his lady. "It is nothing I have nae seen before, me lady." She shook her head. "I am different," she said, tracing a finger from the scar in her belly that hooked near her navel. "I am nae the woman I once was." Finlay stepped closer, rubbing his bare hands across her bare skin. "Ye are still the woman I love," he said. "Nae other thing in this world can change that." Isla hooked one arm around his neck and used her free hand to pull off Finlay's belt. "One thing is for certain," she said, smiling and sliding her hands down the front of his pants. "I hate more scars than ye." Finlay shook his head defiantly. "I doubt that very much, me lady." "Prove it," she said as her lips lingered near his. Finlay began slowly taking off his tunic, Isla running a hand over his own scars as the two began comparing which of them had the better marks. The playfulness then turned into slow and paced kissing, picking up in rhythm as they held each other's naked bodies and wrapped around one another like a warm blanket. Isla pressed Finlay onto his back, mounting him, and saying that she wanted to prove just how much on the mend she was. Seated on top of him, their words then turned to pleasant groans and moaning that lasted through the night. Isla on top of Finlay the entire time, and grinding with sheer ecstasy on top of him as the hours melted away and became defined by nothing but total and utter pleasure. They lay with one another several times that night until they were exhausted and fell asleep, Finlay holding Isla in his arms and telling her several times over how much he loved her. Chapter 38. The clan had been travelling for several days, their final destination now just a stone's throw away as the morning food rations were set out and everyone in the clan set about their various duties. For Finlay, it was a morning filled with intention. The time had come for him to do what he was intent on doing for quite some time. Isla, still asleep on her side, was slowly roused from her slumber by Finlay in the wee hours of the morning. "Milady," he said, "awake. I wish to speak with you." Isla wiped the drowsiness from her eyes as she slowly reached for her clothing and said, "Where are we going?" Finlay smiled. "Come now," he said, holding out his hand for Isla to take up. "It is a surprise." Isla's mouth curved into a curious smile as she dressed and followed after Finlay, the two of them mounting a pair of horses and riding for a half-mile outside of their encampment to the edge of a cliff where a single tree stood hunched over and blew pleasantly in the wind. "Why ha' ye brought me here?" Isla inquired. Finlay, his nerves getting the better of him, began wringing his fingers as he searched carefully for the words to best associate with his feelings. "It is nae mystery that I love ye," he said. "Right?" A nod from Isla accompanied by a smile. "Aye. I dinna want to be presumptuous, but—" He began stumbling through his speech, his nerves at their peak and causing him to smile nervously. Isla laughed and took his hands. "What is it, me love?" Finlay stared at her for a long moment, his eyes pleading and full of admiration. He drew a breath, looked his love in the eye, and said, "Marry me, Isla. Be my wife. Allow me to be your husband. I cannae fathom another day on this earth without the knowledge that we are together as man and wife." Isla was elated, tears of joy streaming down her face as her mouth opened to unleash a wave of euphoric pleasantries. "My God, Finlay!" He frowned. "Oh, no, ye dinna want to." No, Isla said, taking his face in her hands. "I die. With all me hearts, I die. I love you, Finlay Baird. Ye are the only man I wish to be with. I will happily be your wife now and for evermore." The two began crying and laughing, holding on to one another and embracing in what felt like the best moment yet in their relationship. "I cannae tell ye," Finlay said, "how happy ye ha' made me." They kissed. "Aye," Isla said, "the feeling is mutual." Finlay fell to one knee. "I suppose it is only right to ask ye properly." Isla could do nothing else but smile. "Marry me," Finlay said. "Will you marry me, Lady Isla?" A nod. "Aye, I will marry ye, Finlay Baird." They embraced once more, feeling better than they ever had in their life before Isla broke the hug and said, "I have another idea," she said, looking back in the direction of their camp. "What is it?" Finlay asked. Isla bit her lip, excited to propose the next part to her new love. The entire clan was gathered around the tree 2 hours later, each person in attendance smiling fondly as Isla and Finlay stood hand in hand underneath the shade of the tree. A man named Eamon, a religious man with the ability to wed the partners, greeted all those in attendance as he started the procession. "Welcome," Eamon said, his arms outstretched. "A glorious day it is to be here in the presence of these two people. It is nae mystery that Isla and Finlay had come together today to join in the holy bonds of matrimony. All of ye in attendance are a witness to a great union, and I nae doubt that nae one among us can offer up protest to this marriage." Smiles, laughs. Gavina, seated in front, stared at Isla and Finlay with a proud smile and offered up a wink to them that they both shot back in return. "I ask now," Eamon continued, "for the bride and groom to join together." Finlay and Isla took each other's hands and smiled. "Ready?" Isla whispered, a nod from Finlay. "Ready," he replied. Eamon smiled. "Lady Isla, do ye take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband, to hae and to hold, in sickness and in health, as long as ye both shall live?" Isla nodded and wiped the happy tears from her cheeks. I very much dae." Eamon turned to Finlay. "And dae ye, Finlay Baird, take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife, to hae and to hold, as long as ye both shall live?" Finlay pressed his forehead against Isla's. "Aye, always I shall." "Then, by the power vested in me, in front of God and our countrymen, I now pronounce ye man and wife." He smirked. "Gae on, noo, kiss your bride." The entire clan erupted in celebration as Isla and Finlay kissed, all of the clan then rushing to their side and ready to launch into the celebration as Finlay and Isla were practically dragged back toward the camp. Gavina, hooking her arms around Finlay's waist, said, "I am glad ye are me brother, Finlay Baird." Finlay hugged her back. "And I as well, me little Gavina." She pointed a finger and scowled. "But they ken," she said, "that I will cut ye if ye ever break me sister's heart." Finlay showcased a smile and leaned over to look Gavina in the eye. "Consider it a deal, me lady." The two of them shook hands before the entire group dispersed back to the camp. The wine, food, and festivities then commencing in what had to be one of the most joyful celebrations that the clan had ever participated in. All were drunk on wine and filled to the brim with the finest foods available. Lord Riley's wife held a hunch that Finlay and Isla would join in union, and made it a point to supply them with enough rations for such an occasion before they had departed from their village a few days prior. Gathered around a roaring fire, one of the older men strummed a stringed instrument and began singing a song that all in the clan knew well. "Gather, gather," he said, "sing with the most joyous voice that ye can muster." Hands clapped and voices joined in as the man strummed his instrument. "In this country, dreams are grand. The Lord stays with ye. Across this mountainside, our dreams will follow. All will be well in this country." The chorus repeated many times over, and the singing, fueled well by the wine, progressed into dancing, with feet tapping and swaying in sync with the music. Finlay, taking Gavina by the hand, danced with her by the fireside. Isla clapped her hands in encouragement as Gavina did her best to outshine Finlay with her dancing. At one point, all stood back as Gavina took the opportunity to dance by herself, her feet circling and kicking up the ground and causing loud laughs and claps of approval as the focus was temporarily shifted to her dancing abilities. Finlay then took his new bride by the arm, the man singing and strumming his instrument, then, slowing the pace with a song, meant more for an intimate dance. "Take your love, take her by the hand, tell her all is well, that ye will never leave this land. Love her well. Tell her all ye can. Ken that all is well, all across this land." Everyone in attendance, at least those still sober enough to stand, began taking their loved one by the hand and slowly moving in close embraces throughout the camp. It was a tender moment shared by all, one that had not been experienced by a single member amongst the clan in quite some time. Isla, her head resting against Finlay's shoulder, had never been happier in her life as she danced with her groom. She looked proudly at all the faces in attendance, not a frown among them as the music continued and the festivities felt as if they would continue for the rest of their lives. "Look at me," she said to Finlay, hooking a finger under his chin and turning his face towards hers. Finlay met his gaze with Isla's. "I can never imagine nae loving ye as much as I day," she said, and Finlay nodded. "Aye, me lady, as day I." They kissed, the music continuing to play as their lips remained planted to each other, and the roar of the fire and the camaraderie slowly melted away around them. They shared the moment with only each other, despite the fact that the raucous celebration around them continued to grow in intensity. Some time later, Isla bit her lips and grabbed Finlay by the hand. "There is one mair thing we must day, me love." "What is that, me lady?" She winked. "Ye ken damn well what I am saying." She then led him by the hand back to what was now their shared tent, the flap closing behind them, as Isla tore at his clothes and began desiring the man who was now her husband more than she ever had before. They were naked within moments, Finlay standing and using his brute strength to lift Isla up and hook her bare legs around his waist. Her breath on his neck made the hair stand on end, like a hot fire yearning and burning with a fevered temperature that made the air around them fill up with the hot intensity that was sheer pleasure. Isla's desire to have Finlay physically had never been more potent. She was ravenous like an animal, with the desire that burned inside of her, using a free hand to place him inside of her, as Finlay used his hands to lift her up and down. They gyrated together, both of them laughing at the position they were in before the pleasure finally got the better of them and forced them to lay on their backs, their bare flesh saturated with perspiration that felt more sweet and pleasant than it did a hindrance. Finlay, on top of Isla, thrust gently yet firmly. Isla gripped onto his massive forearms as Finlay pushed deeper and deeper, the music outside still going strong and allowing them concealment to exercise and showed their love for one another with joyous moaning that intensified as the seconds went by. Their bodies entangled with one another, moving around each other and switching positions several times over. It was as if they could not lie in one position for more than a moment, with Isla on top of Finlay, and Finlay on top of Isla in alternating patterns as both of them thrust, ground, and pressed against each other with the force of 1,000 steeds trampling through the Highlands. They held hands, their fingers intertwined and squeezing as the pleasure reached an almost untenable peak. "Aye," Isla moaned, nodding her head and knowing that the moment of climax was near. "Aye, me love." Finlay, knowing that the moment was drawing near as well, lay on top of Isla and felt himself giving no thought to his movements. It was all natural, his body taking over without his mind giving any thought to it, his thrusting increasing to the point that they were both moving in sync, the grinding eliciting that proverbial feeling of climax that slowly grew and grew until it exploded inside of them and forced Isla to cry out in ecstasy at a volume that all those outside the camp could hear. Luckily enough, the children had fallen asleep, so the only person to say anything about it was the man strumming the string instrument, who then said, "Oye, try to keep it down in there." Isla and Finlay laughed as they fell into each other's arms, and did nothing more for the rest of the night than stare into each other's eyes. Chapter 39. The caravan set out the next day. Most of those in the clan were still wearing off their drunken states from the night before. Headaches were in full supply, but the collective cheerful nature of the clan had not dwindled since the festivities had broken out. Isla, mounting her horse next to Finlay, said, "How much longer day we have before we reach the new settlement?" Finlay, the map of the Highlands stretched out on his horse's saddle, said, "Close, me love. We are but a day's ride away. If we press forward without a break, we should reach it by nightfall." All Isla could do was smile. They were close, closer to their salvation than they had ever been before. The caravan rode for the day, each person in the group occupying the time by conversing about how pleasant the night's activities had been. Isla and Finlay couldn't help themselves from beaming at one another the entire journey, sneaking looks and kisses and gentle holdings of the hand throughout the entire trek. It helped aid in passing the time, and once they arrived outside the remote area of the Highlands that would be their new home, all those in the clan stared on at the surrounding beauty in wide-eyed amazement. It was a lush and sprawling place, untainted by war or the wrath of the Sassenach. The rivers were crisp and blue, the sky above peppered with the most voluptuous clouds that anyone in the clan had ever seen. "My God, Finlay," Isla said, her hand on his arm. I cannae find any words to describe this." "Aye, milady," Finlay said, shaking his head, perplexed as to how much beauty could possibly be in existence. "I struggle to find the words as well." The clan set about exploring the area for some time. They took their time to settle and began charting out what would be erected where, with Finlay pointing out a forested area straight ahead of the river that was ripe with timber that could be used to build permanent establishments. "This whole place," Isla said, "could sustain us forever." A nod from Finlay. "We have plenty of supplies to work with. It will take time to build, but this is our home now, me love." He gestured around. "Look around, me darling. Ye have brought this about. Ye are the one who brought you people to this place." Isla shook her head and looked him in the eye. "No, me love," she protested. "We did this. I cannae ha' done this alone." They stood at the edge of the river, watching as the members of their clan began the first steps of establishing what would be their permanent home. 2 weeks had passed since they settled in the remote area of the Highlands. The initial construction had begun on several buildings that were to be erected: sleeping quarters for the children, several cottages, a tavern naturally, an armoury, and an area that Finlay had hoped would serve as barracks for a future army. "An army," Isla said with some disdain. "I didn't relish the encouragement of bringing war." Finlay shook his head. "That is nae the intention, me bride. I seek to only be prepared for the possible scenarios that may play out. We can rest soundly with the knowledge that the Sassenach will most likely nae come here. But it is better to be prepared." Isla looked around. "Hae ye done a tally of how many people are in the clan?" A nod. "Aye, me lady. I had done a head count with one of the members. It appears we are at 62 members of the clan now." Isla hung her head. "Significantly less than what we started with. Several of the women are pregnant. It is only a matter of time before our numbers grow." "And our supplies?" "We possess enough to last us through the winter, though the time will come soon when we must hunt." "I'll hunt," the eager voice of Gavina called out. "I am mair able-bodied than maist of the men here." Isla and Finlay turned to greet Gavina, somehow taller in the past few weeks than she ever had been before. "Ye wish to hunt, me lady?" Finlay said, and a nod from Gavina. "I am mair than capable. I will nae become some prissy lady who does nae day the dirty work required to sustain the clan." Finlay leaned into Isla's ear. "I wonder who she has taken after." Isla nudged Finlay in the ribs before she leaned over to meet her eyes with Gavina's. "Ye maun learn from Finlay about the finer points of the bow and the sword if you are to engage in a hunt. Do you understand?" Gavina's eyes went wide. "Are you saying I can hunt?" Isla held up a finger. "When the time comes, but only if you are properly trained. Ye will listen to Finlay. Ye will heed his instructions. Only when he says ye are ready will I allow ye to hunt." She looked at Finlay. This is only if he agrees to such stipulations, of course. Gavina looked at Finlay with a pleading set of eyes and held on desperately for his approval. Finlay shrugged. I dinna see why nay. Gavina clapped her hands. Aye, I will be a huntress in nae time. We shall start soon, little one. Until that time, gae and help the others unload supplies. Right away, Gavina bid him as she scurried off and prepared to earn her keep. Isla and Finlay then stood back, his arm around her shoulders as they watched the dutiful members of their clan set about securing their future. I feel, Finlay said, as if bright days are ahead of us, my love. Isla nodded and rested her head against his chest. Aye, my love, the feeling is mutual. Chapter 40. Lord Torstein looked down at his mending wrist that Finlay had broken as he sat inside the quarters of his castle. It had been quiet for him recently, since the debacle that took place at Sir Richard's outpost. Many lies had been crafted and misdirection in the narrative of what transpired that were given to the king in order to preserve the alliance he had recently established with Isla and Finlay. He sighed, staring out the window in his chambers that looked out to the Highlands, wondering if Isla and Finlay were healing both in mind and in spirit. A knock came at the door. Lord Torstein turned his head. Enter, please. The door opened slowly, and Lord Torstein's timid and bashful-looking Squire Peter stood at attention with a piece of parchment clutched in his hand. My lord, Peter said, I bring news from the king. Lord Torstein sat up. The king, you say? A nod. Yes, my lord. He was informed of what occurred at Sir Richard's outpost, of the death of Lord Henry. Lord Torstein sighed. From your tone, my good man, it does not sound as if you bring me good news. The squire shook his head. I gave word to the king as you requested. I told him precisely what you said to, that Lord Henry murdered Sir Richard and set fire to the outpost. Then what is the king's quarrel? It appears that one of your knights, a man named Frederick, apparently fled during the skirmish and sent word to the king about the Highlanders that were there. Lord Torstein's eyes grew wide as he stood up in his chair. Frederick, he said, I thought the boy was dead. The squire shook his head. It appears he is not, my lord. It also appears that he told the king about everything that transpired at the outpost. Lord Torstein sat back down in his chair and settled in. Bloody hell, he said, shaking his head. Now, the king knows all. The squire waited, the parchment still held in his hand. Come, Lord Torstein said, reaching out his hand. Tell me what news the king has delivered. The squire unrolled the parchment and cleared his throat. From the word of the king, Lord Torstein, I have received word of what transpired at Sir Richard's outpost in Scotland. While my heart is heavy for the loss of his men and yours, I am quite dismayed by the separate narratives that have been provided to me. I was informed by word of your messenger that Lord Henry was responsible for the destruction and chaos that brought about the downfall of Sir Richard and his outpost. However, I also received separate word from one of your men, a survivor of the ordeal by the name of Frederick, who informed me that several Scottish Highlanders were, in fact, responsible for the demise of Sir Richard, Lord Henry, and a significant number of their combined forces. He also stated, and he believes, that a member of the Baird clan and a woman by the name of Lady Isla are responsible for these crimes. While I do not doubt your loyalty to the crown, Lord Torstein, I do wish to seek the absolute truth in this matter. That being stated, I am assigning you the task of tracking down these Highlanders and bringing them to me so that the matter can be sorted and dealt with promptly. I await your word until such time. Sincerely, the king. Lord Torstein continued to shake his head, almost as if he would hope the movement would shake off the news his squire had just delivered to him. He knows, he said. The king knows all. What word should I send in reply? The squire inquired. Lord Torstein thought on it for several moments before saying, "Tell him this." As the squire grabbed a quill, ink, parchment, and began writing down Lord Torstein's words. "My king," Lord Torstein dictated. "It is with a heavy heart that I hear of Frederick's betrayal. I do not know what stories he tells you, but I assure you that the narrative of the Highlander savages is one of fiction. While I do wish to sort this matter out, I believe it not to be in our best interests to track them down and bring forth more bloodshed. We have lost too many men in this fight, and I do not wish to lose any more. I hope you will see fit to discipline Frederick accordingly for his lies and request that he is returned to my home for proper reprimanding. Yours sincerely, Lord Torstein." "Is that all, my lord?" the squire said. "Yes," Lord Torstein replied. "Send it to the king post haste." He looked out his window longingly. "No more blood will be shed on my account. None. Let the king dwell on that all he wants." The squire then proceeded to forward the message to the king, and once the king had received Lord Torstein's words less than a week later, he was not thrilled in the slightest. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Lord Torstein's squire would hustle into Lord Torstein's chambers 3 weeks after sending word to the king about his refusal to do his bidding, haste in his tone and a panting quality in his breathing. "Slow yourself," Lord Torstein said, pumping the air with his hands. "What seems to be the problem?" "My lord," the squire said, "I must speak with you." "What is it?" "A legion has just been dispatched to the castle." Lord Torstein stood up quickly. "A legion?" "Yes, my lord. Over 1,000 of them. They are outside the castle grounds as we speak." "Show me," Lord Torstein said as they hustled out of his quarters and arrived at the lookout point on top of the castle. Dozens of Lord Torstein's knights looked out at a sea of men adorned in gold and blue uniforms bearing the proud insignia of the king. Lord Torstein took a moment to estimate the men down below, all of them standing in formation as a single rider dressed in white marched to the front of the formation. "I seek," the voice hollered out from down below, "to speak with Lord Torstein." A nod. "I am Lord Torstein. Who are you?" "My name is Sir Jessup, commander of the king's army. I wish to take counsel with you, my good sir." Lord Torstein shook his head, his squire wringing his fingers and sporting a nervous complexion. "This does not bode well, my lord," the squire said. "The overwhelming force on display concerns me." Lord Torstein patted the man reassuringly on his arm. "Tell the men to keep a close eye on these knights down below. See this Sir Jessup into my quarters. Allow no one but himself and his guard to accompany him." "Yes, my lord," the squire said before making the arrangements. Minutes later, Lord Torstein was back inside his quarters, waiting with a mug of wine and 2 of his closest knights standing guard as a single knock came on the door outside. "Come in," Lord Torstein said coolly. The doors opened and a gaunt and pale man entered. His hair was flaxen, his movements smooth and aquiline and almost inhuman. His eyes were charcoal black, and his pale face smooth and without lines of stress, being that he had never showcased any kind of emotion in his life. The knight appeared to be more animal than man, with a placid look on his face and a black pair of eyes that looked like they had seen more death than anyone who knew him would care to admit. "My lord," Sir Jessup said with a nod, "my name is Sir Jessup." "And how can I help you today, Sir Jessup?" Lord Torstein inquired. "I bring word from the king." "And what word do you bring from the king?" Sir Jessup gestured to the wine. Lord Torstein obliged him by filling a mug and handing it over. Sir Jessup sipped the wine, winced, and placed the mug aside. "We have much better wine back in England," he stated with disapproval. "It seems as if you have grown too accustomed to the ways of the savages that dwell in these Highlands." Lord Torstein made nothing of the comment and turned away, his gaze toward the window looking out at the Highlands. "You said you bring word from the king?" A nod. "I do. And what words does the king send?" Those that you might not be pleased to hear. Lord Torstein turned and faced Sir Jessup with his hands folded behind his back. Go on. Sir Jessup took a step forward. The king received word of your reluctance to pursue the Highlanders responsible for the deaths of Lord Henry and Sir Richard, as well as the burning of the outpost. He has deemed it necessary that I assist you in bringing them to justice. Does he now? He does indeed. He was quite upset at your refusal to do his bidding. It was not a refusal. I simply stated that I do not see fit to pursue a rumour. Regardless, it is the king's will that they be brought to justice, and brought to justice they will be. Lord Torstein paced, not liking at all the words that were being given to him. So, the king, he said, sends an army to seek out a pair of rogue Highlanders. A shrug from Sir Jessup. These savages have proven themselves to be worthy opponents, and as such the king has responded in kind. I will be leading his army throughout these lands as you and I work together to find those responsible for the crimes. Lord Torstein felt his stomach turning in knots, fearful that his alliance with Isla and Finlay and their clan would be exposed. You and I, he said, pointing to himself and then Sir Jessup. You and I will work together. A nod. It is a direct order from the king. Consider me your partner for the duration of this campaign. Lord Torstein puffed his chest. Well, as lord of these lands, I must officially state my disdain for this plan. Despise it as much as you wish. It is how it will be. This is a direct order from the king. He then took a step forward, a lecherous glint in his eye. And do understand, he said quietly, practically whispering it into Lord Torstein's ear, that if you refuse to take my orders, if you see fit to go against the word of the king, I have also been ordered to hold you responsible as well, Lord Torstein. Lord Torstein squinted. Is that a threat, Sir Jessup? Sir Jessup let out a laugh. Why, I thought that was more than obvious, Lord Torstein. Lord Torstein wanted to strike Sir Jessup. He knew of the man now that he was staring at him face to face. Sir Jessup's ruthlessness was far worse than that of someone like Lord Henry. The only difference between the two was that Sir Jessup sported the tact and mind that Lord Henry had lacked. He was a formidable opponent, and Lord Torstein knew that Sir Jessup would slit his throat if the king had told him to. Do you understand? Sir Jessup said. Do you grasp what I am saying, Lord Torstein? I do not have to, nor will I be pleasant. I am here because the king is very, very unhappy with you. I am not your friend. I am your big brother. Lord Torstein took his time. He knew he couldn't protest this man, not at this time. It would mean his death and most likely that of Isla and Finlay and their clan as well. Instead, he held his chin high, nodded dutifully, and replied, I do, Sir Jessup. Sir Jessup patted Lord Torstein on the back. Then all is settled. I'd like my men to be seen inside the grounds. They will need food and a place to rest. I will also require my own chambers. Please see to it that I am accommodated. He turned to the door, Lord Torstein practically seething. As you wish, Lord Torstein said with the subtlest of nods. Oh, Sir Jessup added as he turned back, I just want to say how pleased I am that we will be working together. He then smiled sardonically, leaving and flapping the tail of his cape behind him as he exited down the hall with his 2 guards in tow. Lord Torstein, well past the point of dismayed, turned to his messenger and shook his head. The 2 of them had the suspicion that the worst elements of Sir Jessup's personality had yet to reveal themselves. Chapter 41. Isla was smiling. She just knew it to be true. She knew, deep down in her bones, that hers and Finlay's lives were about to change forever. Gavina, she called out from her quarters, half-built and in the 3rd month of being constructed. Gavina, sprouting more and more as the days passed, entered the quarters and said, "Aye, sister, what is it?" Isla nodded for her to come to her side. "I wish to tell you something." Gavina sat alongside Isla, eager and waiting for whatever she was going to tell her. "Are you going to leave me in suspense?" she said. Isla was beaming, glowing brighter than she ever had in her life. "Something has happened," she said, "and I want you to be the first to ken." Gavina took up Isla's hands and waited. "What is it?" Isla took her time to answer before saying, "I am with child, me sister. I have been for quite a while now." Gavina, happier than she ever had been, threw her arms around her sister's neck and began to cry tears of joy. "Oh, sister," she exclaimed, "this is such wonderful news." "Aye, wonderful news indeed. Does Finlay ken?" Isla shook her head. "No, not yet. I wanted to be certain before I told him." "And ye are certain ye are expecting?" A nod. "I conversed with one of the women in the clan who has been with child before. All signs are pointing to me being so." "Such joyous news. Does it feel like a boy or a girl?" Isla laughed. "There is no way to tell that just yet." "Oh, it will nae matter. I am an aunt. I am so thrilled to teach it all the ways of life. A wonderful mentor ye will be, me dear sister. But please, we must keep this news quiet until I am prepared to tell the others." "Of course. But what of Finlay?" "Oh, he struggles so much with establishing the village. I didn't want to burden him just yet." "This is nae a burden, me dear sister. This is joyous news. You should tell him soon." "I will, me sister. I will give it one mere day." "Give what one mere day?" the voice of Finlay said from inside the doorway. Isla and Gavina composed themselves, smoothing out the wrinkles in their garb as they both stood up. "None of your business, Finlay Baird," Gavina said playfully. "This is talk meant for sisters and nothing mair." Finlay bowed his head. "As ye wish." Isla whispered in Gavina's ear, "We shall discuss this mair later." "Aye." Gavina kissed Isla on the cheek. "Aye, me sister. Much to discuss we do." Gavina then left the quarters as Finlay approached Isla. "How are the preparations progressing?" Isla inquired. "Good," Finlay said. "We have run into a problem with some of the arrangements, but they will be sorted out in due time." "Wonderful," Isla said as she kissed his cheek, unable to help herself from smiling with pride. "What is it?" Finlay said, picking up on Isla's cheerful demeanour. "Something is on your mind." Isla nodded. "Aye," she said, "but ask me again in the morra and I shall tell you." Finlay kissed her cheek. "Fair enough, me love." Seconds later, one of the men in the clan arrived in their quarters in a hurry. "Finlay," he said, "Lord Torstein has just sent word through his message bird. Come, quickly." Finlay followed after the man and was handed a roll of parchment that had been folded repeatedly. "When did this arrive?" he inquired. "But a short time ago," the man said, trying to keep his tone low. "Read it, quickly. It is dire news." Finlay unrolled the parchment and began to read it out loud, quiet enough that only he and the man could hear. "Finlay," he said, "I send word to you of the utmost importance. My king has heard of the events that have transpired in your homeland and is mounting an army that will shortly be coming your way. I will arrive in Scotland a month from sending this message, and I wish to meet with you to discuss what actions must be taken." Finlay held the parchment in his hands as a dismayed look stretched across his face. "My God," he said, "the Sassenach returned to destroy us all." "Should we tell Isla?" the man inquired. Finlay nodded and wasted no time, returning to his and Isla's quarters to break her the bad news. "What is it?" she asked. Finlay read Isla the message and then asked for the man who escorted him to leave and keep the news quiet. Isla sat for a long moment, shaking her head and feeling that the peace that her people had just found was now once again threatened. How? She said. How is this possible? It does nae matter, Finlay said. We must meet with Lord Torstein and arrange plans. I will nae allow me people to be threatened again. I will nae allow for these events to transpire. Nor will I, me love. We will end this before it even starts. Isla took Finlay's hand. It is nae just about us now. Me love, we must strive to preserve our new way of life. She took his hand and rested it on her belly. And that of our bairn. Finlay smiled proudly, a mixture of fear and elation overcoming him all at once. Are you certain? He asked. Isla nodded. I was prepared to wait to tell ye, but I think now is a most appropriate time. Finlay held her close. We will survive, he promised. We will live to see our bairn live a free and happy life. They held each other tight, as if all life depended on it. I ken, me love, Isla said. I ken. Epilogue. All is well, Isla cooed to the child in her arms as it fussed and fidgeted. Rest now, I am here. Ahead of Isla, lying past the cottages and other domiciles in the village, was the rising sun of the east, casting a golden, crisp glow throughout the valley. It had been untouched by nothing but the fellowship and camaraderie of the Highlanders that dwelled there. A morning mist came from the ocean about 4 miles away to the left of Isla, and the slow churning of the tides faintly audible in the distance put her at ease as it did most mornings. She smiled fondly. It had been almost a year since she and her husband settled in these lands with their clan. They had seen no war, no starvation, and no oppression of any sort except the occasional sickness that befell a few members of their clan. An entire village had sprouted up around them, with smoke churning from several chimneys, and the sweet aroma of breads from the recently erected bakery made Isla smile as she stared down at her infant child, Delilah. Aye, lass, Isla beamed as Delilah's delicate and new features curved into a smile. Ye see, there is nae need to fuss, all is well. Moments later, Isla could hear the sound of hoofbeats approaching her cottage from behind her. She did not need to see the source of the commotion to know that it was Finlay and Gavina returning after a week's ride to patrol the surrounding territories and make sure all was well. She turned around, a fleet of 4 riders marching up to her with Finlay at the lead and Gavina, who was now tall and sporting the features and curves of a grown woman, riding directly to his right. Isla couldn't help but smile when she saw them both, and was forever perplexed at the growth spurt that Gavina had undergone in the past 9 months. Sister, Gavina said, dismounting her horse before it had come to a stop, her tone laced with the weary quality that only a week's worth of riding and traversing could bring about. They embraced, Gavina then taking Delilah from Ila's arms and planting a kiss gently on her forehead. She grows bigger, Gavina said, her hair in a braid and pulled back tight like a warrior woman would. Says the lass who became a lady overnight, Isla said. How was your ride? Exhausting. Finlay brings news from Lord Torstein. Good news, I pray. Gavina shrugged. I leave it to ye to decide. Gay, I will stay with Delilah. Isla kissed Gavina on the cheek before she retreated with Delilah to the cottage, nestling and whispering sweet nonsense to the infant as she headed inside. Finlay, his wife a sight to behold, outstretched his arms and embraced his love before holding on tight. I missed ye, he said. Isla nodded. And I missed ye. It have felt like a year. How is our daughter? She is, well, she fusses quite a bit. I suspect that she will possess quite a fiercely independent spirit. Aye, agreed. She gets that from her mother. The two parted and began walking. What news do ye bring from Lord Torstein? Isla inquired. He struggles to keep the secret of our alliance, but he is well, considering. He will send word again through his falcon in a week's time to update us on what is transpiring. They stopped. Isla taking a moment to breathe in the air. "What do you think, me love? Are we nae long for war?" Finlay breathed as well. "I dinna believe that this village is in jeopardy, me lady, but I do believe a struggle is imminent. But Lord Torstein and I will work with ye to make sure we do all to prevent that from happening. He has some plans in place. It will just be a matter of time." Finlay hooked his arm around his wife and watched as the sun rose ahead of them. There was much left to do, so many things left to be resolved. But in that moment they felt nothing but the love shared between them as the sun rose in the east and began taking on a rose-coloured hue that washed across both Finlay and Isla. "Ye ken what's funny," Isla said. Finlay looked her in the eye. "What might that be, me love?" "That I love ye mair and mair as the days progress. I would have never imagined such a thing to be possible." Finlay coiled his arms around Isla's waist, Isla doing the same as they embraced like they did the moment they had been married. "It is quite splendid, but a woman like ye brings out that best in me." They kissed, long and slow, as the sun made its final ascent and cast a heavenly glow across both Isla and Finlay. They became lost in their embrace, their kiss, like it usually did, feeling as if it was the first one they ever shared. The passion between them had not dwindled since the day they met, and the love that they possessed between one another inspired them to take on the world, and everyone who might have challenged them. From inside their cottage behind them, the soft and gentle cries of Delilah became slightly audible, and they smiled. "Come now," Isla said, taking Finlay by the hand. "Our daughter requires our care." Smiling with a proud nature that only a happy father and husband could possess, Finlay followed his wife inside, held his daughter, and sat with his family as their Highlander brothers and sisters in the village proceeded to set about another rewarding and peaceful day's work. Read or listen the next story now. Save more with our bundles.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video, and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.